Audio Renaissance presents The Ambler Warning by Robert Ludlum. Read for you by Scott Sowers.
The building had the invisibility of the commonplace. It could have been a large public high school or a regional tax processing center. A blocky structure of tan brick, 4 stories around an inner courtyard. The building looked like countless others erected in the 1950s and 60s. A casual passerby would not have given it a second look. Yet there was no such thing as a casual passerby here. Not on this barrier island 6 miles off the coast of Virginia. The island was, officially, part of America's National Wildlife Refuge System, and anyone who made inquiries learned that, owing to the extreme delicacy of its ecosystem, no visitors were permitted. Part of the island's leeward side was indeed a habitat for ospreys and mergansers, raptors and their prey, both endangered by the greatest predator of all, man. But the central part of the island was given over to a 15-acre campus of manicured green and carefully graded slopes, where the bland-looking facility was situated. The boats that stopped at Parrish Island 3 times a day had NWRS markings, and from a distance it would not be apparent that the personnel ferried to the island looked nothing like park rangers. If a disabled fishing vessel tried to land on the island, it would be intercepted by khaki-clad men with genial smiles and hard, cold eyes. No one ever got close enough to see and wonder about the 4 guard towers or the electrified fencing that surrounded the campus. The Parrish Island psychiatric facility, as unremarkable in appearance as it was, contained a greater wilderness than any that surrounded it, that of the human mind. Few people in the government knew of the facility, yet simple logic had decreed its existence. A psychiatric facility for patients who were in possession of highly classified information. A secure environment was needed to treat someone who was out of his mind when that mind was filled with secrets of state. At Parrish Island, potential security risks could be carefully managed. All staff members were thoroughly vetted with high-level clearance, and round-the-clock audio and video surveillance systems offered further protection against breaches of security. As an additional safeguard, the facility's clinical staff was rotated every 3 months, thus minimizing the possibility that inappropriate attachments might develop. Security protocols even stipulated that patients be identified by number, never by name. Rarely there would be a patient who was deemed an especially high risk, either because of the nature of his psychiatric disorder or because of the particular sensitivity of what he knew. A patient so designated would be isolated from other patients and housed in a separate locked ward. In the western wing of the 4th floor was one such patient, number 5312. A staffer who had just rotated to Ward 4W and encountered patient number 5312 for the first time could be sure only of what could be seen: that he was 6 feet tall, perhaps 40 years of age, that his close-cropped hair was brown, his eyes an unclouded blue. If their eyes met, the staffer would be the first to look away. The intensity of the patient's stare could be unnerving, almost physically penetrative. The rest of his profile was contained in his psychiatric records. As to the wilderness within him, one could only surmise. Somewhere in Ward 4W were explosions and mayhem and screams, but they were soundless, confined to the patient's troubled dreams, which grew in vividness even as sleep itself began to ebb. These moments before consciousness, when the viewer is aware only of what he views, an eye without an eye, were filled by a series of images, each of which buckled like a film strip stopped before an overheated projector bulb. A political rally on a steamy day in Taiwan, thousands of citizens assembled in a large square, cooled only by the very occasional breeze. A political candidate struck down in mid-sentence by a blast. Small, contained, deadly. Moments before he had been speaking eloquently, ardently. Now he was sprawled on the wooden rostrum in a cowl of his own blood. He lifted up his head, gazing out at the crowd one final time, and his eyes settled on one member of the crowd, a Chang Bizi, a Westerner, the one person who was not screaming, crying, fleeing, the one person who did not seem surprised, for he was, after all, in the presence of his own handiwork. The candidate died staring at the one who had come from across the world to kill him. Then the image buckled, shimmied, burned into a blinding white. A far-off chime from an unseen speaker, a minor key triad, and Hal Ambler opened his sleep-sticky eyes. Was it truly morning? In his windowless room he had no way of telling, but it was his morning. Recessed into the ceiling, soft fluorescent lights grew in intensity over a half-hour period. A technological dawn made brighter by the whiteness of his surroundings. A pretend day, at least, was beginning. Ambler's room was 9 feet by 12 feet. The floors were tiled with white vinyl, and the walls were covered with white PVC foam, a dense, rubbery material slightly yielding to the touch, like a wrestling mat. Before long, the hatch-style door would slide open, making a hydraulic sigh as it did. He knew these details and hundreds like them. It was the stuff of life in a high-security facility, if you could call it a life. He experienced stretches of grim lucidity, intervals of a fugue state, a larger sense that he had been abducted, not just his body, but also his soul. In the course of a nearly 2-decade career as a clandestine operative, Ambler had occasionally been taken captive. It had happened in Chechnya and in Algeria, and he had been subjected to periods of solitary confinement. He knew that the circumstance wasn't conducive to deep thoughts, soul-searching, or philosophical inquiry. Rather, the mind filled with scraps of advertising jingles, pop songs with half-remembered lyrics, and an acute consciousness of small bodily discomforts. It eddied, drifted, and seldom went anywhere interesting, for it was ultimately tethered to the curious agony of isolation. Those who had trained him for the life of an operative had tried to prepare him for such eventualities. The challenge, they had always insisted, was to keep the mind from attacking itself, like a stomach digesting its own lining. Yet on Parrish Island, he wasn't in the hands of his enemies. He was being held by his own government, the government in whose service he had spent his career, and he did not know why. Why someone might be interned here wasn't a mystery to him. As a member of the branch of U.S. intelligence known as Consular Operations, he had heard about the facility on Parrish Island. Ambler understood, too, why such a facility had to exist. Everyone was susceptible to the frailties of the human mind, including those in possession of highly guarded secrets. But it was dangerous to allow just any psychiatrist access to such a patient. That was a lesson learned the hard way, during the Cold War, when a Berlin-born psychoanalyst in Alexandria, whose clientele included several top government officials, came to be exposed as a conduit to East Germany's notorious Ministerium für Staatssicherheit. Yet none of this explained why Hal Ambler found himself here ever since... How long had it been? His training had stressed the importance of keeping track of time when in confinement. Somehow he had failed to do so, and his questions about duration went unanswered. Had it been 6 months? A year? More? There was so much he did not know. One thing he did know was that if he did not escape soon, he really would go mad. Routine. Ambler could not decide whether the observance of it was his rescue or his ruin. Quietly and efficiently, he completed his personal calisthenics regimen, finishing with 101 armed push-ups, alternating between left and right. Ambler was permitted to bathe every other day. This was not one of them. At a small white sink in a corner of his room, he brushed his teeth. He donned his day suit, the white cotton smock and loose, elastic-waisted trousers that were the inmate's uniform. He turned slowly when he heard the door slide open and smelled the pine-scented disinfectant that always lingered around the hallway. It was, as usual, a heavy-set man with a brush cut, dressed in a dove-gray poplin uniform, a cloth tab carefully fastened over his pectoral nameplate. Another precaution that the staff took on this ward. The man's flat vowels made it clear that he was a Midwesterner, but his boredom and incuriousness were contagious. Ambler took very little interest in him. More routine. The orderly carried a thick nylon mesh belt in one hand. "Raise your arms," was the grunted instruction as he came over and placed the black nylon belt around Ambler's waist. Ambler was not permitted to leave his room without the special belt. Inside the thick nylon fabric were several flat lithium batteries. Once the belt was in place, 2 metal prongs were positioned just above his left kidney. The device, it was officially known as a REACT belt, the acronym standing for Remote Electronically Activated Control Technology, was typically used for the transport of maximum security prisoners. In Ward 4W, it was an item of daily attire. The belt could be activated from as far away as 300 feet and was set to deliver an 8-second charge of 50,000 volts. The blast of electricity would knock even a sumo wrestler to the floor, where he would twitch uncontrollably for 10 or 15 minutes. Once the belt was snap-locked in place, the orderly escorted him down the white-tiled hallway for his morning medications. Ambler walked slowly, lumberingly, as if he were wading through water. It was a gait that frequently resulted from high serum levels of antipsychotic medications, a gait that everyone who worked in the wards was familiar with. Ambler's movements were belied by the swift efficiency with which his gaze took in his surroundings. That was one of the many things the orderly failed to notice. There were few things that Ambler failed to notice. The building itself was decades old, but it had been regularly refurbished with up-to-date security technology. Doors were opened by chip cards that contained transponder wafers, rather than keys, and major gateways required retinal scans to operate so that only authorized personnel could pass. About 100 feet down the hall from his cell was the so-called evaluation room, which had an internal window of gray polarized glass that allowed for observation of the subject within, while making it impossible to observe the observer. There Ambler would sit for regular psychiatric evaluations, the purpose of which seemed as elusive to the physician in attendance as it was to him. Ambler had known true despair in recent months, and not as a matter of psychiatric disturbance. Instead, his despair flowed from a realistic estimation of his prospects for release. Even in the course of their 3-month rotations, the staff had, he sensed, come to regard him as a lifer, someone who would be interned at the facility long after they had left it. Several weeks ago, however, everything had changed for him. It was nothing objective, nothing physical, nothing observable. Yet the plain fact was that he had reached someone, and that would make all the difference. More precisely, she would. She already had begun to. She was a young psychiatric nurse, and her name was Laurel Holland. And it was as simple as this. She was on his side. He had learned her name by accident. She'd spilled a cup of water on herself, and the fabric that was supposed to conceal her acetate nameplate became wet and translucent. Laurel Holland. The letters were ghosted beneath the fabric tab. He'd said her name aloud in a low voice. She seemed flustered, yet somehow not displeased. With that, something was sparked between them. He studied her face, her posture, her voice, her manner. She was in her 30s, he figured, with hazel eyes flecked with green and a lithe frame. Smarter and prettier than she realized. Conversations between them were murmured and brief. Nothing that would attract notice from the surveillance systems. But a great deal was conveyed even through an exchange of glances and hovering smiles. As far as the system was concerned, he was patient number 5312. But by now, He knew that he was much more than a number to her. He had cultivated her sympathy over the past 6 weeks, not by acting. She would have been onto that, sooner rather than later. But by allowing himself to respond to her as she was, in a way that encouraged her to do the same. She recognized something about him, recognized his sanity. Knowing this had bolstered his faith in himself and his determination to escape. "I don't want to die in this place," he had murmured to her one morning. She made no reply, but her stricken look told him all he needed to know. "Your meds," she had said brightly the next morning, placing 3 pills on his palm that looked slightly different from the usual dulling neuroleptics. "Tylenol," she mouthed. Clinical protocol required him to swallow the tablets under her direct supervision and open his mouth afterward to show that he had not hidden them anywhere. He did so, and within an hour he had proof that she had told him the truth. He was lighter on his feet, lighter, too, in spirit. Within a few days he began to feel brighter-eyed, more buoyant, more himself. He had to make an effort to appear medicated, to feign the heavy-gaited composine shuffle that the orderlies were accustomed to. The Parrish Island psychiatric facility was a maximum security center, well-equipped with latest-generation technology. Yet no technology ever invented was wholly immune to the human factor. Now, with her body shielding her movements from the camera, she slipped her keycard into the elastic waistband of his white cotton uniform. "I'm hearing there could be a code 12 this morning," she murmured. The code referred to a major medical emergency requiring a patient's evacuation to an off-site medical center. Laurel Holland did not explain how she knew, but he could guess. The likeliest scenario was that a patient had been complaining of chest pains, early warning signs of a more serious cardiac event. They would be monitoring the situation, knowing that if there were further signs of sudden arrhythmia, the patient would have to be removed to an ICU on the mainland. "Listen," she whispered, "and be ready to act." 2 hours later, hours of glazed silence and immobility on Ambler's part, an electronic chime sounded, followed by an electronic voice. "Code 12, Ward 2, East." The pre-recorded voice was of the sort heard in airport shuttle trains and modernized subway cars, unsettlingly pleasant. At once, the orderlies were on their feet. "Must be that old guy in 2E. His second MI, right?" Most of them left for the second-floor ward, both the chime and the message repeated at frequent intervals. An elderly heart attack victim, then, just as one would have predicted. Ambler felt a hand on his shoulder, the same thick-set orderly who had been at his door earlier in the morning. "Standard procedure," the man said. "Patients return to the room during all emergency protocols." "What's going on?" Ambler asked, thick-tongued and dull. "Nothing you need to worry about. You'll be safe and sound in your room." Translation: lockdown. "Now come with me." Long minutes later, the 2 men were in front of Ambler's room. The orderly presented his card to the reader, a gray plastic device mounted at waist level near the door, and the hatch-style door slid open. "In you go," the thick-set Midwesterner said. "Need help to..." Ambler took a few steps toward the threshold and then turned back to the orderly, gesturing helplessly toward the porcelain commode. "Oh, hell," the orderly said, his nostrils flared in disgust, and followed Ambler into the room. "You only get one go. No mistakes." As the orderly came over to him, Ambler stooped, keeping his legs slightly bent at the knees, as if he were starting to crumple. Suddenly he shot upward, ramming the man's jaw with his head. Panic and bewilderment showed in the orderly's face as the jarring force of impact was absorbed. The shuffling, narcotized inmate had turned into a whirlwind of activity. What had happened? Moments later, the orderly fell heavily to the vinyl-tiled floor, and Ambler was on him, going through his pockets. No mistakes. He could not afford even one. He collected the chip card and the ID badge and then swiftly changed into the man's dove-gray shirt and trousers. The fit was approximate but not absurd. It could withstand a casual glance. He quickly rolled the trouser cuffs up and inside, invisibly shortening the inseam. The waist of the trousers rode over the stun belt. He would have given almost anything to be rid of it, but this was physically impossible in the time he had. All he could do was cinch in the uniform's gray fabric belt and hope the black nylon mesh of the React device remained concealed. Holding the orderly's chip card to the internal card reader, he opened the door to his room and glanced out. There was nobody in the hallway just now. All non-essential staff had been dispatched to the scene of the medical emergency. Would the hatch close automatically? He couldn't afford to be wrong. Stepping into the hallway, Ambler held the card to the outside reader. After a couple of clicks, the door slid shut. Now he raced a few yards to the wide push-bar-equipped door at the end of the hallway, one of the 4-point electrolatch doors. Locked, of course. He presented the same key card he had just used, heard a few clicks as a lock motor turned over, then nothing. It remained locked. This wasn't a passageway authorized for orderlies. He realized why Laurel Holland had given him her chip card. The doorway had to open onto the same corridor by which the dispensary was stocked. He tried her key card. This time, the door opened. He found himself in a narrow service corridor dimly lit by a strip of low-wattage fluorescence. He looked right, taking in the wheeled linen cart at the other end of the corridor, and crept toward it. It was obvious that the janitors hadn't visited the area yet today. There were cigarette butts on the floor and cellophane wrappers, and then his shoe encountered something flat and metal. An empty can of Red Bull that someone had stomped on. Responding to an indistinct intuition, Ambler stuck it in his back pocket. How much time did he have? He had to get out of the building as fast as possible. His fingertips brushed against something projecting from the wall. He had found it, the metal lid of the laundry chute. He climbed inside, holding onto the entrance ledge with both hands and feeling around him with his legs. He had worried that the chute might be too small. In fact, it was too large, and there was no side-mounted scuttle ladder as he dared hope. Instead, the chute was lined with smooth sheet steel. To stop from falling, he had to press against opposite sides of the chute with both his hands and his sneaker-clad feet. He slowly lowered himself down the chute, repositioning each of his limbs in strenuous sequence. The muscular strain imposed was terrific, and before long, terrifically painful. Rest was not an option. Muscles had to be exerted at all times, or else he would plunge in what seemed to be a straight drop. Every fiber of his musculature was screaming for rest, yet there was no time for rest. He finally pushed his way onto a hard cement floor, and he was... where? In a hot, low-ceilinged basement space, loud with the rumble and din of laundry machines. He craned his head. At the end of a long row of white-enameled industrial washers, 2 workers were loading a machine. He stood up and stepped across the aisle of laundry machines, forcing discipline upon his quivering muscles. If he was seen, his steps had to be confident. Once he was out of the sight line of the laundry workers, he stood beside a row of wheeled canvas laundry carts and assessed his location. He knew that medical evacuations were conducted using a high-speed boat and that the boat would be landing shortly, if it had not already arrived. Right now, the heart attack victim was being strapped onto a gurney. If Ambler's plans had any chance of succeeding, he could afford no delays. He had to get himself on that boat, which meant finding his way onto the loading dock. I don't want to die in this place. He wasn't just playing on Laurel Holland's sympathies when he said it. He had spoken the truth, perhaps the most urgent truth he knew. "Hey!" a voice called out. "What the fuck are you doing here?" The petty authority of a mid-level ward attendant, someone whose life consisted of taking shit from his bosses and giving it to those he bossed. Ambler forced an easygoing smile as he turned toward a small, bald man with a cottage cheese complexion and eyes that seemed to swivel like a surveillance camera. "Take it easy, dude," Ambler said. "I swear I wasn't smoking." "This is a joke to you?" The supervisor walked over to him. He glanced at the badge on Ambler's shirt. "How's your Spanish?" because I can have you busted down to ground maintenance, you." He suddenly broke off, having realized that the face on the ID badge was not that of the man in the uniform. "Holy shit," he breathed. Then he did something curious. He moved about 20 feet away and unhooked a device from his belt. It was the radio transmitter that activated the stun belt. No! Ambler couldn't let it happen. If the belt were activated, he would be struck down by a tidal wave of pain and left twitching and spasming on the floor. All his plans would be for nothing. He would die in there. A nameless captive, pawn of forces he would never understand. As if of their own accord, Ambler's hands reached for the flattened soda can in his back pocket, his subconscious mind operating a split second before his conscious one. It was impossible to remove the stun belt, but it was possible to slide the piece of flat metal underneath the belt. And that was what he did, shoving it against his skin with all his strength, hardly conscious of the way it scraped his flesh. The stun belt's two metal contacts now rested on the conductive metal. "Welcome to a world of pain," the supervisor said in a level voice as he pressed the stun belt activator. From the rear of the belt, Ambler heard a raspy buzzing. His body was no longer the path of least resistance between the stun prongs. The flattened metal can was. He smelled a wisp of smoke, and then the buzzing ceased. The belt had been shorted out. Ambler charged at the supervisor, swiftly overtaking him and tackling him to the floor. The man's head slammed against the concrete, and he let out a low, concussed moan. Ambler remembered what one of the training officers at Consular Operations always insisted, that bad luck was just the flip side of good luck. There's opportunity in every mishap. It didn't make logical sense, but to Ambler, often enough, it made intuitive sense. Glancing at the series of initials underneath the man's name, Ambler saw that he had inventory management responsibilities. That meant overseeing how things entered and left the building, which meant regular use of the service entrances. The building's actual points of egress were far more demanding even than the internal gateways. They required biometric signatures from authorized personnel, such as the man who lay limply at Ambler's feet. He replaced the orderly's badge he had been wearing with that of the superintendent. Even unconscious, the man would be his ticket out. The steel gate at the west service exit bore a white and red sign that stated the policy bluntly. Use of this passageway by non-authorized personnel strictly prohibited. Alarm will sound. There was no keyhole or card reader by the push bar. Instead, there was something far more formidable. A wall-mounted device whose simple interface consisted of a horizontal glass rectangle and a push button. It was a retinal scan device, and it was virtually infallible. "Say hello to your authorized personnel," Ambler thought as he put his arms beneath those of the unconscious supervisor, hoisting him before the scanner and holding his eyes open with his fingers. He pushed the button with his left elbow, and two bursts of red light came from the scanner glass. After a couple of long seconds, there was the sound of a whirring motor from inside the steel door, and it swung open. Ambler let the man drop to the floor, walked through the gate, and then up a short flight of concrete steps. He was at a loading dock at the west side of the building, breathing unfiltered air for the first time in a very long while. The day was overcast, cold, wet, dismal, but he was outside. He heard the distant sound of a motorboat, and then, closer by, another motorized sound. An electric vehicle, like an oversized golf cart, was driving up to the south side of the building. In short order, a gurney was wheeled up to the back. The electric cart would take the patient to the boat. Ambler took a deep breath, strode around the building, and ran up to the vehicle, banging on the driver's side. The driver regarded him warily. "You're calm, you're bored. It's just a job." "And they told me I was supposed to stick with the heart attack guy all the way to the medical center," Ambler said, climbing aboard. "Meaning, I'm no happier with the assignment than you are. Newbies get all the shit jobs. he went on. The tone was of mild complaint, the message one of apology. He folded his arms on his chest, concealing his badge and its ill-matched photo ID. This joint's the same as every place I ever worked. You with Barlow's team? The driver grunted. Barlow. You know it. He's a real shitheel, isn't he? You know it, Ambler repeated. At the wharf, the men who were in the express cruiser, the boat's pilot, a paramedic, and an armed guard, grumbled when they were told that the body was to be accompanied by an attendant from the facility. They weren't trusted to do the job right? Was that the message? Besides, the paramedic pointed out, the patient was already dead. This was going to be a morgue run. But the combination of Ambler's blasé manner and the driver's shoulder-shrugging reassured them, and nobody wanted to loiter in this weather. The crew members each grabbed one end of the aluminum-framed stretcher, shivering slightly in their Navy windbreakers as they transported the body to a below-deck sleeping berth toward the rear of the boat. Ambler kept close to the pilot. The boat was a recent military model, and he wanted to make sure he understood the control panels. He watched as the pilot adjusted the stern and bow thrusters, then shifted the throttle to full. The boat was riding high in the water now, pressing past 35 knots. After a few minutes, Ambler joined the paramedic and the guard on a bench behind the helm. The paramedic, late 20s, red-splotched cheeks, curly black hair, still seemed offended by Ambler's presence. Finally, he turned to Ambler and said, "They didn't say anything about the body being accompanied. You realize the guy's dead, right?" "Is he?" Ambler stifled a yawn, or pretended to. Christ, would he let it go already? Damn right he is. I checked myself, so it ain't like he's gonna escape, you know. Ambler remembered the officious air of the man who had worn his badge. That was the tone to take. Until they got a notarized certificate, your say-so ain't shit to them. Nobody at Parrish has that authority, so the rules are the rules. It's such bullshit. Quit busting his balls, Olson, the guardsman said. Ambler gave the guardsman a friendly glance. He was burly, in his mid-20s, with a haircut that came from a military barber. He looked to be an ex-Army Ranger. Certainly his hip-holstered HK P7 pistol, compact and deadly, was a piece long favored by the Rangers. He was the only armed man on the boat, but Ambler could tell he was no slouch. "Whatever," the paramedic said after a pause, but he wasn't deferring to the guardsman. He was saying, "What's your problem?" As the three resumed an uncompanionable silence, Ambler allowed himself to feel a tincture of relief. The boat had gone only a few miles from Parrish Island when the pilot, wearing headphones, gesticulated to get the attention of the others and pressed a lever that brought the radio on the cabin speaker. "This is a 505 from Parrish Island." The radio dispatcher's voice sounded agitated. "We have an escaped inmate situation. Repeat, an escaped inmate situation." Ambler felt his stomach clutch. He had to act, had to use the crisis. He jumped to his feet. "Christ on a raft," he grunted. The speaker crackled again with the dispatcher's voice. "Cruiser 12647M, the inmate may have stowed himself on your vessel. Please confirm or disconfirm immediately. Holding." The guardsman gave Ambler a hard look. A thought was beginning to form. Ambler would have to get ahead of it, redirect it. "Shit," Ambler said. "I guess now you know why I'm here." A beat. "You think it's an accident they've insisted on putting security reps on every vehicle leaving the island? We've been hearing static about some kind of escape attempt for the past 24 hours. "Could have told us," the guardsman said sullenly. "Not the kind of gossip the facility's looking to spread," Ambler said. "Gonna check that body right now." He scrambled to the rear below-deck berth. Inside, to the left, was a narrow tool closet, recessed into the cargo area of the inner hull. There were a few oily rags on the floor. On a platform of steel checker plate, the body was still bound to the stretcher with Velcro straps. It looked bloated, perhaps 250 pounds, and the gray pallor of death was unmistakable. Now what? He would have to work fast before the others decided to follow him. 20 seconds later, he raced back to the cabin. "You!" Ambler said accusingly, thrusting his forefinger at the paramedic. "You said the patient was dead. What kind of bullshit was that? I just felt the guy's neck, and guess what? He had a pulse, same as you and me." "You don't know what you're talking about," the paramedic said indignantly. "That's a goddamn corpse down there." Ambler was still breathing hard. "A corpse with a pulse rate of 70? I don't think so." The guardsman's head swiveled, and Ambler could tell what he was thinking. This guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Ambler had a momentary advantage. He had to press it. "Are you part of it?" Ambler demanded, fixing the paramedic with an accusatory glare. "You in on it?" "What the hell are you saying?" the paramedic replied, his splotchy cheeks reddening further. The way the guardsman was looking at him riled him even more, and the effect was to make him sound defensive, insecure. The paramedic turned to the guardsman. "Becker, you can't be taking this guy seriously. I know how to take a pulse, and that's a goddamn stiff we got on that stretcher." "Show us," Ambler said grimly, leading the way back to the berth. The pronoun us was a powerful one, he knew. Implicitly, it drew a line between the man he was accusing and the rest of them. Ambler needed to keep everyone off balance, needed to foment dissension and suspicion. Otherwise, the suspicion would gravitate toward him. He glanced back and saw that the guardsman was bringing up the rear with his pistol out of its holster. The three men stepped around the transom platforms and proceeded to the rear berth. The medic swung open the door to it and then said in a stunned voice, "What the hell?" The two others peered inside. The stretcher lay askew, its Velcro straps undone. The body was gone. "You lying sack of shit," Ambler exploded. I don't understand," the paramedic said, his voice unsteady. "Well, I think the rest of us do," Ambler said in a freezing tone. "You're telling me a corpse walked hisself out of here?" the buzz-cut guardsman demanded, turning toward the curly-haired Southerner. The guardsman gripped his pistol firmly. "This is crazy," the paramedic protested. "I had nothing to do with it. You gotta believe me." The form of denial was automatic, but it effectively confirmed the crucial element of the allegation, that the man on the gurney was the escapee. The guardsman looked confused, and Ambler could read the conflicting impulses on his face. Now Ambler leaned over and spoke confidingly into the guardsman's ear. "I know you had nothing to do with it," he said. "My report's going to make that real clear, so you got nothing to worry about." The message relayed was not to be found in the content of the words. Ambler was perfectly aware he wasn't addressing the guardsman's concern. It hadn't yet occurred to the man that anyone might suspect him of being involved in an escape from a maximum security facility. But in giving assurance on the matter and speaking of his report, Ambler was subtly establishing his authority. The man in the dove-gray tunic now represented officialdom, procedure, the discipline of command. "Understood," the guardsman said, and he turned to Ambler for reassurance. "Give me your pistol and I'll keep an eye on this joker," Ambler said, his voice level. "But you need to radio this in right now." "Will do," the guard said. Ambler could tell that he was feeling a pang of unease, even as events, bewildering and unaccustomed events, overrode his normal caution. Before handing the fully loaded Heckler & Koch P7 to the man in the gray tunic, he hesitated for a moment, but only for a moment. Langley, Virginia. Even after nearly 3 decades of service, Clayton Caston still relished the small details of the CIA complex, like the outdoor sculpture known as the Kryptos, an S-shaped copper screen perforated with letters, which had been a collaboration between a sculptor and an agency cryptographer. Or the bas-relief of Allen Dulles on the north wall, beneath which were incised the eloquent words, "His monument is around us." Not all the more recent additions were as pleasing, however. The agency's main entrance was actually the lobby to what was now known as the original headquarters building. It had become original when the new headquarters building was completed in 1991, and nomenclatural habits were such that there was no longer anything called just headquarters building. Caston's own office was in the OHB, of course, but nowhere near its brightly windowed exterior walls. It was, in fact, fairly hidden away. The sort of windowless interior space that usually housed copying machines and office supplies. It was a fine place if you didn't want to be disturbed, but few people saw it that way. Even agency veterans tended to assume that Caston had been the victim of internal exile. They looked at him and saw a mediocrity who had surely never accomplished much, a time server in his 50s, gently pushing around the pieces of paper while ticking off days until he could retire with a pension. Anyone who saw him take his seat at his desk this morning, his eyes fixed on his desk clock, pens and pencils arrayed on his blotter like silverware on a table mat, would only have had such preconceptions confirmed. 8:54, the clock said, 6 minutes before the workday properly began, in Caston's opinion. He pulled out a copy of the Financial Times and turned to the crossword puzzle. His eyes flicked to his desk clock. 5 minutes. Now he went to work. One across. What's over the facade after I am reduced? An obstacle. One down. An annoyance. Sounds like someone's visiting the WC. 4 across. A gamble about a short priest elevates you without a raise. 2 down. Authentic British capital. Soundlessly, his pencil filled in the boxes, seldom pausing for longer than a second or two. Impediment. Inconvenience. Brevet. Sterling. And now he was done. 8:59, the clock said. He heard a rattling by the door, his assistant arriving just on time, breathless from having jogged down the hall. Punctuality had been the subject of a recent conversation between them. Adrian Choi opened his mouth, as if about to deliver an excuse. Then he glanced at his watch and slid quietly into his seat before his smaller, lower workstation. There was a hint of slumber about his almond-shaped eyes, and his thick black hair was damp from the shower. Adrian Choi was all of 21 years old, with the discreet stud below his lower lip and still cutting it close. At 9 a.m. on the dot, Caston put the Financial Times in the wastebasket and activated his secure email list. Several emails were agency-wide notifications of little interest. A new wellness program, a minor emendation to the dental insurance, an intranet address whereby employees could check on the status of their 401k plans. One was from a clerk at an IRS office in St. Louis who, though mystified by getting a request from the CIA's Office of Internal Review, was happy to oblige with the details of the special purpose entities formed by a light industrial firm over the past 7 years. Another was from a small company listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange and contained the list Caston had requested of the trading activities conducted, in the past 6 months, by its board members. The comptroller did not see why Caston had needed the actual time of day for each transaction, but had duly complied with the request. Caston realized how drab his activities seemed to most of his colleagues, the ex-jocks and frat boys who used to work in the field or hadn't yet but still hoped to, treated him with genial condescension. "You gotta go if you want to know," was their watchword. Caston never went anywhere, of course, but then he didn't subscribe to that dogma. Often, settling down with a sheaf of spreadsheets could tell someone everything he needed to know without his ever leaving his desk. Then again, very few of his colleagues actually knew what Caston did. Wasn't he one of the guys who audited people's travel and entertainment accounts? There were a few of Caston's colleagues, however, who treated him with deference, even something close to awe. They tended to be the members of the CIA director's inner circle, or of the very top tier of the counterintelligence directorate. They knew how Alter James was really apprehended in 1994. And they knew about how a slight but persistent discrepancy between reported income and expenditures was the thread that led to the exposure of Gordon Blaine and the unraveling of a larger web of intrigue. They knew about dozens of other victories, some of comparable magnitude, that would never come to public attention. Adrian, his hair starting to dry, came to his desk with his hands clutching various memos, animatedly explaining what he had sorted through and thrown out. Caston glanced up at him, taking in the young man's tattooed forearm and the occasional glimpse of a tongue stud. Nothing that would have been allowed when he was starting out, but no doubt the agency had to change with the times. "Be sure you send the quarterly I-66 forms out for processing," Caston said. "Super," said Adrian. He said super a lot, which had a mid-century ring to Caston but had apparently taken on a new life. It meant, so Caston inferred, something like, "I've heard what you just said and have taken it to heart." Perhaps it meant less. It certainly did not mean more. "As for this morning's incoming, anything out of the ordinary? Anything irregular?" "Well, there's this yellow inter-office thing from the deputy director's office. You should know the agency color codes by now. There's no yellow at the CIA." "Sorry," Adrian said. "Canary? Which signifies what?" "It's for, He paused, his mind temporarily a blank. "It's for a stateside incident with security implications, ergo non-CIA. Something to do with the other services, OGAs. OGAs, other governmental agencies. A convenient wastebasket term." Caston nodded briskly and accepted the bright yellow envelope. It was distasteful to him, like a garish, shrieking tropical bird, a canary, in fact. He broke the security seal himself, put on his reading glasses, and quickly scanned the report. Potential security breach related to an inmate escape, a patient number 5312, resident at a high-security clandestine treatment center. It was strange, Caston reflected, that the inpatient wasn't named. He reread the report to see where the incident had taken place. The Parrish Island psychiatric facility. It rang a bell. A warning bell. Ambler pushed through the half-dormant coastal vegetation, yards of saltbush, switchgrass, and bayberry, the sandpapery blades and thorny scrub scratching at his sodden clothing, and then through a stand of leafless, salt-stunted trees. He shivered as the cold wind gusted in, and tried to ignore the gritty sand that had spilled into his ill-fitting shoes, abrading his skin with every step. Given that the Langley Air Force Base was probably 20 or 30 miles to his north and the U.S. Naval Base about the same distance to his south, he expected any moment now to hear the low whump-whump-whump of a military helicopter. Highway 64 was within half a mile of where he was. There was no time to rest. The longer Ambler was a lone man in the open, the greater the danger he was in. He quickened his pace until he heard the thrumming of the highway. On the wide shoulder, he brushed off sand and leaves, put up a thumb, and smiled. He was wet and bedraggled and wearing a strange uniform. The smile would have to be pretty damned reassuring. A minute later, a truck decorated with a Frito-Lay logo pulled over. The driver, a pug-featured man with an immense stomach and knockoff Ray-Bans, waved him in. Ambler had his ride. The words of an old hymn came to him. "We have come this far by faith." A truck, a car, a bus. A few transfers later, he was in the asphalt penumbra of the capital. In a strip mall, he found a sporting goods store, where he hurriedly bought a few nondescript garments from the bulk bins, paying with cash that was in the pockets of his uniform and changing into the clothes behind the hedge of a boxwood that adjoined the store. He hadn't had time even to glance at himself in a mirror, but he knew his current garb, the khakis, flannel shirt, zippered windbreaker, was close to the default wardrobe of the American male outside the office. A 5-minute wait at the bus stop, Rip Van Winkle was coming home. Watching the landscape grow denser as the bus moved closer to Washington proper, Ambler found himself in a contemplative mood. There was always a point when the body's system of stress hormones depleted itself and excitement, or fear, gave way to numbness. Ambler had reached that point now. His mind wandered. Faces and voices from the place he left swirled through his consciousness. He had left his captors behind, but not his memories of them. It took Ambler a few moments to rouse himself when the bus came to the Cleveland Park stop, but he made it out in time. On the street, Ambler put on his cap and looked all around him. First alert to any departure from normality, and then full-heartedly appreciative of normality itself. He was back. He walked past lampposts of octagonal concrete, trussed with metal bands that held in place photocopied bills and posters, poetry readings in coffee houses, concerts given by rock bands only recently graduated from garages. He craned his head, hyper-alert. An ordinary street on a dismal day. There were dangers, yes, but if he could reach his apartment, he could retrieve the ordinary detritus of his existence. Indeed, its very ordinariness was what made it so precious to him. The ordinary was what he craved. The ordinary was what he needed. At the corner of Connecticut Avenue and Ordway Street, Ambler saw the newsstand he used to pass every morning when he was in town. He saw the grizzled, gap-toothed man behind the counter, still wearing his red knit wool cap, and smiled. "Reggie!" Ambler called out. "Reggie, my main man!" "Hey," the counterman said, but it was a reflex, not a greeting. Ambler strode over to him. "Been a long time, right?" The counterman looked at him again. There was not a flicker of recognition in his face. Ambler glanced down at the stack of Washington Posts, the top copy dappled with rain, and noticing the date, felt a pang. The 3rd week of January. No wonder it was so cold. He blinked hard. Nearly 2 years had been taken from him. 2 years of oblivion and despair and anomie. But now was not the time to dwell on loss. "Come on, Reggie, how you been? Working hard or hardly working?" On Reggie's creased visage, puzzlement was hardening into suspicion. "I ain't got no change for you, bro, and I don't give out no free coffee, neither." "Reggie, come on, you know me." "Move along, big guy," Reggie said. "I don't want any trouble." Ambler turned away, wordless, and walked the half-block to the large Gothic Revival apartment block where he had been a tenant for the past decade. Baskerton Towers. A sort of home for a man who really had none. To spend a career in a special access program, the highest tier of operational security, was to spend a career under an alias. No division of Consular Operations was more secret than the Political Stabilization Unit, and none of its operatives ever knew each other except by a field name. It was not a way of life that lent itself to deep civilian ties. The job meant that most of your days were spent abroad, essentially unreachable, and for unpredictable stretches of time. The apartment block was set in from the street, a shallow, oval drive permitting cars to come up to the lobby. Ambler looked around the streets and sidewalks, saw no sign of anybody taking a particular interest in him, and walked up to the building. Someone there would know him, one of the doormen, if not the building manager or superintendent, and would let him into his apartment. He looked at the long tenant plaque, black plastic letters on a white board, rows of names in alphabetical order. No Ambler. Alston was followed by Anderson. Had they taken his apartment, then? It was a disappointment, but something less than a surprise. "Can I help you, sir?" It was one of the doormen emerging from the heated vestibule. Greg Denovich. His strong jaw was, as always, shadowed by a heavy, razor-resistant beard. "Greg," Ambler said jovially. Greg was presumably for Gregor, he'd always assumed. The man was from the former Yugoslavia. "Been a real long time, huh?" The expression on Denovich's face was becoming familiar to Ambler. It was the puzzlement of someone who has been greeted as a friend by a complete stranger. Ambler removed his cap and smiled. "Take your time now, Greg. Apartment 3C? "Do I know you?" Denovich asked. But it wasn't a question this time either. It was a statement. A statement in the negative. "I guess not," Ambler said softly. And then his perplexity gave way to panic. From behind him, he heard the sound of tires braked hard on a rain-slicked street. Ambler turned around quickly and saw a white van stopping too fast across the street. He heard doors opening and slamming shut and saw 3 men emerge in the uniform of the facility's guards. One was carrying a carbine, the other 2 had drawn pistols. All 3 were running toward him. The van. He recognized everything about it. It was part of an emergency retrieval service used by clandestine branches of the federal government for sensitive domestic pickups. In showing up here in the first place, Ambler realized, he had permitted wishful thinking to swamp his better judgment. He could afford no more mistakes. Think. He had to think. Or rather, he had to feel. After 2 decades as a field operative, Ambler had been forced to master the requisites of escape and evasion. It was second nature to him. But he never approached it through grids of logic, decision trees, and the other arid devices that trainers sometimes foisted upon the tyros. The challenge was to feel your way out of situations, improvising as seemed necessary. To do otherwise was to fall into a rut of routine, and anything that was routinized could be anticipated and countered by adversaries. Ambler scanned the street in front of the Baskerton building. A 3-point blockage would have been standard procedure. At either end of the block, a unit would have been in place before the van had pulled up opposite. Indeed, Ambler could see armed men, some uniformed, some not, moving toward the building from both directions with the purposeful stride of experienced retrieval agents. Now what? He could bolt into the lobby of the building and search out a rear exit. But the move would have been anticipated, precautions taken against it. He could wait for a passing crowd of pedestrians, join them, then try to outrace the men stationed at the far end of the block. There were dangers to that tack as well. Stop thinking, Ambler told himself. It was the only way to outsmart them. Staring at the man with the short-barreled rifle who was hastening across the boulevard, Ambler willed himself to see all that he could of his face, even as the drizzle turned to showers. And then he decided to do the most dangerous thing of all. He ran directly toward the man. "What took you so long?" Ambler bellowed at him. "Haul ass, goddammit, he's getting away!" He swiveled around and gestured vigorously with his thumb toward the lobby of the Baskerton Towers. "Oh, we got here as soon as we could," the man with the carbine replied. The other 2 Ambler could see now, as they hurried past him, carried tactical .45s, 12 rounds in the magazine. It was a lot of firepower to capture one man, assuming that the orders were to capture. Now Ambler walked heavily across the street to the idling retrieval van. Its passengers had fanned out around the area of the Baskerton lobby. It would be only moments before they realized their error. Ambler approached the driver's door of the white van, flipped open the wallet that had belonged to the Parrish Island supervisor, and held it up to the driver for a brief moment, as if displaying a badge or certificate. He was too far away for the driver to make anything out. The authority of the gesture itself would have to convince. As the driver powered down the window, Ambler took his measure. The man's eyes were hard, watchful, and his neck was short and thickly muscled. A weightlifter. "You guys get the change in orders?" Ambler demanded. "It's kill, not capture. And what took you so long? If you'd been in place a minute earlier, we'd be all done." The driver said nothing for a moment, then his gaze hardened. "That thing you showed me, I couldn't see it." Suddenly Ambler felt the man's big beefy hand grab his right wrist. "I said I couldn't see it." The driver's voice was low, menacing. "Show me again." With his left hand, Ambler reached into his jacket for the pistol he had taken from the guardsman on the boat, but the driver was superbly trained with lightning-fast reflexes. He smashed the heel of his free hand into the P7, sending the weapon flying into the air. Ambler had to act immediately. He wrenched his wrist around, yanked it toward his body and up to the level of his shoulders, then, sharply, down, using his forearm like a crowbar, and smashed the driver's arm against the edge of the mostly lowered window. The driver yelped, but he didn't let go. His grip was like steel. With his other hand, he was beginning to feel for an under-the-dashboard compartment, no doubt where a weapon of some sort was stored. Ambler let his right arm go limp, let the driver pull him part of the way into the cab. Then, with his other hand, he spear-punched the man's larynx with a carefully aimed blow. The driver released him and leaned forward, both hands tearing at his collar. He was struggling for breath as the ruined cartilage impeded his airflow. Ambler opened the door and pulled the driver from his seat. The man took a few steps away from the van before collapsing to the ground. As Ambler climbed aboard, gunned the motor, and sped down the street, he could hear the cries of confusion among the men of the second unit, but it was too late for them to take action. The van was serving admirably as a getaway car. Within minutes, though, it would become a glaring beacon, signaling his presence to his pursuers. A few miles farther down Connecticut Avenue, Ambler eased the van into a side street and left it idling once more, with the keys in the ignition. If he was very lucky, someone would steal it. At this point, anonymity would be best secured by a populous area that was both a residential and a business neighborhood. A neighborhood that contained embassies, art museums, churches, bookstores, apartment buildings. A place with a brisk pedestrian traffic. A place like DuPont Circle, then. At the intersection of three of the city's major avenues, DuPont Circle had long been a thriving neighborhood, and even on this dismal winter morning, the sidewalks were reasonably full. Ambler took a cab there, getting out at New Hampshire Avenue and 20th Street and swiftly losing himself among the day trippers. He had a destination in mind, but maintained an expression of bored aimlessness. As he walked through the crowds, he tried to stay aware of his surroundings without making eye contact with anyone. Yet whenever his gaze alighted upon a passerby, the old feeling returned. Especially in his hyper-alert state, it was as if he were reading a page from someone's diary. The Cyber Cafe was where Ambler remembered it, near 17th and Church, 3 blocks east of the Circle. He identified a computer station that afforded him a good view of its storefront window. He would not be caught unaware again. With a few keystrokes, he brought up the watch list, a collective database coordinated by the Justice Department for use by multiple federal agencies involved in law enforcement. Dimly remembered passcodes still functioned, he was reassured to find. Now he typed his full name, Harrison Ambler, into the internal search engine. He wanted to see if there was any flag on his name. After a few moments, a message was displayed. No records match Harrison Ambler. It was an odd glitch. Any federal employee, even one who was no longer on the payrolls, should have had at least a perfunctory listing. And though his cons ops identity was necessarily sequestered from such databases, his civilian cover job at the State Department was a matter of public record. With a shrug of annoyance, he keyed his way to the State Department website and then went behind a firewall to a password-protected, albeit low-security, internal employee database. Verifying his civilian cover job should have been straightforward. For years, Hal Ambler could always explain, if anyone asked, that he was a mid-level staffer at the State Department working at the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs. It was a subject, cultural diplomacy, friendship through education, and so on, that he could hold forth upon at earnest and eye-glazing length, if required to. Never mind that it had nothing whatever to do with his real career. He used to wonder what would happen if he gave a candid answer when someone at a cocktail party asked him what he did. Me? I work for an ultra-clandestine division of an already clandestine intelligence service called Consular Operations, a special access program with maybe 25 people in the government cleared for it. It's called the Political Stabilization Unit. What does it do? Well, a lot of things. Often enough, it means killing people. People who, you hope, are worse than the people you save from them. But of course, you can't always be sure. Can I get you another drink? Typing in his name into the State Department database, he clicked Return and waited a few long seconds for the results. Employee Harrison Ambler not found. Please verify spelling and try again. His eyes swept across the window that overlooked the street, and though he saw no signal of unusual activity, he felt himself breaking out in a cold sweat. He keyed his way into the Social Security database and ran a search for his name. Harrison Ambler, not found. Like a distant foghorn, the voices of various Parrish Island psychiatrists returned to him, with their spurious diagnoses. It was nonsense, of course. All nonsense. It had to be. He knew precisely who he was. Until the period of his institutionalization, his memory of his life was vivid, clear, and continuous. It was, to be sure, an unusual life, entangled in an unusual vocation, but it was the only one he had. There must have been some mix-up, some technical error, he was certain of it. He typed in another rapid succession of keystrokes, rewarded only by another null response, and he began to wonder whether certainty had become a luxury he could no longer afford. A white car, no, a van, moving too fast, faster than the stream of traffic, suddenly came into view, and then another, and a third, pulling up directly in front of the cafe. How had he been located so fast? If the Cyper Cafe had registered the IP address of its private network and a digital trigger had been installed within the State Department database, his own probing would have activated a counterprobe and the physical address of the TCP/IP network device he had been using. Ambler sprang to his feet, pushed his way past an employees-only door, and raced up the stairs. If he was fortunate, he would find his way to the roof and then to the roof of an adjoining building. But he had to move fast, before the retrieval team was fully positioned. And while his muscles pumped and he began to gulp air, a fleeting thought passed through his mind. If Hal Ambler doesn't exist, who are they after? Sanctuary was what it had always meant to him. It was a single-pen cabin, nothing but local timber from the ridgepole on top to the budding pole down below. As a shelter, it was almost as primeval as the nature that surrounded it. He never spoke of it to anyone he knew. In violation of the rules, he had not told his employers about the acquisition of the lakeside parcel, an acquisition that, to further protect his privacy, he'd arranged through a hard-to-trace offshore business entity. Lake Aswell hardly merited a spot of blue on any map, but it was a part of the world that made his heart swell. Located at the base of the Sourland Mountains, it was an area where farmland gave way to a thickly wooded terrain and was surrounded by stands of willow, birch, and pignut hickory, above a sometimes thick underbrush. In the spring and summer, the grounds were dense with foliage, alive with flowers, berries. Now in January, most of the trees were drab and leafless. Even so, there was a somber elegance to it all, the elegance of potential. Like him, the woodland needed a season of recuperation. He was bone-weary, the price of long hours of vigilance. The car he started out with was an old blue Dodge Ram minivan which he had picked up a few blocks from the Cyber Cafe. It was an awkward, boaty ride. What recommended it was simply that its owner had affixed a store-key box inside the wheel well. The box was a foolish contraption used by drivers who valued the security of a spare key more than the security of their vehicles. The 12-year-old green Honda Civic he was now driving came from the Trenton train station's overnight parking area and had been protected from theft with similar vigilance, or lack thereof. It was as anonymous a model as he could hope for, and so far it had done its job. His mind churned as he drove north on Route 31. Who had done this to him? It was the same question that had preyed on him for untold months. To survive, he needed to know more, yet he could not know more unless he survived. Barrington Falls in Hunterdon County, New Jersey, was off a stretch of Route 31 that flowed through the central New Jersey countryside, cross-hatched by unmarked intersections with small streets. Twice he pulled into one of those side streets to make sure he wasn't being followed, but there was no sign of it. He glanced at the clock on the dashboard when he saw the small road sign for Barrington Falls. It was 3:30 p.m. Only this morning he was being held in a maximum security psychiatric facility. Now he was nearly home. A quarter of a mile south of the access road to the lake, he pulled the Honda Civic off the road and left it hidden in a copse of hemlock and the fiber-filled tan jacket he had picked up en route kept him warm. As he walked along the springy ground, his footfalls softly crunching on the carpet of leaves and pine needles, he felt the tension beginning to drain from him. Growing nearer to the lake, he found that he recognized every tree. He heard the fluttering of an owl in the enormous bald cypress tree, its reddish trunk seemingly barkless, gnarled and grooved like an old crone's neck. He could just make out the rubble-work chimney of Old Man McGruder's saddlebag cabin, perilously close to the water on the far bank. It always looked as if one big storm could wash it right into the lake. Just past a dense stand of spruce trees, he magical glade where, 7 years ago, he had decided to build his cabin. Curtained by magnificent old evergreens on 3 sides, it provided not only seclusion but tranquility. A peaceful view of the lake framed by ancient trees. He had returned at last. Taking a deep, cleansing breath, he stepped through a gap in the line of firs and looked around at a small, empty glade where his cabin should have been. The same clearing he had come upon 7 years earlier when he had decided to build there. A wave of dizziness and disorientation overtook him. He felt as if the ground were rippling beneath his feet. It was impossible. There was no cabin and no trace that a cabin had ever been built here. Were his recollections real? Or was his current experience the illusion? Would he awake any moment and discover himself to be in his white-locked room in Ward 4W? He rose to his feet and let out a low guttural roar of fury and frustration. He had arrived at his soul's own home, and there was no home. A captive could at least nurture the hope of escape. The torture victim, he knew this firsthand, had at least the hope of easeful respite. But what hope had a creature that has lost its sanctuary? Everything here was familiar and nothing was. That was what was so maddening. He began to pace, listening to the chirps and whistles of winter birds. Then he heard a faint whistling noise of a different kind and felt a sharp sensation, combining pain and a sense of percussive force, just below his neck. Time slowed. His hand reached for the area, felt an object projecting from his body, and yanked it out. It was a long, pen-like dart, and it had hit the top part of his sternum right below the throat. It had hit him there and stuck, like a knife thrown into a tree. There was a word for this area of thick bone, Ambler recalled from a training manual. Manubrium. In offensive combat, it was a well-protected area you wanted to avoid, which meant that Ambler might have been very lucky. He dived into the low-draping branches of one of the great eastern hemlocks and, counting on the temporary invisibility conferred by his hiding place, he examined the metal projectile. It was not merely a dart. It was a barbed syringe dart, made of stainless steel and molded plastic. On the syringe barrel, small black lettering identified its pressurized contents as carfentanil, a synthetic opioid 10,000 times more powerful than morphine. A 6-ton elephant could be completely immobilized with just 10 milligrams. An effective human dosage would be measured in micrograms. The sternum was so close to the skin that the needle's barbs had no chance to anchor themselves in his flesh. But what about the contents of the syringe dart? It was empty, but that didn't tell him whether it had emptied itself before or after he pulled it out. His fingers returned to the hard, bony ridge beneath his throat. He could feel an angry welt where the dart had struck him. So far, he still felt alert. How long had it been in him? His reflexes were fast. Surely the elapsed time was less than 2 seconds. Yet a single droplet could do the task, and a syringe dart of this class was designed to disgorge its contents within moments. Then why wasn't he already unconscious? The question might answer itself before long. For the first time he became aware that his thinking was growing unfocused, woozy. It was a feeling he was all too accustomed to. He realized that he had been dosed with similar narcotics before, and perhaps many times, in Parrish Island. It was possible that he had built up a measure of tolerance. He was meant to be unconscious by now. Instead, he was merely slowed. Slowed at a moment when he could least afford any diminishment of his faculties. The carpet of pine needles beneath him now seemed like a good place to lie down and take a nap, just for a few minutes. He would rest now and wake up refreshed, just for a few minutes. No, he could not succumb. He had to feel the fear. Carfentanil, he recalled, had a half-life of 90 minutes. In event of overdose, the optimal treatment was to infuse the opiate antagonist naloxone. But where that was not available, an injection of epinephrine could be resorted to. Epinephrine, better known as adrenaline. Survival would come not from keeping terror at bay, but from embracing it. Feel the fear, he repeated to himself, crawling from beneath the apron of the great eastern hemlock and craning his neck around him. And suddenly he did feel it, as he heard a faint whistling sound again, the sound of rushing air on the rigid, stabilizing wings of a fast-moving projectile, missing him by inches. Adrenaline coursed through his bloodstream. His mouth went dry, his heart began to hammer wildly, and his stomach knotted. Someone was after him, which meant someone must know who he really was. Self-consciousness evaporated, giving way to the deeply laid circuits of training and instinct. Both darts had come from the same direction, from farther up the bank. But what distance? Standard procedure would be to avoid unnecessary close work. A man with a tranquilizer rifle could be effective while stationing himself at a safe distance. Given the limited range of the syringe darts, though, the distance could not be great. In his mind, Ambler walked to his southwest, trying to visualize every detail of the terrain. There was the large stand of hemlocks, their branches tipped with small brown cones, a procession of boulders that could be mounted like steps, a gulch where, during the summer, skunk cabbage and ladies' slippers would flourish in the wet shade, and securely lashed to an old ailing elm, a tree stand for deer hunting. But of course, a sturdy, portable stand that, like so many temporary things, had been lashed to the tree years ago and never been dismantled. The seat was about 3 feet square. The heavy straps that held it up were secured around the tree and kept in place by a couple of eye bolts that had been threaded through the trunk. The deer stand was, he recalled, maybe 12 feet off the ground that was maybe 12 feet higher than the ground that Ambler was on. Any professional would have taken advantage of it. How long had the man with the tranq gun been studying him before he squeezed the trigger? And who the hell were these people anyway? Keeping his weight evenly distributed across his foot maximized the surface area upon which the force was applied and so reduced the downward force exerted. Slow and steady, he told himself. But slow and steady was never how he worked. If it hadn't been for the traces of carfentanil in his blood, he wasn't sure he could have stopped himself from bolting. Finally, he completed an elliptical course that led him past the ailing elm tree and then back toward it. As he drew within 30 feet of the tree, he found a line of sight through the bramble, trunks, and branches and looked where he expected to find the stand. But though the tree was as he had imagined, there was no stand on it. No stand and no sign of a stand. As cold as it was outside, he flushed hotly, seized with apprehension. If not the old deer stand... The wind gusted, and he heard a sound, faint but distinct, of wood scraping against wood. He turned toward it and finally made it out. A deer stand. Another deer stand. Bigger, higher, and newer, it seemed, lashed and secured to the vast trunk of an old plane tree. As quietly as he could, Ambler moved toward it. Mounded around the base of the tree was a thicket of multiflora rose. Ambler peered through branches, past the small bristly seed pods that were outlined against the sky like pendant sea urchins, and finally made out the figure. He was a big man dressed in camouflage fatigues and, luckily, facing the opposite direction. That meant that Ambler's movements had not been detected. The rifleman assumed that he was still somewhere on the terrain that sloped down toward the lake. Ambler peered again, straining to see in the late afternoon gloom. The rifleman was holding up to his eyes a pair of Steiner autofocus binoculars. Again, a military model with low-glare-coated lenses and a green rubberized waterproof casing, scanning the distance intently, methodically. Dangling around his shoulders from a strap was a long rifle. It had to have been the dart gun, but the man also had a small sidearm. From its outline, it was probably a Beretta M92, a 9mm U.S. military issue, but usually reserved for members of special operations units. Was the man alone? He seemed to be. He had no walkie-talkie, no visible communicator, no earphone, as you would expect if he was part of a team. But assumptions could not be made. Ambler looked around himself one more time. His view of the gunman was partly blocked by a thick branch of the old plane tree, its bark dappled but smooth. The branch. If Ambler moved to his left and jumped straight up, his hands would grasp it at a point where it was probably thick enough to support his weight. The branch projected straight out from the trunk, just about horizontally, for maybe 25 straight feet, and for 15 feet of that it was thicker than his thigh, which he guessed meant it was thick enough and strong enough for his purposes. If he could swing himself up on it, he could propel himself over the brambles and within a yard or two of the tree stand. Now he waited for the next gust in the right direction, away from the gunman, toward him, and sprang upward as hard as he could. His hands grasped the branch, not slapping against it, but encircling it swiftly and silently. Another surge from his adrenals enabled him to swing himself up and onto the branch in a single motion. A low groaning noise came from the wood itself as the thick bough flexed a little under his weight. But it was not so loud as Ambler had feared, and the gunman on the deer stand, Ambler was able to see him now, gave no sign that he noticed. The wind had gusted, a tree had groaned. The sequence made sense. It did not attract the hunter's attention. Ambler inched his way down the bough, using his hands and feet in rippling sequence, until at last the stand's heavy nylon strap was within his grasp. He had hoped to release the nylon webbing, sending the platform crashing to the ground. That would not be possible. The strap's latch had been positioned on the other side of the trunk, toward the stand. In fact, he could not get much closer without making some small sound that would give him away. Ambler clenched his jaw, willing himself to focus. Nothing ever goes according to plan. Revise and improvise. Ambler raised himself to another branch, squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, filled his lungs with air, and pushed off, throwing himself at the gunman. It was a flying tackle of the sort Ambler hadn't attempted since his high school gridiron. It was also a mistake. Alerted by the noise of Ambler's exertion, the man turned around. Ambler, for his part, hit the man too low, at knee level rather than waist level, and instead of being knocked out of the stand, the man fell forward and grabbed hold of Ambler with a grip of steel. It was the most Ambler could do to get his hands on the Beretta. With a powerful blow, the man knocked the pistol from Ambler's hand and into the brambles below. As the two men faced off on the small stand, Ambler could tell he would have the worst of it. The man was 6'5", heavily muscled and yet astonishingly agile. His head was smooth-shaven, a stump-like extension of his thick, powerful neck. He landed blows like a trained boxer, each punch carefully aimed and powered by his entire torso, the arm immediately retracting to a defensive position. It was the most Ambler could do to protect his head. His body was left exposed, and the crushing blows he knew would soon cause him to double over. Now Ambler stepped out of position, slammed himself against the tree trunk, and dropped his hands. He couldn't have said why. The big man looked more pleased than puzzled as he moved in for the kill. As Ambler gulped air, his entire body quaking with muscular fatigue, a flicker of the big man's eye told Ambler what he needed to know. The man was going for the coup de grace, a single roundhouse punch to the jaw with all the immense upper body strength he possessed. Except that Ambler did the one thing he was capable of doing, the one thing no professional would think of doing. He dropped to the ground with exquisite timing, and the bare-knuckled punch connected with the trunk. As the man howled in pain, Ambler sprang upward, butting his head into his opponent's solar plexus, and then, before he even heard the reflexive expulsion of breath, he grasped the man's ankles and heaved. At long last, the gunman spilled out of the stand, and Ambler plunged down after him, on top of him. Ambler, at least, had something soft to break his fall. With fast, deft movements, Ambler detached the long-barreled rifle from its sling and used the sling to tie the gunman's hands behind his back. The center two knuckles of his right hand were red, bloodied, and beginning to swell, obviously broken. The man moaned in agony. Ambler looked around for the Beretta. It glinted from beneath the thorny coils of the multiflora rose, and Ambler decided to put off retrieving it. "Kneel, G.I. Joe," Ambler said. "You know the position. Cross your ankles." The man did so, moving with reluctance but without uncertainty, like someone who had forced others into the same position. He had obviously had standard U.S. combat training. Undoubtedly, he had had a great deal more. "I think something's broken, man," the man said in a low, strangled voice, clutching his ribs. Deep South, Mississippi, Ambler would have guessed. "You'll live," Ambler said shortly. "Or not. That's really for us to decide, isn't it?" "I don't think you understand the situation," the man said. "Which is exactly where you come in," Ambler replied. He started patting the man's trouser pockets and extracted a military-style pocket knife. "Now, we're going to play a little game of truth or dare." He swung out the pocket knife's fish scaler and held it very close to the man's face. "See, I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to have to go straight to the meat of the matter." Ambler worked to control his breathing. He needed to seem calm and in command. And he needed to focus on the kneeling man's face even as he menaced it with the fish scaler. "First question. Are you working alone?" "No way. A bunch of us here." He was lying. Even dulled by the carfentanil, Ambler knew it, the way he always knew it. When colleagues would ask how, he found himself giving different answers in different cases. A tremble in the voice in one case, a tone of voice that was too assertively smooth and insouciant in another, something around the mouth, something around the eyes. There was always something. Consular Operations had once assigned people to study his peculiar faculty. To the best of his knowledge, nobody had ever managed to duplicate it. Intuition was what he called it. Intuition meant he didn't know. Sometimes he even wondered whether his gift wasn't so much a capacity as an incapacity. He wasn't able not to see. Most people filtered what they saw when they looked at someone's face. They operated by the rule of inference to the best explanation, meaning that whatever didn't sync with the explanation that made the most sense to them, they ignored. Ambler lacked that ability to tune out what did not sync. "So you're alone," Ambler told the kneeling operative. "As I would have expected." The man protested, but without conviction. Even without knowing who they were or what they wanted, Ambler realized that they must have figured it was a long shot that he'd show up here. There were 50 other places he might have gone to, and he guessed there were people positioned at those other places, too. Given the odds and the short notice, strategy would dictate a single watcher at each. It was a question of manpower. Next question. "What's my name?" "I wasn't informed," the man said in an almost resentful tone. The claim seemed incredible, but the man was telling him the truth. "I don't see a subject photograph in your pockets. How are you going to identify me?" "No photo. Assignment arrived a few hours ago. They said you were 40 years old, 6 foot tall, brown hair, blue eyes. To me, you're just January, man. Basically, if anybody showed up in this godforsaken place today, it was going to be you. That's how they explained it. Wasn't like I was being sent to an NRA convention, okay?" "Well done," Ambler said. The account given was strange. It was not deceptive. "You told me the truth. You see, I can always tell." "Whatever you say," the man said. He was not a believer. Ambler needed to make him a believer. The interrogation would go more smoothly that way. "Try me," I'll ask you a few harmless questions. You answer truthfully or not, as you prefer. See if I can tell. For starters, did you have a dog when you were a kid? Nope. See, now you're lying. What was the dog's name? Elmer. An honest answer. What was your mother's first name? Marie? Wrong. How about your father's? Jim. Wrong, Ambler said, and he saw that the kneeling man was visibly spooked by the ease with which his responses were assessed. How did Elmer die? Run over by a car. Right, Ambler said encouragingly. A truthful answer. Now hold that idea tight, because from now on, only truthful answers will do. A beat. Next section of the exam. Who are you working for? My goddamn ribs are broken. That's non-responsive. I warned you that I have no time to waste. They'll explain. It's not for me to say. Confidence was starting to return to the man's voice. Ambler would have to undermine that confidence or lose his chance to learn what he needed to know. Explain? You don't seem to understand. They're not in charge of you right now. I am. He pressed the serrated edge of the fish scaler to the gunman's right cheek. Please, the Southerner moaned. You were tasked to an abduction detail. Instructions were to knock me out. And then what? Those weren't exactly the instructions. The man sounded almost sheepish. It seems the people I work for have taken a real interest in you. The people you work for? Ambler repeated. The government, you mean? Huh? A puzzled look as if he thought Ambler might be teasing him but wasn't sure. We're talking about a strictly private outfit, okay? I don't work for a government pay grade, that's for damn sure. They said you might show up, and if so, I was to make an approach. Ambler head pointed to the Pax Arms rifle. That's what you mean by an approach? They said to use my discretion if I thought you might be dangerous. He shrugged. So I took the tranq gun just in case. And? He shrugged again. I thought you might be dangerous. Ambler's gaze was unblinking. Was there a drop-off point in the scenario? I wasn't told ahead of time. They were going to radio that info to me once I reported in that you were either on board or in custody. Assuming you showed. I don't know how likely they thought that was. They? I have to tell you, that's not my favorite word. Look, these people hire me to do jobs, but they do it at a remove. It's not like we play mahjong Sundays, okay? The sense I got was they just learned you were on the market and they want to sign you up before someone else does. Nice to be in demand. Ambler struggled to process what he was hearing. Meanwhile, it was important that he not let the rhythm of questioning falter. Method of contact? We got a kind of long-distance relationship. This morning I got an encrypted email with the instruction partial payment was wired into an account and the deal was on. The words came out in a rush. No meetings, total breakaway security. The man was telling him the truth, and his words told Ambler even more than their explicit content. Breakaway security, jargon from U.S. intelligence. You're an American operative, Ambler said. Retired, like I said. Used to be MI. Military intelligence, then. Special Forces for 7 years. So now you're freelance. You got it. Ambler unzipped a pouch attached to the man's camouflage vest. There was a slightly battered-looking Nokia cell phone, probably for personal use, and Ambler pocketed it. He also found, as he expected, a military version of a BlackBerry text messaging device. End-to-end RASP data security. Both the gunman and the outfit that had recruited him were accustomed to using U.S. clandestine service equipment. So here's the barter, Ambler said. You tell me the email protocol and your passcodes. There was a pause. Then, with a new look of resolve, the man slowly shook his head. Dream on. Ambler felt a twinge. Once again, he had to regain the dominant position. He knew, studying the emotions on the man's countenance, that he wasn't dealing with a fanatic, a true believer. The man before him really was play for pay. His objective was to maintain his reputation for reliability. Future jobs depended on it. What Ambler needed to impress upon him was that his having a future at all depended upon his cooperation. At times like this, an air of calm reasonableness wasn't effective. Rather, the air to be projected was that of a resolute sadist, happy to be provided with any opportunity to ply his craft. "Do you know what a man's face looks like when it's flayed?" Ambler said evenly. "I do. The fish scaler isn't the ideal tool for it. It's very messy, makes very ragged cuts. Still, it gets the job done. You won't be in a position to look, I'm afraid, but I'll describe what I see. That way you won't miss anything. Now then, shall we begin? You might feel a little pinch. Well, more than a pinch. It'll feel more like, well, like someone's tearing your face off." The kneeling man's eyes constricted in fear. "You said a barter," the man said. "What do I get?" "Oh, that. You get to, how shall I put it, save face?" The man swallowed hard. "Passcode is 1345GD, he said hoarsely. "Repeat, 1345GD. A friendly reminder. "If you lie, I'll know immediately," Ambler said. "Get a single detail wrong and we'll return to our anatomy lesson. You need to understand this. I'm not lying." A wintry smile. "I know. Email encryption is automatic with the hardware. Subject line must say, 'Seeking Ulysses.' Capitalizing doesn't matter. Sign-off is Cyclop." The man continued to detail the communication protocols that had been established, and Ambler committed them to memory. "You gotta let me go, man," the Southerner said after Ambler had made him repeat everything 3 times. Ambler took off his tan jacket and put on the man's combat vest and Kevlar-lined camouflage jacket. They seemed like articles that were likely to come in handy. He fished out the man's belt wallet and strapped it on himself. Most off-the-books operatives carried substantial sums of cash on them, and that, too, might come in handy. The Beretta remained lost somewhere in the thorny underbrush. As for the rifle, its bulk would make it more of an impediment to Ambler than an advantage, at least in the short term. And right now the short term stretched before him like a dozen lifetimes. He field-stripped it and tossed the 6 remaining tranquilizer darts into the thickets. Only then did he untie the man's hands and toss him his tan jacket. "So you don't freeze," he said. Ambler felt a slight stinging sensation at the side of his neck. A gnat? A mosquito? And absently slapped at it with a hand. It was a few moments before he realized that there would be no such insects around at this time of the year. And by then he had noticed that his fingertips were wet with his own blood. Not an insect, not a dart, a bullet. He whirled around. The man he had just untied crumpled to the ground, bright red blood spilling from his mouth, the fixed stare of death on his face. A sniper's bullet, the same bullet that grazed Ambler's neck, must have entered his mouth and penetrated the back of his head. Ambler had decided to spare the man's life. Someone else had not. Or was the bullet meant for Ambler? He had to run. Ambler plunged through the woods at top speed. His gift of the tan coat might well have been a death sentence, flagging the man for execution. A distant sniper would have keyed to the color, but why send someone to make an approach if the plan was to kill him? Ambler had to leave the Sourlands. The Honda had no doubt already been located. What other vehicles were in the area? He remembered seeing a tarp-covered gator a quarter of a mile up the hill. It was a low-green off-road utility vehicle, capable of traversing almost any terrain, swamps, streams, hills. When he reached it, he wasn't surprised to find that the keys were in it. This was still a part of the world where nobody locked his front door. The gator started up easily, and Ambler drove through the woods as fast as it would go, holding onto the steering wheel when the vehicle bounced over rocks, ducking his head down when low branches threatened. It lurched easily over brambles and thickets. As long as he had room to maneuver between trees, the underbrush would not stop him, nor would the rocky gulches and streams. The ride was bumpy and lurching, like mounting a horse that hadn't quite been broken, but its grip of the terrain was never less than secure. The windshield of the gator suddenly exploded, turned opaque with spider webbing. A second bullet had finally arrived. He steered crazily, randomly, hoping that the bouncing of the vehicle on rough terrain would make him harder to keep in the crosshairs of the sniper scope. Meanwhile, his mind reeled in a wilderness of uncertainties. The line of fire told him that the shot had to have been fired from somewhere across the lake, somewhere in the area of Magruder's old house, or the pylon farther up the hill, or, he scanned the horizon in his mind, the grain silo at the Steptoe farm, a little up the hill. Yes, that's where he would set up if he were running an op. Safety lay up the slopes to where the incline gave way to an indented area. A paved road ran along it, and if he could reach it, he'd be protected from the sniper by the earth itself. Gunning the engine, he found it was able to move up the steepest slopes of the Sourland Mountains with ease. 10 minutes later, he reached the road. The gator was too slow to keep up with regular automotive traffic, and the gunshot-shattered windshield would attract the wrong kind of notice. So he drove the gator behind a dense stand of eastern red cedars and turned off the engine. There was no sound of any pursuer, no sound of anything but the ticking of the gator's stilled engine and the rushing of cars on the nearby mountain road. He took out the slain man's PDA. They want to sign you up. The man had believed it, but was it a ruse? Clearly, whatever outfit had recruited the American ex-operative intended to keep itself at a remove. Breakaway security. Yet Ambler had to learn what they knew. Now it was up to him to make an approach, but on his terms and as someone other than who he was. To overcome the mechanisms of caution, the message needed to promise something, threaten something. The imagination was a powerful thing. The less specific the message, the better. After a few moments' thought, he thumb-typed a message, one that was terse but carefully crafted. An encounter with the subject, he explained, had not gone as planned, but he now found himself in possession of some interesting documents. A meeting would be necessary. He kept the explanation minimal, without elaboration of any sort. Awaiting instructions, he typed. Then he sent the message off to whoever was at the other end of the cryptosystem. Now he made his way to the side of the road. In the camouflage jacket, he would look like an out-of-season hunter. Few people from the area were likely to disapprove. A couple of minutes later, a middle-aged woman driving a GMC with an overflowing cigarette tray picked him up. She had a lot on her mind and talked non-stop before dropping him off at the Motel 6 near Route 173. Ambler was certain he had made polite noises as she spoke, but he barely heard a word. $75 for a room. For a brief moment he worried that he wouldn't have enough, but then he remembered the belt wallet. Checking in, under a randomly confected name, he struggled to keep at bay the utter exhaustion that threatened to engulf him at any moment, and probably would have even without whatever carfentanil remained in his system. He needed a room. He needed a rest. The room was as utterly nondescript as he could have hoped. The style of no style. Hurriedly, he went through the contents of the slain man's belt wallet. There were 2 sets of identification cards. Most useful would be the driver's license from Georgia, where the computer systems were particularly unevolved. The license looked unremarkable, but as Ambler flexed it, he could tell that it was actually designed to make alteration easy. Ambler would have no difficulty getting a postage-sized photograph of himself at a shopping mall and adapting a license that had been spurious to begin with. The operative's height and eye color were different from his, but not dramatically enough to arouse notice. Tomorrow. But there were so many things he would have to deal with tomorrow. So many things that he was too exhausted to contemplate right now. Indeed, he felt on the verge of blacking out. The combination of physical and emotional stress was nearly overwhelming. Instead, he force-marched himself into the shower, made the water as hot as he could tolerate, and remained there for a long time, sudsing the sweat, blood, and grime off his body until nothing remained of the small motel-issue bar of soap. Only then did he stagger out of the shower and begin to dry himself with the white cotton towels. There was so much he needed to ponder, and yet he somehow felt that he could not allow himself to do so. Not now. Not today. He towel-dried his hair vigorously and stepped over to the mirror above the sink. It was fogged with steam, and he heated it with the hairdryer until an oval was cleared. He could not remember the last time he had seen his own face. How many months had it been? And he braced himself for a haggard countenance. When he finally saw himself in the mirror, vertigo overcame him completely. It was the face of a stranger. Ambler could feel his knees buckling beneath him, and the next thing he knew, he was on the floor. The man in the mirror was unrecognizable to him. It wasn't a gaunter or harrowed version of him. It wasn't him with an age-etched brow or dark hollows beneath his eyes. It wasn't him at all. The high, angular cheekbones, the aquiline nose. It was a perfectly handsome face, a face most would consider more handsome than his own, save for a certain cruelty to the visage. His own nose had been more rounded, broad, and slightly fleshy at the tip. His cheeks had been more convex, the chin cleft. He is not me, Ambler thought, and the illogic battered him like a powerful wave. Who was the man he saw in the mirror? It was a face that he could not recognize, but that he could read. And what he read in it was the same emotion that filled his own breast. Terror. No, something beyond terror. Dread. The cataract of psychiatric jargon to which he had been subjected during his months of captivity, dissociative identity disorder, personality fragmentation, and on, suddenly filled his mind. He could hear, as if in a chorus of murmured voices, the doctor's insistence that he had suffered a psychotic break and was drifting through fictive identities. Could they have been right? Was he mad after all? Sleep, fitful sleep, finally overtook him, but even unconsciousness provided no sanctuary. His dreams were captive to memories of a far-off land. An image buckled and shimmered like a celluloid frame paused before an overheated projector bulb. And then he knew where he was. Changhua, Taiwan. The centuries-old town was surrounded by mountains on three sides. To the west it faced the Taiwan Strait, the fraught 100 miles of salt water that separates the island from the mainland. Years ago, Changhua was a major fort. Now a populous city, it had become a garrison of another sort. A garrison of democracy. On the outskirts of town, near a paper factory and flower farm, a makeshift platform had been assembled. The man many believed would be the next president of Taiwan, Wai Chan Leung, was about to appear before a crowd of thousands. Supporters had flocked from the Tianwei and Yongjing townships along the provincial Route 1, and small dusty cars filled every side street and alley. Never in memory had a political candidate inspired such excitement among the ordinary people of Taiwan. He was, in many ways, an unlikely figure. For one thing, he was much younger than most candidates, just 37 years of age. He was the scion of a wealthy family, one that had merchant lineage, and yet he was a genuine populist with a charisma that stirred the spirits of the least well-off. He had founded the fastest-growing new political party in Taiwan and was personally responsible for its remarkably broad appeal. To many old China hands in the State Department, the young man sounded too good to be true. According to a dossier painstakingly compiled by Consular Operations Political Stabilization Unit, he was. That was why Ambler had been deployed at Changhua as part of an action team dispatched by the Political Stabilization Unit, one of the stab boys in the sardonic shorthand. Which meant he was there not as Hal Ambler but as Tarquin, the field name he had been assigned since the beginning of his career in covert ops. Tarquin, he sometimes felt, was not just a persona but a person in his own right. When Ambler was in the field, he became Tarquin. It was a form of psychic compartmentalization that enabled him to do what had to be done. One of the very few Westerners in a sea of Asian faces, by automatic presumption, therefore, a member of the foreign media, Tarquin moved through the dense crowd, keeping his eyes peeled on the platform. At any moment the man would appear, the great hope of Taiwan's new generation, the youthful idealist, the charismatic visionary, the monster. The facts were carefully detailed in the PSU dossier. It revealed the murderous fanaticism that lay beneath the candidate's fifth columnist pose of moderation and sweet reasonableness. It exposed his ideological ties with the Khmer Rouge, his personal involvement with the Golden Triangle drug trade, and with a string of political murders throughout Taiwan. There was no way to unmask him without compromising dozens of assets, leaving them to face torture and death at the hands of Leung's secret confederates. Yet he could not be allowed to succeed, to take his place at the helm of Taiwan's National Congress. It was to ensure the survival of democracy itself that the poisoned populist had to be removed from the democratic arena. That was the kind of job that the stab unit specialized in. The ruthlessness of some of its operations earned it the disapproval of those State Department intelligence analysts with soft hearts and softer heads. In truth, unpalatable action was sometimes necessary to fend off even more unpalatable consequences. Undersecretary Ellen Whitfield, Stab's director, was devoted to that principle with a single-mindedness that made her peculiarly effective. Where other unit directors were content to analyze and assess, Whitfield would act, and do so early. Remove the cancer before it spreads was both her motto and her record when it came to political threats. Ellen Whitfield did not believe in endless diplomatic temporizing when the peace could be kept by means of a swift, surgical intervention. Seldom, though, had the stakes been so great. Tarquin's earpiece crackled softly. "Alpha 1 in position," a voice murmured. Translation: the team's explosive ordnance technician had established himself at a safe distance from where he had hidden his device, ready to activate the radio-controlled detonator at Tarquin's signal. The operation was complex because it had to be. Leung's family, fearing for his safety and distrustful of the state police, had provided him with an elaborate security team. All the obvious snipers' nests would have already been checked out and cleared. Other guards, expert in both the ancient traditions of the martial arts and the newer ones of contemporary combat, would scan the crowd, and some would be planted within it at regular intervals. Any sign of a weapon would be met with force. Leung traveled in an armored car, stayed at hotel rooms carefully guarded by loyalists. None would imagine that the threat lurked within the ordinary-looking podium. Now it was showtime. From the growing rustle of the crowd, Tarquin knew that the candidate had made his appearance. Tarquin looked up as Leung stepped smartly onto the dais. Applause began and grew, and the candidate beamed. He was not yet positioned directly in front of the podium, however, which was crucial. To avoid collateral injuries, the small explosive device had been designed to have a precise directionality. Tarquin waited, holding the props of a journalist's narrow notepad and ballpoint pen. "Awaiting your signal." A metallic voice was prompting him from his earpiece, a signal that meant death. "Awaiting your signal." The sound seemed to change to another as the air temperature seemed to drop, and he heard a faint noise again. The very noise that, he now realized, had awakened him into the here and now, thousands of miles across the world and more than 2 years later. Ambler tossed in his motel bed, the sheets knotted and clammy with sweat. The noise, a rattling from the bedside table. The slain man's BlackBerry was vibrating, indicating the arrival of a text message. Ambler reached for it and, after pressing a few buttons, confirmed that a reply to his email had arrived. The message was brief but conveyed precise instructions. A rendezvous had been arranged for 2:30 that afternoon at the Philadelphia International Airport, Gate C-19. Clayton Caston sat at the breakfast table, dressed, as usual, in one of his dozen nearly interchangeable gray suits. He realized some of his colleagues considered his nearly unvarying attire eccentric. But what was the point of variety for its own sake? You found something that did what it was supposed to do, and you stuck with it. It was the same with his breakfast. He liked cornflakes. Cornflakes were what he had in the morning. Cornflakes were what he was having now. "That is such bull!" his 16-year-old daughter, Andrea, exploded. She wasn't talking to him, of course. She was talking to her brother, Max, older by 1 year. "Chip is gross. Anyway, he's into Jennifer, not me. Thank God." "You are so transparent," Max said implacably. "Use one of the grapefruit knives if you're cutting grapefruit," their mother said, mildly reproving. "That's why we've got them." She was dressed in a terry-cloth bathrobe, her feet in terry-cloth slippers, her hair held back in a terry-cloth headband. To Clay Caston, she was still a vision of loveliness. Caston looked up from his Washington Post. He was acutely aware that he did not figure large in the consciousness of his 2 children right now. And he minded not at all. That they were his own children in the first place was something of a mystery to him. So little did they take after him. "You wouldn't dare, you little toad!" The others at the table were going at one another as if he didn't exist. Caston was used to it. Even at the breakfast table, he was the world's most nondescript bureaucrat, and Andrea and Max were slightly absurd and self-absorbed, as adolescents always were. They were an undisciplined, rambunctious couple of brats who would start squabbling over the slightest scrap. And Clayton Caston loved them like life itself. "Is there any orange juice left?" Caston's first words at the breakfast table. Max handed him the carton. The inner life of his son was largely opaque to Caston, but every once in a while he saw something close to pity in Max's expression. A young man trying to categorize his dad according to the anthropological categories of high school: jock, stud, geek, dweeb, loser. And realizing that if they were classmates, they definitely wouldn't hang out together. "There's a swallow or 2 left, Dad," he said. "One swallow does not make a spring," Caston replied. Max shot him an uneasy look. "Whatever." There was less shouting in Caleb Norris's office at the CIA 2 hours later, but the hushed voices only emphasized the heightened tension. Norris was an assistant deputy director of intelligence, and when he had summoned Caston for a 9:30 a.m. meeting, he did not tell him what it was about. He did not have to. Since the Parrish Island bulletin had arrived the previous morning, further signals, most of them conflicting and maddeningly vague, had come in, suggesting that there had been additional disturbances related to the incident. Norris had the broad face of a Russian peasant with a lumpy complexion and small, wide-spaced eyes. He was barrel-chested in hirsute. Wisps of black hair emerged from his shirt cuffs, and whenever he removed his tie, from his shirt collar. Although he was the agency's senior-most officer in intelligence analysis and a member of the director's inner circle, someone who had only seen Norris in a photograph would place him in an entirely different profession. That of a bouncer, say, or a mobster's bodyguard. When Caston appeared at the door, Norris was in a characteristic posture of agitation, pacing his office, his stout arms folded on his chest. Norris was not so much worried by the Parrish Island incident as he was annoyed by it. It annoyed him because it reminded him how much of the intelligence establishment was outside the purview of its titular director. That was the larger problem, and a perennial one. Hence, a seemingly minor annoyance like this bulletin bothered Norris like an ingrown hair. It was one thing not to know what was happening on the steppes of Uzbekistan. It was another to be in the dark when it came to your own backyard. How was it that nobody seemed to know who it was who had escaped from Parrish Island? "Here's the thing," the ADDI said to Caston, blurting it out when Caston entered, as if they were already in the midst of conversation. "Every patient in that facility goes with a, a requisition signature, a billing code. Joint resource means every agency contributes to the extent they use it. If Langley checks in a Looney Tunes analyst, Langley foots his bill or some chunk of it. If it's someone at Fort Meade gets billed, meaning every patient comes with a billing code, 12-digit. For security reasons, the payment procedure is kept separate from the operations files, but the records are supposed to give the name of the officer who authorized the custodial detention. Only not this time. I'm hoping you can figure out what's gone wrong. The Parrish Island account records tell us that the billing code for the patient worked. The financials were always just fine. But now the accounts guys at Consular say they can't find the billing code in their database. Ergo, we haven't even figured out who authorized his detention. I've never known that to happen. Another gust of indignation returned to Phil Norris's sails. Either they're telling us the truth, in which case they're screwed, or they're stonewalling, in which case they're screwing us. And if so, I'd like to figure out a way to screw them back. Norris tended to speak in disjunctions, either-ors, when he was agitated. The ADDI's light blue shirt was growing wetly dark beneath his arms. But that's my fight, not yours. What I want from you, Clay, is a lantern in the darkness. My usual request, right? Caston bowed his head. If they're stonewalling Cal, it's on a very high level, I can tell you that already. The ADDI turned an expectant gaze toward him and made a summoning gesture with his hand. More, was all Norris said. It's pretty clear that the fugitive is a former high-value agent. An HVA who went off his rocker. That's what we're told. Best I can figure, Consular Operations has given us file front info on patient 5312. And we got a psych profile zapped over from Parrish Island. Dozens of database fields, filled with terms from the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of the American Psychiatric Association. Basically, he's a severe dissociative. Meaning? Meaning he thinks he's someone he isn't. Then who is he? That's the question of the hour, isn't it? God damn it, Norris said, nearly crying out in exasperation. How can you just lose somebody's identity like a goddamn sock in the dryer? His eyes flashed with anger. After a moment, he reached out and patted Caston on the side of his shoulder, and a wheedling smile appeared on his face. Caston, he knew, could be prickly. One enlisted his efforts, one did not presume them. If Caston felt bullied, he reacted badly, could retract into the ordinary bureaucrat he affected to be. Caleb Norris had learned that lesson early on. Now the ADDI focused his charm on the stoop-shouldered numbers cruncher. Did I ever tell you how much I like your tie? It's you. Caston acknowledged the affectionate japery with a wince of a smile. Don't try to get on my good side, Caleb. I don't have a good side. He shrugged. Here's the situation. Like I say, psychiatric files we've got, all indexed under the patient number 5312. But the information they've got doesn't retrieve any cons ops personnel files, no matter what route you probe in the system. The personnel details don't come up, meaning they've been erased, meaning more likely that they've been disconnected. In all probability, the data exists somewhere, but it isn't linked to a digital ID anybody has access to. It's the digital equivalent of a severed spinal cord. Sounds like you spent time roaming through the computer system there. The major systems at State aren't integrated internally, and there are major league platform incompatibilities with our systems. But they use the same comma delimited back-office program we do for payroll, deductibilities, costing information, and procurement. Caston rattled off these accounting categories like a waiter speeding through the daily specials. If you know your way around back-office accounts management, you get the equivalent of a plank you might use to board one ship from another. Like Captain Kidd chasing Bluebeard. Hate to break it to you, but I'm not sure there really was a Bluebeard, so I seriously doubt he makes any appearance on Captain Kidd's resume. No Bluebeard. Next you're going to be telling me there's no Santa either. Sounds like you got fed some bad intel from your parents there, Caston said, straight-faced. Holiday disinformation. May need to scrub your Tooth Fairy files, too, while you're at it. He scanned Norris's desk, looking slightly disapprovingly at the messy piles of unsorted memos. But I think you've got the general idea. A person would rather be escorted onto a ship the proper way. When there's no alternative, though, a long plank can be surprisingly effective. So what did you learn once you got that plank out and galloped across it? Not a lot so far. We're still combing through the patient records, and there's a partial ops record under his field alias, Tarquin. Tarquin, Norris repeated. A field alias, but no name. Curious and curiouser. Anyway, what do we know about this guy? The main thing we know is that Agent Tarquin wasn't just Khan's ops. He was a member of the Political Stabilization Unit. If he's a stab guy, he's probably a wet work expert. Wet work. Caston despised such euphemisms. The evidence all suggested the agent was a dangerous sociopath. That seemed to be a job requirement for a successful career at PSU. We only know scraps about his ops record. The PSU connection I was able to make by the coding system. Their staff has a 7588 suffix to their ID numbers, and we pulled that from the 5312 records at the facility. But when we turn to the state databases, things get grim. The rest has been delinked from the Tarquin folder. So what's your gut tell you? My gut? Yeah, what do your instincts say? It took Caston a moment to realize that Norris was having him on. Caston watched as Norris's face split into a grin. The ADDI enjoyed goading Caston into delivering his firmly held convictions on the subject. I'm just busting your balls, Norris said. But tell me, what are we supposed to make of this guy? What does your, decision matrix say? Caston responded with a thin smile. It's all highly preliminary, but again, there are several data points that suggest he's a bad egg. I guess you know my views about agents who color outside the lines. If you're on the payroll, you're supposed to comply with the parameters established by federal decrees. There's a reason for that. You can talk about wet work. The way I see it, either a practice is authorized or it isn't. There's no middle path. I want to know why we have people like this Tarquin in the employ of the federal government. When will our intelligence services learn that it never works? Never works? Norris raised an eyebrow. Never works as planned. Nothing in creation ever does, including creation itself, and God had 7 days to get it right. I can only give you 3. What's the rush? Just a feeling I have. Norris raised a hand, preempting Caston's reproval. Truth is, the Intelligence Directorate has been getting signals. They're nonspecific, but they're persistent enough that we can't ignore them, about some sort of off-the-books activity that's going on. By us? Against us? I don't know yet, and neither does the DCI. We think it involves highly placed members of the government, and that whatever it is, it's been fast-tracked. So we're all on alert. Anything irregular. Well, we can't know whether it's connected or not, but it's dangerous to presume otherwise. So we need a definitive report from you in 3 days. Find out who this Tarquin really is. Help us bring him in or bring him down. Caston nodded stonily. He did not need encouragement. Caston detested anomalies, and the man who escaped from Parrish Island was an anomaly of the worst kind. Nothing could bring Caston greater satisfaction than identifying this anomaly and eliminating it. At the Motel 6 near Flemington, New Jersey, Hal Ambler used the slain man's Nokia to place a number of phone calls. First was to the U.S. Department of State. He could make no assumptions at this point. He could not know whether his relation to the intelligence unit in which he had spent his career was one of friend or foe. He could not use the emergency numbers that he had memorized as an operative in case that triggered a tracing mechanism. Instead, it would be safer to knock on the front door. Accordingly, the first call he made was to the State Department Communications Office. Pretending to be a reporter from Reuters International, he requested that he be connected to the office of Undersecretary Ellen Whitfield. Could she confirm a statement that had been attributed to her? Her assistant, to whom he was connected after a number of intermediate relays, was apologetic. The undersecretary was traveling, part of an overseas delegation. Was it possible to be more specific? The Reuters correspondent asked. The assistant was sorry, but she could not. An overseas delegation, no doubt the information was accurate. It was also essentially useless. Ellen Whitfield's official designation as an undersecretary in the Department of State blandly concealed her real administrative charge as the director of the Political Stabilization Unit. His boss, in short. Did his colleagues think he was dead? Mad? Vanished? What did Ellen Whitfield know about what had happened to him? The questions eddied in his mind. If she did not know, she would want to know, wouldn't she? He struggled to recall the period of time just before he had found himself a captive in a psychiatric penal colony. Yet those last memories remained opaque, encased, inaccessible, hidden within the fog that had eclipsed his existence. If only he could find someone who would share those memories, someone whose reminiscences would provide the corroboration he desperately needed, the assurance that he was who he was. On impulse, Ambler called directory assistance for Dylan Sutcliffe in Providence, Rhode Island. Dylan Sutcliffe was someone he had scarcely thought about for years, someone he'd met half a lifetime ago. He had met Dylan when they were both freshmen at Carlisle College, a small liberal arts school in Connecticut, where they hit it off at once. Ambler recalled attending his wedding just a year after graduation, knew that he had a good job at a Providence community bank, once independent, now part of a national chain. "This is Dylan Sutcliffe," a voice now said. Ambler did not immediately recognize it, but he was overcome with warmth all the same. "Dylan?" Ambler said. "It's Hal Ambler. Remember me?" There was a long pause. "I'm sorry," the man said, sounding confused. "I'm not sure I caught your name." "Hal Ambler. We were at Carlisle together 2 decades ago. You were in my suite, freshman year. I was at your wedding. Coming back now? It's been a long time between drinks, huh?" "Listen, I don't buy things from strangers over the phone," the man said curtly. "I suggest you try this on somebody else." Could this be the wrong Dylan Sutcliffe? Nothing about him sounded like the Sutcliffe he remembered. "Whoa," he said. "Maybe I got the wrong guy. You didn't go to Carlisle then." "I did. It's just that nobody in my class was named Hal Ambler." There was a click as the man hung up on him. Roiled by a mixture of anger and fear, he now called Carlisle College and got himself transferred to the registrar's office. To the young man who answered, Ambler explained that he was a human resources officer for a major corporation, prospective employer of one Harrison Ambler. As a matter of corporate policy, they were verifying certain items on the applicant's resume. All he had to do was confirm that Harrison Ambler had indeed graduated from Carlisle College. "Certainly, sir," the man from the registrar's office said. He asked for the spelling and entered the name. Ambler could hear quiet, swift clicking from a keyboard. "Sorry," the voice said. "Could you give me the spelling one more time?" With a growing sense of apprehension, Ambler did so. "I guess it's a good thing you called," said the voice on the phone. "He didn't graduate? Nobody by that name has ever matriculated here, let alone graduated. Is it possible that your database doesn't go back far enough?" "Nope. We're a real small college, so that's one problem we don't have. Believe me, sir, if this guy was enrolled here at any time during the 20th century, I'd know." "Thank you," Ambler said, his voice hollow. "Thank you for your time." His hand was trembling as he pressed the off button on the cell phone. It was madness. His entire sense of who he was, could it be a phantasm? Was that possible? He shuttered his eyes briefly and allowed the countless memories of his 4 decades to surge and spill and swirl in his mind, yielding to a free and unstructured flood of association. There were memories beyond counting, and they were the memories of Hal Ambler, unless he truly was mad. A throbbing was building in his head as he left his room. In a corner of what passed for the motel's lobby, An internet-enabled computer was available as a minor amenity for guests. Ambler sat down in front of it and, using a passcode held by the State Department's Analytic Bureau, logged on to the newspaper database, LexisNexis. The local newspaper at Camden, where Ambler grew up, once ran a small item about him when, as a sixth grader, he won the county spelling bee. Enthalpy, dithyramb, hellebore. Ambler spelled them all, fluently and correctly, establishing himself as the best speller not only in Simpson Elementary School but in Kent County. When he made a mistake, he always knew it immediately, knew it from the judge's expression. His mother, who was by then raising him by herself, had been inordinately pleased, he recalled. But more than a child's egotism was involved now. He ran the Nexus search. Nothing. Nothing matched the description. He remembered the Dover Post item so clearly, remembered how his mother cut it out and kept it on the refrigerator door with a magnet designed to resemble a slice of watermelon. Kept it there until it yellowed and started to crumble from the light. Decades' worth of the Dover Post was on LexisNexis, an archive of all sorts of local news, about who won and who lost in the city council elections, about layoffs at the Seabury Hosier Company, about capital renovations at City Hall. But as far as Nexus was concerned, Harrison Ambler did not exist. He did not exist then. He did not exist now. Insanity. He bought a ticket to Wilmington one way, $150, the cover charge, so to speak, of the rendezvous. He looked as bored as the woman at the ticket counter, who stifled a yawn as she stamped his boarding card. The photo ID he submitted, the Georgia license altered to display a photograph of its current bearer, would not withstand close scrutiny, but it received none. Gate D14 was at the very end of a long walkway and adjoined two others in a radial array. He glanced around. Fewer than a dozen travelers were visible. It was 2:30. The next flight at any of these gates would not be for another 90 minutes. Within half an hour, more people would arrive for a flight to Pittsburgh, but for the moment it was, indeed, a dead period. Had the person he was to meet already arrived? That seemed likely. But who was it? "You'll know who I am," the message had said. Ambler walked around the various seating areas, taking in the stragglers and early birds. Finally, his eyes alighted on someone who was seated by himself near a window. It was a turbaned Sikh gentleman, moving his lips as he read USA Today. As Ambler walked over to him, he noticed that there was no evidence of any hair underneath the turban. Not a single stray strand could be seen. A faint gleam of adhesive on the man's cheek suggested that the full beard was recently applied. Was the man really moving his lips as he read, or was he communicating on a fiber-optic microphone? To anyone else, the man would have seemed perfectly settled, bored, and still. To Ambler, he seemed anything but. On instinct, Ambler swiveled and stepped behind the seated figure. Now, with a lightning-swift movement, he grabbed the man's turban and lifted it up. Beneath it, he saw the man's pale, smooth-shaven pate, and taped to it with a fabric bandage a small Glock. The gun was in Ambler's hand now, and he let the turban drop back into place. The seated man remained stock still, with the tactical immobility and silence of a highly trained professional who knew when the prudent response was not to respond. Only his raised eyebrows registered surprise. The whole soundless maneuver had taken no more than 2 seconds and had been concealed from anyone's view by Ambler's own body. "Bravo," the fake Sikh said in a low voice, a faint smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. "A fine defensive move. Not that it changes anything." He spoke English with the perfectly enunciated consonants of someone who had received instruction in it abroad, albeit from an early age. "I'm the one with the weapon. That doesn't change anything? In my experience, it does." "Sometimes you make best use of a weapon by giving it up," the man said, his eyes almost twinkling. "Tell me, do you see the guy in the airline uniform standing at the gate counter?" He's just arrived?" Ambler glanced over. "I see him. He's with us. He stands ready to shoot you, if that proves necessary." The seated man looked up at Ambler, who was still standing. "Do you believe me?" The question wasn't a taunt, but a point of inquiry. "I believe he'll try," Ambler responded. "For your sake, you'd better hope he doesn't miss." The fake Sikh nodded with approval. "But then, unlike you, I'm wearing Kevlar, just in case." Again he looked up at Ambler. "Do you believe me?" "No," Ambler said after a beat. "I don't." The man's smile widened. "You are Tarquin, aren't you? The package, not the delivery man. You see your reputation precedes you. They say you're devilish good at reading people. I needed to be sure." Now Ambler took the seat next to him. The meeting would be less conspicuous that way. Whatever the man had in store for him, it wasn't a quick death. "Why don't you explain yourself?" Ambler asked. The other man extended a hand in greeting. "The name's Arcady. You see, I'd been told that quite a legendary field agent, alias Tarquin, might now be available." "Available?" "For recruitment. And no, I don't know your real name. I am aware that you seek information. I do not have that information. What I have is access to that information." As he spoke, Ambler watched him intently, concentrating. Hopefulness sometimes obscured perception, he knew, and so did despair. As he had regularly explained to colleagues who were bewildered by his gift, we don't see what we don't want to see. Cease wanting, cease projecting, just receive the signals that willy-nilly are being sent. That was the key. The Sikh before him was a lie. But he was not lying to him. "I have to say the speed of the invitation is puzzling," Ambler said. "We don't like to waste time. That's something we have in common, I guess. One punctual stitch obviates 9 such, as you Americans say. In the event, the squawk went out yesterday morning." "Even so," Ambler said. "I think you can connect the dots. Clearly, your admirers have been waiting for this moment. Quite likely they had hoped to recruit you even before you disappeared from view. And no doubt they think they have competition for your services. They don't want to let the moment pass." Clearly, quite likely, no doubt. You're speculating. You're not stating for a fact. As I told you, information is strictly partitioned in the organization. I know what I have to know. I can surmise a certain amount beyond that, and of course there is a great deal I must be content not to know. The system works for us all. It keeps them safe. It keeps me safe. But it doesn't keep me safe. One of your guys tried to kill me. I very much doubt that. The large-caliber bullet that grazed my neck would beg to differ. Arcady looked bemused. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, well, the southern guy looked pretty surprised, too, the moment before the bullet traveled on through the back of his head. Ambler's voice was a low rasp. What kind of a crazy goddamn game are you guys running? Not us, Arcady said. Almost to himself, he murmured. This sounds like a case of interference. It just means we weren't the only people to hear the squawk and respond. Then you're telling me there was a second party involved? There had to have been, Arcady said after a long pause. We'll do the analysis, make sure there's been no breach. But it very much sounds like a parasitic visitation, so to speak. It won't happen again. Not once you're with us. Is that a promise or a threat? Arcady winced. Oh, dear. We really have gotten off on the incorrect foot, haven't we? But I tell you this. My employers would very much like to keep you safe, so long as they can be assured that you will do the same for them. Trust must run in both directions. That they can trust me, Ambler said steadily, is something they'll have to take on trust. But that's the one thing they never do, you see. Arcady sounded apologetic. Such a bore, I know. They have another idea. In fact, they want to kill two fowl with one rock. They have a little job for you. For the first time, Ambler could hear the diphthongs of the man's native tongue, which was obviously Slavic. Like an audition? Exactly. Arcady's eyes lit up. And it's all terribly win-win, as my employers like to say. The job we have for you is small, but ticklish. Ticklish? I won't lie to you. What would be the point? He beamed. It's a small job, but it has defeated others, yet it must be done. You see, my employers have a problem. They are careful people. You'll see, and you'll be grateful of it. As the maxim has it, birds of same plumage seek out one another's company. But maybe not all their friends are quite so careful as they are, and maybe a penetration agent made some inroads with some of their confreres. All that coruscates is not gold, alas. Maybe such an agent, having collected some evidence, is about to testify in a legal proceeding. All very messy. A penetration agent? Let's be clear, you're talking about an undercover federal agent. It's awkward, isn't it? Arcady said. ATF, in fact. One day this man will die. The fake Sikh went on contemplatively. A stroke? A heart attack? Cancer? Who can say? But like all of us, he is mortal, and one day he will die. We simply wish to place a rush order on that eventuality. That is all. Why me? The Sikh made a face. This is so embarrassing, really. Ambler just stared. Well, the truth is we don't exactly know what he looks like. Occupational hazard, right? The person he had direct dealings with isn't in a position to help us out. Because he's dead? The reason is irrelevant. Let's not get distracted from the big picture here. We've got a venue, we've got a time, but we don't want to take out the wrong person. We don't want to make a mistake. You see how scrupulous we are. Some people would just machine gun everyone in the vicinity. But that's not our way. Mother Teresa, watch your back. I'm not saying we're in competition for sainthood, Tarquin, but then you aren't either. His dark eyes flashed. To return to my point, you'll be able to tell at a glance who the mark is, because being the mark, he knows he's marked. That's the sort of thing you'll be able to pick up on. I see, Ambler said, and he did, or was beginning to. Some sort of rogue outfit wanted his services. The job discussed was indeed an audition, but what they needed to establish was not his ability to read people. No, by killing a federal agent, he would be proving his bona fides, proving that he had severed all loyalties to his former employers, not to mention conventional morality. They must have had a reason to believe that he was sufficiently embittered and disaffected to entertain the assignment. Perhaps they were misinformed. Perhaps, though, they simply knew more than he did. Perhaps they knew, as he did not, exactly why he had been committed to Parrish Island. Perhaps he had cause for grievance far beyond that of which he was aware. Then, do we have a deal? Ambler thought for a moment. If I say no? You'll never know. Will you? Arcady smiled. Maybe you should say no, and resign yourself to ignorance. There are worse things. They say that curiosity proved fatal to the feline, and that satisfaction brought it back. Not to know was the one thing he could not survive. He needed to know, and he needed to serve justice on those who had tried to destroy his life. Ambler glanced at the blue-jacketed man behind the gate counter. "I think we can do business." Finally, Arcady began to speak in the tone of someone who had committed precise instructions to memory. "At 10 a.m. tomorrow, the undercover agent has a meeting scheduled with the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. We believe that an armored limousine will bring him to the corner of 1 St. Andrew's Plaza near Foley Square in Lower Manhattan. He may be accompanied, part of a group. He may be alone. Either way, it will be a rare interval of vulnerability. The agent will have to traverse an extended pedestrian area on foot. You must be there." "No backup?" "One of our people will be there to help. At the appropriate time, our person will pass you a weapon. The rest is in your hands. All we insist is that you follow the instructions exactly." "There are dozens of potential problems," Ambler persisted. "You're free to walk away," Arcady said, a glint of steel in his voice. "But if you do complete the assignment as per instructions, you will be introduced to someone up my line of command. He's someone you know. Someone who has worked beside you. Someone, then, who might well know the whole story of what had happened to Harrison Ambler." "I'll do it," Ambler said. He was not thinking ahead, was not thinking about what he was agreeing to. He knew that if he let this thread drop, he might never find it again. Ariadne's thread. Yet which way did it lead? Arcady leaned forward and patted Ambler's wrist. From a distance, the gesture would look affectionate. "Really, we don't ask so very much. Only that you should succeed where others have failed. It wouldn't be the first time." "No," Ambler mused, "but it might be the last." St. Andrew's Plaza, Lower Manhattan. Ambler's eyes felt sandy, inflamed. His muscles ached. He was seated on a bench upon a large concrete platform between 3 looming federal buildings, each stone-faced and gray. As in much of Lower Manhattan, the giant structures were crowded together like trees in a dense forest competing for light and air. In most cities in the world, any one of the buildings would have been regarded as a grand edifice indeed. In Lower Manhattan, none left any individual impression at all. Ambler shifted again in his seat, not so much to get comfortable as to get less uncomfortable. The jackhammer of a Con Ed street repair crew somewhere nearby was beginning to prompt a headache. He checked his watch. He had already read the New York Post from cover to cover. A vendor across the plaza was selling sugared nuts from his 4-wheeled cart. Ambler was thinking about buying a bag, simply to give himself something to do, when he noticed a middle-aged man in a Yankees jacket emerging from the back of a black town car. The mark had arrived. The man was paunchy and sweating despite the cold. He looked around agitatedly as, unaccompanied, he climbed the steps that led from the sidewalk to the plaza. This was someone who knew himself to be acutely vulnerable and was filled with a sense of foreboding. Ambler stood up slowly. Now what? He had figured that he would play out Arcady's scenario as long as he could, that something would come to him when it had to. It seemed entirely possible that the whole thing would prove a dry run. Walking toward Ambler rapidly was a woman in heels and a green vinyl raincoat. She had a full mane of tenderly blonde hair, full lips, gray-green eyes. The eyes put Ambler in mind of a cat, perhaps because, like a cat, she never seemed to blink. Incongruously, she was carrying a brown lunch sack. As she approached, her attention seemed distracted by the revolving door to the Federal Building on the north side of the plaza, and she stumbled into him. "Oh, cripes, I'm sorry," she murmured in a raspy voice. Ambler found that his hands were now clutching the paper sack, which, his fingers quickly confirmed, did not hold lunch. The man in the Yankees jacket had reached the plaza and was starting to walk toward the building. Perhaps 12 seconds remained. Ambler opened his tan raincoat. On every block of the city one would see a dozen just like it, and pulled the weapon from the sack. It was a blued steel Ruger 44, a Red Hawk, more powerful than the job required and certainly too loud. He turned and saw that the blonde was seated at another bench near the building. She had given herself a ringside view. Now what? Ambler's heart was pounding. This was no dry run. This was madness. An intuition glinted and then flared in Ambler's mind like the sun passing from under a cloud. Now he understood what he had previously only vaguely, subconsciously surmised. They never would have asked him. No doubt Arcady believed what he had been told, but sincerity was no guarantee of truth. In fact, the story made no sense. A risk-averse organization would never give someone of uncertain loyalties an assignment of this nature. He could have easily tipped off the authorities and ensured the mark's safety. Ergo, the whole arrangement was a test. Ergo, the gun was empty. The mark was 20 feet away, walking steadily to the building on the east side of the plaza. Now Ambler strode rapidly toward him, withdrew the Red Hawk from his coat, and, aiming at the back of the man's baseball jacket, squeezed the trigger. There was the quiet, dry click of an empty gun, a sound largely swallowed by the traffic noises and the jackhammering of the Con Ed crew. Feigning dismay, he squeezed again and again until all 6 chambers had been hammered. He was sure that the blonde woman had seen the cylinder rotate, the firing pin twitch without effect. Detecting sudden movement in his peripheral vision, Ambler turned his head. A security guard across the plaza had seen him. The guard pulled out his own gun from a short navy coat and crouched in a two-handed firing position. The guard's gun, of course, was loaded. Ambler heard the hard, popping sound of a .38 pistol and the higher-pitched twang as a bullet zinged by his ear. The guard was either lucky or skilled. Ambler could well be killed before he decided which. Even as Ambler started to run toward the stairway on the south side of the plaza, he noticed another sudden movement. The vendor, as if panicked, had pushed his wheeled cart into the guard, knocking him over. Ambler heard a pained grunt from the fallen guard and the metallic skittering of the pistol that had been knocked from his hand. Yet what had just happened made no sense. No mere bystander would ever move toward gunfire. The man posing as a vendor was surely part of a team. Ambler heard the roar of the motorcycle before he saw it, seconds later. A powerful black Ducati monster, seemingly emerging from nowhere, the face of its driver hidden behind his helmet's visor. Friend or foe? "Jump on!" The driver bellowed at him, slowing down without coming to a full stop. Ambler threw himself on the large rear section of the motorcycle's seat, and the Ducati roared off. There had been no time to reason through the odds. He had had to follow his instinct. He could feel the power of the engine thrumming against his thighs. "Hold on tight!" The driver bellowed again. Moments later, the motorcycle was bounding down the steps at the opposite side of the plaza, the back half-torquing upward wildly. Pedestrians on the sidewalk had already scattered in dismay. The driver knew what he was doing, however, and soon the bike had zipped into traffic, maneuvering around a dump truck, a taxicab, a UPS van. The driver seemed to be monitoring the double rearview mirrors for any sign of police. 2 blocks north, he turned onto Duane Street and pulled over beside a standing limousine. The limousine was a burgundy-colored Bentley. Its driver, Ambler noticed, was attired in olive-drab livery. The passenger door opened for Ambler and he got inside, settling back on the light tan leather seat. The Bentley was beautifully soundproofed. When the rear door was closed with a solid thunk, the city noises disappeared. The rear cabin was spacious. It was also carefully recessed away from the sightlines of pedestrians or other motorists. Despite the immediate sense of seclusion, Ambler was not alone. Another man was already seated in the back, and now he opened a window in the glass partition and spoke to the driver in a soft, guttural tongue. "Ndikhalten, moski frike, pashfatte mbare, falimderit." Ambler took another look at the driver. Dirty blonde hair, a face that was all angles and planes. Now the driver sent the limousine off gently into the traffic. Ambler's fellow passenger then turned and greeted him with a cheerful, "Hello." Ambler felt a jolt of recognition. He knew this man. It was the man Arcady had promised Ambler he would meet. He's someone you know, someone who has worked beside you. A man he had known only as Osiris, and who had known him only as Tarquin. Osiris was a large man in his 60s, bald save for a fringe of red hair around his ears and nape. He'd been soft around the middle when they'd worked together in the political stabilization unit, but was always surprisingly fast on his feet, especially considering his other incapacity. "It's been a while," Ambler said. Osiris moved his head slightly as Ambler spoke and smiled, his blue, filmy eyes almost, but not quite, meeting Ambler's eyes. "Long time no see," he agreed. Osiris was skilled at making people forget that he was blind, had been since birth. Osiris spoke in visual terms, alert to the sun, to the texture of someone's jacket, and continually translated tactile or auditory information into its visual counterpart. But then translation was always his forte. Consular Operations had had no more brilliant linguist. It was not just that he could speak and understand all the major languages. He was expert at creoles, minor dialects, regional accents, the languages people actually spoke, not the idealized versions of them taught at language schools. He knew whether a German came from Dresden or Leipzig, Hessen or Thüringen. He could tell the vowels of one Hanseatic province from another, could differentiate 30 strains of street Arabic. In third world regions where multiple languages were found in a single neighborhood, in Nigeria, say, where Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, and strange creoles and pidgins of English and Arabic might be spoken within one extended household, Osiris's skills could be invaluable. He could listen to recordings that would cause experts at the State Department's Africa desk to throw up their hands or ask for a 3-month study period, and provide an instantaneous rendition of the rapid-fire palaver. "Our driver doesn't have any English, I'm afraid," the man known as Osiris told Ambler. "But he speaks Albanian like a prince. In fact, I'm sure most of his fellow expats find him a bit prissy." He pressed a button and a drinks compartment slid out from the partition. His hands betrayed almost no trace of groping as he removed a bottle of water and poured some into 2 glasses. He waited for Ambler to take one before he took the other. A man alleviating the natural suspicions of another man. "Apologies for all the monkey business," Osiris went on. "I'm sure you figured out the score. My employers needed to confirm that you weren't a sawbuck on a string, and it wasn't as if they could exactly check references." "What happens to the mark? The guy in the Yankees jacket?" "Who knows? Nothing to do with us, really. Apparently the feds launched an investigation into price fixing in the construction industry, and that guy got flipped, turned state's evidence. If you sensed he was running scared, you were right. Lots of scary people would like to see him go down. Just not us. But Arcady didn't know. What Arcady told you is what we told him. He thought he was on the level because he didn't know we put him on the slant." Osiris laughed. "I lied to him. He lied to you, but it got purified in the pass-along because he believed what he was saying." "A useful reminder," Ambler said. "How do I know you haven't been lied to as well? About other things?" "The premise of the question would negate my ability to answer it," Osiris said in a deliberative tone. His filmy blue eyes stared sightlessly at Ambler. "So trust your instincts. Isn't that what you always do?" Ambler swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and turned toward the blind operative. "A pop quiz, then. Do you know my name?" "How many jobs did we work on together? 3? 4? After having known you for all these years, you'd think I would have picked up a thing or two." "Tarquin. Real name Henry Nyberg." "Nyberg's another cover name," Ambler interrupted. "Used a few times and discarded. What's my name?" "Now you sound like a 9th Avenue pimp," Osiris drawled, trying to maintain a jocular tone. What's my name? Who's your daddy? Look, I understood you'd have questions, but I'm not the information desk. I may have some answers. I don't have all the answers. And why is that? Osiris's opaque blue eyes looked curiously alert beneath his faint, almost porcine eyebrows. Because some answers are, well, above my pay grade. I'll take what I can get, Ambler spoke brusquely. A little learning is a dangerous thing, my friend. Words to take to heart. You may not want to know what you think you want to know. Try me. Osiris's sightless eyes fixed him with a long, considering look. I know a better place to talk, he said. Beijing. Though President Liu Ang had retired to his private quarters in another wing of the compound, the conversation continued. What of the photographic evidence you mentioned? The soft-spoken MSS veteran prompted, turning to Chow. The second bureau chief, Chow Tang, nodded and removed a dossier from his black portfolio. He spread several photographs across the middle of the table. Of course, I have already shown this to Ang with predictable results, which is to say, none at all. I have asked him at least to cancel his foreign appearances for the sake of security. He refuses, but the rest of you should see. He tapped one of the photographs, a crowd before a wooden platform. Taken a few minutes before the assassination in Changhua, said the spymaster Chow. You'll recall the event. It was a little more than 2 years ago. Please notice the Caucasian in the crowd. He distributed another photograph, a digitally enhanced close-up of the same man. The assassin. The man whose bloody handiwork this is. In other photographs, you'll see him at the location of other killings. A monster indeed. Our spies have learned a thing or two about him. What's the monster's name? The elderly Li Pei demanded in his harsh country accent. Chow looked distressed by Li Pei's question. We have only a field alias, Chow admitted. Tarquin. Tarquin, Pei repeated, his dewlaps quivering like an old Shar-Pei's. An American. We believe so, though we are not certain who controls him. It has been difficult to filter signal from noise. Yet we have reason to think he may be a capstone actor in the plot against Liu Ang. Then he must be eliminated, said the white-haired man, slapping the table. Indeed wily, Chow thought. But indeed a peasant, too. We think alike, the spymaster said. Sometimes I worry that Liu Ang is too good for this world. He paused. Fortunately, I am not. There were grim nods around the table. In the event, precautions have already been taken. We've had a team from the 2nd Bureau's Signals Intelligence Unit working the matter. Yesterday, we gained credible information about his possible whereabouts. We were able to take immediate action. Trust me, the finest this country has to offer is on the case. It sounded like empty rhetoric, Chow reflected, yet in a strictly technical sense he believed it to be true. Chow had found Joe Lee when he was still in his adolescence and had taken first prize in a regional shooting competition run by the local branch of the People's Liberation Army. Test scores indicated that the boy, despite his rural background, had unusual aptitudes. Chow was always alert for the hidden prodigy. He believed that China's ultimate asset was to be found in its numbers, and not merely the brute muscle of cheap labor, but the occasional prodigy that sheer numbers were bound to yield. If you shucked 1 billion oysters, you would find more than a handful of pearls, Comrade Chow liked to say. He had been convinced that young Joe Lee was such a pearl and took it upon himself to see that he was prepared for an extraordinary career. Intensive language training began early. Joe Lee would become adept not only in the major Western languages, but also in the folkways of the Western nations. He would have a mastery of what was common knowledge there. He would also receive extensive training in weaponry, camouflage, Western-style hand-to-hand combat, and Shaolin-style martial arts. Jolie had never disappointed Chow. He had not become a large man, and yet his small size proved an advantage. It made him especially unthreatening and inconspicuous, his extraordinary skills concealed by a carapace of the commonplace. He was, Chow had once told him, a battleship disguised as a skiff.
"But this Tarquin, he is dead?"
asked the economist Psy, drumming his fingers on the black lacquered table.
"Not yet," Chow said, "but soon." "How soon?"
Psy pressed. Chow glanced at his watch and allowed himself a tight smile. "What time do you have?" New York. The Plaza Hotel at Fifth Avenue in Central Park South had been erected at the start of the 20th century and was a mainstay of Manhattan elegance ever since. With its copper-edged cornices and gilt and brocade interiors, it suggested a grand French chateau on the corner of Central Park. But it was the hotel's Olympic-sized swimming pool on the 15th floor where, at Osiris's insistence, the two men continued their conversation. Another clever rendezvous, Ambler judged, as the men disrobed and changed into plaza-provided swim trunks. It would be hard to conceal a listening device under these conditions, and nearly impossible to make an audible recording over the ambient noise of splashing water. "So who are you working for these days?" Ambler had prompted, treading water in the deep end beside Osiris. An elderly woman toward the shallow end was lazily swimming laps along the pool's narrower dimension. Otherwise, the pool was vacant. A few dowager types, dressed in one-piece swimsuits, were sipping coffee or tea as they reclined on poolside chaise lounges, doubtless summoning energy for some postponed exertion.
"They're people like us is who they are,"
Osiris replied.
"Really, just organized differently."
"I'm intrigued," Ambler said, "but not enlightened. What the hell are you talking about?"
"It's really about unleashing talent. You've got all these former covert ops people, lots of old stab hands, in fact, who might not have been using their skills to full advantage. Now they're still serving American interests, but they're paid for and deployed by means of a private concern."
Osiris's avoirdupois kept him buoyant. Treading water cost him minimal effort. "Private enterprise. An old story. Old as the Hessian mercenaries who helped spice things up during the American Revolution."
"A little different, maybe,"
Osiris said, breathing easily.
"We're organized as a private sector network of associates. Network's the key idea."
"More like Avon or Tupperware than Union Carbide, then. The multi-level marketing model." Following the sound of Ambler's voice, Osiris repositioned his face slightly. His sightless eyes seemed almost to peer.
"Not how I'd put it, but yes, that's the general idea. Independent agents working independently, but coordinated and deployed by their upline. So you can understand why the team is so eager to have you aboard. They want you for the same reason they wanted me. I have a unique skill set, so do you. And these people are intent on bringing in unique talent. Put you in a good bargaining position. You know you're something of a mythic figure among the stab boys. The bosses figure if only half the stories they tell about you are true. And I've seen you work, so I know the score. I mean, Christ, what you did in Kuala Lumpur. Now that's the stuff of legend. And I was there, you'll recall. Not a lot of Malay speakers in the political stabilization unit."
"That was a long time ago," said Ambler, arching himself into a back float. Kuala Lumpur. It had been many years since he thought about it, but the memories came back swiftly enough. A convention complex at the Putra World Center in the city's financial district, by the Golden Triangle area and the Petronas Twin Towers. It was an international trade convention, and Tarquin was officially a representative of a New York law firm specializing in intellectual property. Henry Nyberg had been the field legend on that occasion. A member of one of the foreign delegations, Tarquin's bosses had learned, was a terrorist plant. But which? Tarquin had been dispatched as a walking lie detector.
In Kuala Lumpur, everyone asked you how you knew. And you said it was obvious that those guys were sweating bullets. But it wasn't obvious, not to anyone else. And they weren't sweating bullets. The stab analysts reviewed the video later. The fact is, to everyone else, they were doing a damn impressive job of blending in. They looked bored and dutiful, exactly as they wanted to look. Only you saw them differently. I saw them the way they were. Exactly. Something nobody else could. We never really talked about this. It's an amazing skill. A gift.
Then I wish I could exchange it.
Why? Is it too big for you?
Osiris chuckled.
So what's the deal? Some witch doctor give you an amulet one day?
I'm not the best person to ask, said Ambler soberly. But I think it has to do with this. Most people see what they want to see. They simplify things, engage in hypothesis confirmation. I don't. I can't. It isn't something I can turn on or off.
I don't know whether that's a blessing or a curse, Osiris said. Or a little both. Comme d'habitude. The condition of knowing too much.
Right now my problem is knowing too little. You know what I'm after. Enlightenment. Indeed, for him it was a matter of life or death. He needed to know the truth, or he would be dragged into an undertow of the unconscious from which he would never emerge.
But enlightenment comes in steps, Osiris said. As I said, what I've really got to offer is judgment rather than information. Tell me the relevant facts. I may be able to help you make sense of them.
Ambler looked at Osiris, who was still treading water almost effortlessly. Water beaded on his broad shoulders, but his fringe of red hair remained dry. The man's blue, sightless eyes were welcoming, even fond. What tension Ambler could detect was not the result of stratagem or deception. His misgivings were automatic, and he would have to set them aside. The opportunity, if it was real, could not be passed on. The Chinese man in the well-tailored suit, a subtle Glen plaid pattern in a superfine merino, attracted hardly any notice as he came through the revolving doors and into the front lobby of the Plaza Hotel on Fifth. He was slight of build, handsome, with delicate features and bright, friendly eyes. He nodded at one of the clerks at the front counter, and she returned his nod, assuming that the man had confused her with whatever girl had checked him in. Within a few minutes he had ascertained that his quarry was in none of the lobby or dining spaces of the hotel. Within a few minutes more he had determined that they were in none of the other public spaces of the lower levels, the art galleries, shops, styling salons, or spa. Jolie had already ruled out the possibility that the quarry had taken a hotel room here. An upscale establishment like this made an inconvenient number of demands. IDs, impressions taken of credit cards, and so forth. These did not look like people who wished to leave such a record of their visit. Their absence from the main public spaces left two other possibilities. One was the hotel fitness center. None of the hotel's many official greeters saw him turn down a carpeted corridor between two elevator banks and through a discreetly marked service entrance. They did not see him open his briefcase and assemble the pieces of equipment it had carried. They did not see him step into a janitor's slate-gray coveralls, which completely concealed his lightweight suit, and board a service elevator, accompanied now by a wheeled mop-and-bucket assembly. If they had encountered him now, they would not have recognized him. Simply by muscular changes and postural adjustments, he had aged himself by 20 years. He was now a stooped man, tending to his bucket and an endless list of chores, the hovering custodial presence that few people really notice. Osiris was beginning to sound a little breathless, and not because of any physical exertion.
"Don't you see,"
he was saying.
"There's an alternate hypothesis."
He treaded water with small, graceful movements, as if he were conducting a small chamber orchestra. The blue of his eyes matched the blue of the pool water. "Consistent with my experiences over the past 24 hours?
"Yes," said his old colleague. "Your account has been admirably clear. You've been baffled by the fact that your memory of who you are doesn't square with the world you inhabit, and you assume it's the world that has been manipulated. What if that assumption is wrong? What if it's your mind that has been manipulated? Ambler listened with a rising sense of dread as the big-bellied operative began to explain. It's Occam's razor. What's the simplest explanation? Osiris went on. It's easier to alter the contents of your head than it is to change the whole world. What are you trying to tell me? Ambler felt numb. You know about Bluebird, Artichoke, MKultra, all those behavioral science programs from the 50s, right? They've been declassified, hashed over. Funny little episode in the history of the spy agencies is what people think. And rightly so, Ambler scoffed. You're naming Cold War follies, fantasies from a bygone era, discontinued long ago. Well, that's the thing. The program names changed, but the research never was discontinued. And the history isn't irrelevant. Really, it started with Joseph Cardinal Mingenti. Name ring a bell? Another mid-century victim of the communist regimes early in the post-war era. Hungary had a show trial, got him to confess on camera to charges of treason and corruption. But it was bogus. Sure it was. But the CIA was curious. It had this audio-visual feed of him confessing, and it ran the feed through all these stress test indicators and tried to find evidence that he was lying. And the strange thing was, they failed. All the tests said he was telling the stone truth, yet the charges really were trumped up. They knew that, too, which got them thinking. Could the prelate really have believed what he was testifying? If so, how had they convinced him of this alternate reality? If he'd been drugged, what drugs were they using, and so forth? All of which kick-started our own mind control experiments. How do you know so much about it? Asked Ambler. A shiver ran down his spine. Why do you think they put us together in the first place? Osiris shrugged. My background is in psyops. Like a lot of linguists, language used to be a major sticking point for the mind-benders. In the good old days, psyops would interrogate a Russian defector in a German safe house or a North Korean in an apartment in Seoul, and they'd drug the guy up with some complicated protocol. Soon then, these guys would have regressed, be blabbering away in the language of their home village, and these Berlitz monkeys at the agency would have no idea what was being said, and no ability to talk to them in their native dialect. That's when they decided they needed people like me. They'd turn over a lot of rocks to find us and bring us in. So we'd pay our dues in one of the PSYOPs projects. Then, by and by, we'd be loaned out to OGAs. Collegiality, they called it. Actually, it was a matter of resource distribution, spreading the budget lines around. OGAs, other governmental agencies, like Consular Operations or its Political Stabilization Unit. You know the routine. I finally asked for an official transfer to state because I thought it would be more stimulating on the language front. At Cons Ops, though, they were intrigued by the psych training I'd received. Back then, they still worried about you. Worried about how reliable you were. They liked the thought of my being around you on a couple of jobs. So you were filing reports on me? You got it. You'd be filing reports on the bad guy. I'd be filing reports on the good guy who was helping us to get the bad guy. But you knew it at the time, I've no doubt. Business as usual, right? I seem to recall that I was asked to file a report on you, Ambler said. They were still trying to grapple with the idea of a sightless operative, wanted reassurance again. Osiris smiled merrily. Talk about the blind leading the blind. You must have known my brief, as I say. My sense was you were too well-mannered to call me on it.
I guess I knew you didn't mean me any harm.
It's funny the things you remember, and funny the things you don't, which brings us to the next phase of the psych experiments. Vietnam is still going strong. Nixon hasn't been to China yet. And what happens next is that a very brilliant, very dangerous, very powerful man finally gets on board.
You giving me a goddamn history lesson?
You know what they say. Those who forget the past.
Flunked their history exams, Ambler said. Big deal. Sometimes I think only those who remember the past are condemned to repeat it.
I hear you. You're talking about people who nourish grudges and grievances over shit that happened centuries ago. But what if I plant something nasty in your fruit patch? Put some nightshade among your blueberries? Wouldn't you want to know?
What are you saying?
I'm talking about James Jesus Angleton and one of his legacy's many victims.
Who, goddammit?
Maybe you.
Ambler closed his eyes and dived to the floor of the pool, then let himself ascend quickly. He needed a break. Angleton, the CIA's great mastermind of Cold War counter-espionage, was a genius whose paranoid obsessions almost destroyed the agency he served.
There weren't many pies that Angleton didn't have a finger in,
Osiris went on.
Upshot is that when the church committee is starting up and the CIA has to mothball M-Cultra in the early 70s, Angleton makes sure the program wasn't shut down. It really just migrates to the Pentagon. Soon Angleton is on the outs, but his true believers keep the faith. Year after year, they're spending millions on research, inside and outside the government. They've got scientists and pharmaceutical firms and academic labs on retainer, and they're doing their own work without any bullshit from some bioethics committee. Working with scopolamine, bufontanine, cornanthine, uppers and downers and in-betweeners. They're developing modified versions of the old Wilcox-Writer machines for electroconvulsive therapy, building on breakthroughs in the area of depatterning, where you'd mess with someone's mind so hard that they started to lose all sense of space and time, all their usual neural patterns, basically their sense of self. You'd combine that with a technique they called psychic driving, where they'd put a patient in a stupor and bombard him with messages on a tape loop. 16 hours a day for weeks on end. All very crude in those days, but Angleton thought there was a practical application for it. He was obsessed with Soviet mind control techniques, naturally. He knew that our agents had been, captured by the enemy, the contents of their minds plumbed by means of stress, trauma, and psychopharmacology. But what if you could alter the contents of human memory?
That's impossible.
Angleton didn't think so. The call was to adapt the old research on depatterning and psychic driving and bring it to a whole new level. Now we're in the Pentagon's Strategic Neuropsychology Division, where they developed a technique known as mnemonic overlay. The idea was that you'd produce an interrogation-proof agent. But you know how the clandestine services work. Once you've developed a technique, it's anyone's guess how they'll put it to use.
And you're suggesting?
Yeah, said the sightless operative. I'm suggesting. Not stating like I know, because I don't. I'm just putting it to you. What makes most sense of what you know?
Ambler was beginning to feel prickly heat, despite the cool water. Identity fragmentation? Abreactive ego dystonia? The psychiatric jargon returned to him in sharp, lacerating shards. Madness. Trying to affirm the immediacy of his senses, to anchor himself in the real. He felt the chill of the water around him, the ache in his muscles. He craned his head, taking in all the tiny particulars of his surroundings. The old lady swimming her short side-to-side laps. She had to be 80. The girl, she had to be her granddaughter, in the lacy red suit. The plump coffee drinkers seated on poolside chaise longues in their modest one-piece outfits, no doubt discussing diets and exercise routines. On the other side of the tiled deck, a stooped custodian with a bucket and mop. Chinese guy, indeterminate age. Except there was something off, wasn't there? Ambler blinked. The stoop was not quite convincing. And as he studied the scene before him, neither was the mop. Oh, Christ! Was he hallucinating, succumbing to paranoid delusions? No, he could not allow himself to think like that. "Osiris," Ambler said suddenly. "There's a janitor, Chinese. One of yours?" "Not remotely possible," Osiris said. "This was a spur-of-the-moment decision, coming here. Nobody was notified. There's something odd about him, something... I just don't know, but we can't stay here." Ambler dived underwater, intending to resurface a few yards away so that he could take another look at the janitor without being obvious about it. Ambler couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong about that man. Moments later, the water nearby had grown clouded, dark. On instinct, Ambler stopped himself from resurfacing, dived deep into the pool before looking up. Blood was gouting from Osiris's body, the speed and pressure indicating that a bullet must have severed a carotid artery, and it spread through the chlorinated water like billowing clouds. Kevin McConnelly was trying to be patient with the middle-aged blowhard in what the plaza insisted on calling the changing area. Locker room was too low class, McConnelly guessed. Not at all, McConnelly told the blowhard, a red-faced man with no neck. "If you think someone stole your wallet, we have to take that seriously. All I'm saying is that we very seldom had a problem with property theft in the changing area." He was about to fetch a clipboard and file an incident report when he heard screams coming from the pool area. Another bullet pierced the water, trailing a shaft of bubbles like a string of pearl beads, missing Ambler by just a few feet. The index of refraction had put the gunman off his target, but he would not make the same mistake again. Ambler glanced toward the red billowing mass in the center of the deep end. Osiris was already dead, he could see, hovering near the surface with his limbs spread out. Oh, dear Christ, no. He dived deep, and when he moved toward the surface, he hid himself in the spreading cloud of blood beneath the lifeless operative. Then he dragged the body toward the diving boards. Another shot zipped into the water, missing Ambler's shoulder by a few inches. A rifle that could be easily disassembled and reassembled, and whose barrel could pass as a mop, was a compromised weapon. Most likely it was of a stripped-down single-bolt design that had to be reloaded before each shot, hence the 4 or 5 second lag between bullets. Through the bloodied water, he glimpsed the high diving board, now overhead. The concrete stanchion that supported it would provide some protection. The Chinese man was holding the long, dowel-like rifle with its stock to his cheek. It looked to be a narrow-bore weapon, perhaps modified from an AMT Lightning, one of those folding stock models designed for stealth sniping. Another crack as he squeezed off a bullet. Ambler, who could tell that he was about to squeeze the trigger moments before he did so, had thrashed violently to reposition himself and evade its path. Now he plunged deep into the water again. Timing was all. It would be another 5 or 6 seconds before he could fire again. Could Ambler make it to the concrete stanchion in time? And if he did, what would he do next? Yet there was no time to plan. He had to live in the moment or he would die in the moment. He had no choice. Now. Not pain screams, Kevin McConnelly decided. Panic screams. He was slouchy and out of shape. The mirror never lied. But the 15 years he had spent as an MP gave him survival instincts. He ducked his head into Le Centre Nautique, as the sign pretentiously called the swimming pool area, and then stepped back. What he had seen was a professional firing from an odd-looking paramilitary rifle. He knew this was not someone to take on with a handgun. He charged into the locker area and looked around desperately. He was sweating, his stomach furled, and he remembered why he had left the military police. Still, something had to be done, and he would have to do it. Something. But what? He did not consider himself much of a brain, but the next thing he did, he decided later, was very, very smart. He found the circuit breaker for the hall and turned off all the lights. An inky darkness shrouded everything, and a curious silence, too, as fans and motors stopped running, the kind one wasn't aware of until they cut out. He realized that it might help the gunman to escape, but that was not his main problem. He had to stop the shooting. Nobody went shooting in the dark, did they? Now, there had to be a flashlight around somewhere. He heard the sound of someone streaking toward him. He stuck out a leg and tripped the man. The runner crashed into a stand of lockers. As McConnelly turned the lights on again, he saw a 6-foot-tall man in swim trunks, short brown hair, a smoothly muscled body. Late 30s, early 40s, the sort of age where if someone had kept in shape, it was hard to say. "What the hell'd you do that for?" The man glared as he massaged a bruised shoulder. Not the shooter. The shot at, more likely. McConnelly took a quick look around. No sign of the gunman. No sign of the gun. The bad guy had fled the scene. They both knew it. McConnelly, anyway, was relieved. "Here's the deal." McConnelly liked to say those words. It was the voice of authority, and it was amazing how persuasive it was, even to the real muckety-mucks. "I'm going to get the police to come right now and secure the area. Then you're going to explain to me and to them exactly what went down." He stood with his hands on his hips, spreading open his sports jacket and exposing his belt holster. "Is that what you think?" The man went straight to his locker, where he scrubbed at his head with a towel and started to change into his street clothes. "That's what I know," McConnelly said levelly, following him. Then a curious thing happened. The man caught a glimpse of himself in the wall-mounted mirror and suddenly blanched like he'd seen a ghost. After a moment, the man turned away and took a deep breath. "Call one of the tabloids," the man said harshly. "I'd like to tell them about what happened. Plaza Pool Shootout. The headline practically writes itself." "That's not necessary," McConnelly said with a sinking feeling. What had happened was not something he looked forward to explaining to the hotel management. In fact, it was more than his job was worth. And they would probably blame him for it, same as that red-faced asshole, and with as much logic. "How come you get to decide what's necessary?" "I'm just saying that we can have a police investigation without a lot of distracting publicity." "I think the tabloids can do better. Maybe Plaza Pool of Blood." "It's real important that you stay here," McConnelly said. But he did not say it as if he meant it, because deep down he didn't. "Here's the deal," the man said over his shoulder as he walked away. "You never saw me." Gaithersburg, Maryland. It was a one-story ranch-style house, generic-looking, distinguished from its neighbors only by the well-pruned holly bushes that grew around its foundations, a moat of spiny-leafed greenery, even in winter. It seemed an unlikely place of safety, and maybe it was not one. But Ambler had to find out. He rang the doorbell and waited. Would she even be home? He heard footsteps, and another question formed in his mind. Would she be alone? There was just one car in the garage, an old Corolla, and none in the driveway. He had heard no noises of cohabitation, but that was not proof. The front door was opened a few inches, a chain stretched across the opening. A pair of eyes met his and widened. "Please don't hurt me," Laurel Holland said in a quiet, frightened voice. "Please, just go away." And the nurse who had helped free Ambler from Parrish Island shut the door on him. He was prepared to hear her footsteps rush away, a phone being dialed. The door was cheap brown-painted fiberboard with glued-on detailing. The chain was a joke. One shove and it would have broken off the latch. Yet that was not an option. Ambler had only one chance. He had to play it right. She had stepped away from the door, but, he could tell, was still standing near it as if frozen by uncertainty, indecision. He rang the bell again. "Laurel?" he said. There was quiet in the house. She was listening.
The words he spoke next would be critical. "Laurel, I will go if you want me to. I'll go, and you'll never see me again. I promise you that. You saved my life, Laurel. You saw something nobody else saw. You had the courage to listen to me, to risk your career, to do what no one else did, and I'll never forget it." He paused briefly. "But I need you, Laurel. I need your help again." He waited several long moments. "Please forgive me, Laurel. I won't bother you any more." He turned away from the door, his heart sinking, and walked down the 2-step porch, scanning the street. He heard the door opening behind him before he reached the drive, and he turned around. Laurel Holland was shaking her head in self-reproach. "Come inside quickly," she said, "before I come to my senses." Wordlessly, Ambler entered the modest house and looked around. Lace curtains, a cheap imported rug on the mass-produced oak flooring. Laurel Holland looked scared, angry at him, but angrier at herself. She also looked beautiful. In Parrish Island, she had been the brusque, pretty nurse. At home, with her hair down, dressed in a sweater top and jeans, she was more than just pretty, he could see. She was lovely, even elegant, her strong features softened by her wavy auburn hair. She moved with natural grace. Under her loose-fitting sweater top, she was hard and soft, supple and yielding. Her waist was narrow, and yet there was something almost maternal to the swell of her breasts. Ambler realized he was staring, and he averted his eyes. With a pang, he saw the small revolver, a Smith & Wesson .22, mounted on a bracket near the spice rack. Its presence was significant. More significant was the fact that Laurel Holland had made no move toward it. "Why are you here?" she demanded, looking at him with wounded eyes. "Do you realize what can happen to me?" "Laurel, if you're grateful, get out. Leave me alone." Ambler flinched as if he had been slapped and bowed his head. "I'll go," he said in a voice like a whisper. "No," she said. I don't know what I want." There was anguish in her voice, embarrassment, too, that he was witness to it. "I brought you trouble, didn't I? Because of what you did. I want to say thank you, and I want to say I'm sorry." Absently, she ran an anxious hand through her lustrous hair. "The key card? It wasn't actually mine. The night shift nurse always leaves hers in the dispensary drawer. So they figured I'd palmed it from her somehow." "You got it. The video made it pretty obvious what happened, or so they thought. Everyone got a reprimand, and that was the end of it, aside from the 2 guys on medical. So, you left. And now you're back." "Not back," Ambler corrected. "They told us you were a dangerous man, psychotic." Ambler's eyes flickered toward the wall-mounted revolver. Why hadn't she grabbed it, armed herself? "They told you those things and you didn't believe them," Ambler said. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have let the dangerous psycho in your house. Especially since you live alone." "Don't be so sure," she said. "You didn't used to," Ambler said. "Tell me about your ex." "You seem to know so much, why don't you?" "He is, or was, a double X. Ex-U, ex-military." She nodded, looking slightly startled. "A veteran, in fact." She nodded again, the color beginning to drain from her face. "Maybe a little paranoid," Ambler said, tilting his head toward the gun bracket. "So let's think this through. You're a psychiatric nurse in a secure facility belonging to the Walter Reed complex. Now, why would that be? Maybe because your man came back home from a tour of duty from Somalia, Desert Storm? Little messed up in the head." "Post-traumatic stress disorder," she said quietly. "And so you tried to heal him, make him whole." "Tried," she said. There was a tremor in her voice. "And failed," Ambler said. "But not for lack of effort. So you go to school, maybe at one of the military professional schools, and they encourage you to specialize, and you throw yourself into the subject, and you're smart, so you do well. A psychiatric nurse, military background. Walter Reed, Parrish Island. "You're good," she snapped, resentful of being reduced to a case study. "You're good. That's what got you in trouble. Like they say, no good deed goes unpunished." "Is that why you're here?" she said, stiffening. "To see that punishment is served?" "Christ, no." "Then why the hell?" "Because." Thoughts swirled in Ambler's head. "Maybe because I'm worried that I am mad. And because you're the one person I know who looks at me as if I'm not." Laurel shook her head slowly, but he could tell that the fear was ebbing from her. "You want me to say you're not psychotic?" "I don't think you're psychotic, but what I think doesn't mean diddly. To me it does." "Want some coffee?" "If you're making it," said Ambler. "Instant okay?" "You don't have anything faster?" She gave him a long, level look. Once again, it was as if she were looking through him to some core selfhood, some essential sanity. They sat together, drinking coffee, and suddenly he knew exactly why he had come. There was a warmth and a humanity to her that he desperately craved right now, the way he craved oxygen. Where others, it seemed, sought him as an operative for hire, Laurel Holland was the one person in the world he could find who, for whatever reason, believed in him, as he wanted to believe in himself. The irony was painful. A psychiatric nurse who had seen him at his very nadir was the sole witness to his sanity. "I see you," she said slowly. "And it's like I see myself. I know we're as different as can be." She closed her eyes for a moment. "But there's something we've got in common. I don't know what." "You're my port in a storm." "Sometimes I think ports welcome storms," said the nurse. "A virtue of necessity?" "Something like that," she said. "Speaking of which, it was Desert Storm." "Your ex?" "Ex-husband. Ex-Marine. It's kind of an identity in itself, being ex-Marine. It never really leaves you, any more than what happened to him in Desert Storm ever really left him. So what does it all mean? Am I just attracted to trouble? He wasn't post-traumatic when you met, was he?" "No, not then. That was a long time ago. But he got shipped out, did 2 back-to-back tours, and came back different. And not in a good way. Started to drink a lot. Started to hit me, a little. A little is too much." She closed her eyes, nodded, embarrassed. She was silent for a while. "I should be terrified of you. I don't know why I'm not. It almost scares me that I'm not scared of you." "You're like me. You go by your instincts." She gestured around her. "And see where it's got me." "You're a good person," Ambler spoke simply. Without thinking about it, he reached over and placed a hand on hers. "That what your instincts say?" "Yeah." Ambler shrugged. "I know what it's like to have people change on you. I had a dad who drank. He was really good at holding it, and then he wasn't." "An angry drunk?" "At the end of the day, most of them are." "He beat you?" "Not much," Ambler said. "Not much is too much." Ambler looked off. "I got good at reading his mood. With drunks, it's tricky because they can turn on a dime. Giddy, laughing, then suddenly it's smack, with an open hand or a closed fist, depending. And the expression on his face blackens into a kid you got a smart mouth on you scowl. Christ. He was always sorry afterward. Really, really sorry. You know what it's like. The guy says he's going to change this time. And you believe him because you want to." She nodded. "You have to believe him. Like you believe that someday the rain's got to stop. So much for instincts." No, that's the thing, Ambler said. I learned. I learned to tell the difference, learn the subtleties, learn to tell apart the weather systems. By the time I turned 6, I knew his moods like I knew the alphabet. Knew when to get the hell out of his sight, knew when he was in a generous mood, knew when he was angry and aggressive, knew when he was passive and self-pitying, knew when he was lying to me or to my mom. A heavy thing for a kid. He left by my 7th birthday. Were you and your mom relieved? It was more complicated than that. He stopped. Laurel was quiet for a while as they sipped bad coffee. Do you understand what's happening now? He stared at her. You ever get the sense you don't really know who you are? Try all the time, she replied, her lynx eyes drawing him in. What did they do to you? Slowly, he began to tell her about his disappearance from the databases and electronic archives, and then, in broad strokes, the essentials of what Osiris had told him. She listened contemplatively, and her calm was contagious. Finally, she said, You want to know what I think? He nodded. I think they tried to mess with your mind when you were on the inside. In fact, I'm sure of it. With drugs and electroshock and Lord only knows what else. But I don't believe you can ever really change who a person is. Quietly, he said, When I was inside, I heard a recording of myself. He described it bloodlessly. How do you know it was really you? I just know, he said, flailing. Laurel's focus was razor sharp. That can all be explained. Explained? How? I don't remember any of it. I don't remember the psychosis. Don't remember getting doped up. What I'm saying is, with the right drug cocktail, you could have been plunged into an episode of madness, but you'd have no memory of it. You'd be a raving lunatic for a few hours. Ambler nodded slowly. The hairs on the back of his neck were prickling with excitement. And then they record you while you're in this state, she went on, and make believe that you're crazy, try to persuade you that you're crazy, for whatever reasons of their own. Reasons of their own. How do you explain about the databases? Ambler pressed. It's as if I never lived. You know about the things that powerful people can do. So do I. I hear gossip at work, the stuff people aren't supposed to talk about but do anyway, about creating records for people who never existed. Not that much harder to erase the records of someone who actually did exist. You know how crazy that sounds? Laurel, listen to me, he said, his voice almost breaking. I look in the mirror and I don't recognize myself. She reached over and touched his cheek. Then they changed you. How is that possible? I'm not a surgeon, she said. But I've heard rumors about plastic surgery techniques, about how they can change people so the person himself couldn't even tell he'd ever been operated on. I know that you can keep people anesthetized for weeks at a time. They do it in burn wards sometimes to spare patients from a period of agony. There are all sorts of minimally invasive surgery they do now. They could have changed your face, then kept you under until you'd healed up. Even if you had conscious intervals, for said therapy again could stop memories from forming. How would you ever know? Can I ask you a personal question? She said, almost shyly. Bring it on, he said. What's your name? For the first time that day he laughed. A loud, explosive laugh from his belly, from his soul. He extended a hand mock formally. Pleased to meet you, Laurel Holland, he said. My name is Harrison Ambler, but you can call me Hal. I like that better than patient number 5312, she said. She placed both her hands in his short brown hair and then, once more, brushed them lightly over his face. She turned his head in one direction and another as if playing with a mannequin. Then she leaned forward and caressed his cheek. It took him a few moments to respond at all. When he did, it was the way a desert traveler who had been dying of thirst arrives at an oasis. With both arms he clasped her to him, and she was firm and she was soft, and she was all he had in the world, and she was enough. When they broke off, there were tears in both their eyes. Ambler felt as if the sun, warming and radiant, had suddenly appeared in a midnight sky. Across the earth, across the years, Ambler now stirred in his bed, suddenly conscious of the stale motel air. He opened his eyes. The trilling continued. The Nokia he had taken from the stalker in the Sourlands. He pressed the on button and brought it to his ear. Yes?
Tarquin!
A hearty voice brayed. Who is this? Said Ambler, suddenly wary. A cold fear washed over him.
I'm Osiris's controller, said the hearty voice.
That's not much of a recommendation, Ambler replied.
You're telling me. We've been terribly concerned about the security breach.
Someone opens your mail, that's a breach. Somebody shoots your operatives dead, that's something a little more serious.
Damn straight. We've got some ideas about what happened. Point being, we need you, and we need you now.
I don't know who the hell you are, Ambler said. You say Osiris worked for you. For all I know, the guy who works for you is the one who killed him.
Tarquin, listen to me. Osiris was an extraordinary asset. I mourn his loss. We all do.
And you expect me to take your word for it?
Yes, I do, the man said. I know your abilities.
Ambler paused. Like Arcady, like Osiris, the man had confidence in Ambler's ability to detect deception. Honesty was no guarantee of ultimate truth, he reminded himself. The man himself could be deceived, but Tarquin, Ambler, had no choice but to play along. The further he could burrow into the organization, the greater his chance of reaching the truth about what had happened to him, and who he truly was. A thought nagged at him. During his career, Ambler had sometimes been involved in what was known as a sequence operation, one piece of information leading to another, each more critical than the one before, designed to draw in and ensnare an adversary. Every sequence operation, he knew, depended on the utmost air of credibility. The more skilled the adversary, the higher the level of credibility required. The more sophisticated subjects, however, were wary. They would employ blind intermediaries, equipping them with questions that had to be answered on the spot. The answers did not have to be faultless. The subject of the operation might be suspicious if they were. But they had to pass a gut check, a single misstep, and the game was blown. The wiliest subjects of all, however, would set about reversing the sequence operation, like a tail wagging the dog. Decoys would be programmed with information specially crafted to tantalize U.S. intelligence. The sequence operation would work, but backward. A newfound zeal for an unexpected windfall would obscure original objectives. The hunter would become the quarry. What Ambler could not determine was whether he was, in fact, being ensnared within a sequence operation, and, if so, whether he would be able to exploit it for his own ends. There was no more dangerous game. Yet what was his alternative? All right, Ambler said. I'm listening.
We're going to meet tomorrow in Montreal, the man said. Use whatever ID you've got. The one Osiris gave you should work fine, but your choice.
The man went on to give him more detailed instructions. He was to fly to Montreal Dorval that very morning. Shortly before he set out, the phone rang in his motel room. Laurel. She sounded calmer, more whole, and yet there was concern in her voice. Concern for him, not for herself. He explained quickly that he had an appointment to keep, that he had received a call from Osiris's controller. I don't want you going, she said, and he could hear both her fear and her determination. You're afraid for me? I'm afraid too. But I'm more afraid not to go. He paused. I'm like a fisherman in a yawl, with something tugging on the line. A sailfish? A great white shark? I don't know. Can't know. And I don't dare let go.
There was a long pause before she spoke again. Even if it sinks your boat?
Can't let go, Ambler said. Even if.
Discovery Bay, New Territories. The luxurious Hong Kong villa had 12 rooms, all beautifully appointed in a manner consistent with its 1920s construction. Much fine French furniture of gilt wood and damask, walls upholstered with shot silk. But its true glory was its flower-decked terrace with its view of the calm waters of Discovery Bay. Especially now as the waters shimmered with the rosy sun of the early evening. On one end of the terrace, 2 diners sat at a table, its white linen cloth covered with a dozen dishes, rare delicacies prepared by expert hands. As the aromas mingled in the faint breeze, a silver-haired American with a prominent forehead inhaled and reflected that in previous centuries such a banquet would be available to few outside China's royal courts. Ashton Palmer sampled a dish made from hatchlings of the mountain bulbul. The bones of the tiny songbird were as underdeveloped as those of a sardine, providing only a pleasing texture. As with the ortolan dish perfected by Escoffier, another tiny songbird which French gourmands knew to hold by the beak and eat whole behind a napkin, one ate the bulbul hatchling in a single bite, crunching on its near-embryonic bones, relishing the slight resistance as one did the yielding exoskeleton of a soft-shelled crab. It was a dish whose Mandarin name was chow niao gay, literally stir-fried birdsong. "Extraordinary, don't you agree?" Palmer said to his only dining companion, a Chinese man with broad, weathered features and hard, gimlet eyes. The man, a long-time general of the People's Liberation Army, smiled, his leathery skin forming grooved striations from cheek to mouth. "Extraordinary," the man agreed. "But from you, one has grown to expect nothing less." "You are too kind," Palmer said, noting the uncomprehending faces of the serving staff. For Palmer was speaking to General Lamb in neither Mandarin nor Cantonese, but in the dialect of Hakka spoken in the general's native village. "Still, I know that you, like me, appreciate attention to details. This dish, chow niao gay, was last served, so far as anyone knows, in the final decades of the Qing dynasty. I fear that your friends in Wanxiaolu," he referred to a heavily guarded suburb of Beijing where many of China's top officials made their homes, "or Zhongnanhai would find it decadent." "They prefer Burger King," General Lamb grunted. "Pepsi-Cola served in silver goblets." "Obscene," the American scholar said. "But all too true. Not that I have been spending so much time at Zhongnanhai," the general said. "If Liuang had his way, all the warriors would be exiled to the provinces. He regards the PLA as an enemy and so has turned it into one, but then, as Chinese history shows, in exile lies opportunity." "That has been the case for you," the general said. Palmer smiled but did not deny it. His career trajectory was not one he would have chosen when he had started out in life, but then the mistake would have been his. When he was still a young Ph.D. in the State Department's policy planning staff, the smart money had him pegged as the next Henry Kissinger, and the most promising policy intellectual of his generation. But as it emerged, he had a fatal flaw for a career in Foggy Bottom. He had, he believed, a zeal for the truth. With startling abruptness, the lionized wunderkind came to be the shunned enfant terrible. Thus had the mediocrities upheld their rule, expelling the one who threatened their comfortable assumptions. In some ways, Palmer reflected, his own exile had indeed been the best thing that ever happened to him. The rise and fall story about him that ran in the New Republic asserted that, having been drummed out of the corridors of power, he had retreated to the groves of academe. If so, it was a strategic retreat, a regrouping as much as anything. For his disciples, Palmerites, in his enemy's sneering term, gradually took policy positions in the Defense Department and the State Department, including the Foreign Service, as well as the more connected Washington-based think tanks. He had drilled into them hard lessons of discretion, and the lessons were learned. His protégés were now in the most sensitive of positions. As years passed by, their guru, retired like a Cincinnatus on the Charles, had been patiently biding his time. Now, however, he was counting the days. As for the Jiangnan Hai, Palmer said, I am pleased that we still share the same perspective on these matters. The general touched one cheek and then another as he intoned a Hakka idiom. Right eye, left eye. It meant that two people were as close in their views as were a man's two eyes. 6 days remain, he said, with understated emphasis. Everyone must play his part to perfection. Without fail, the general said, his weathered face tightening in resolve. After all, the course of history is at stake. And we can agree, the course of history is far too important a thing to be left to chance. The general nodded gravely and raised his finger again. Right eye, left eye, he said quietly. Montreal. The man on the cell phone told Ambler to be at the northwestern corner of Dorchester Square at 11 a.m. Arriving early, Ambler took a cab to the corner of Rue Cypress and Rue Stanley, a block away, and did reconnaissance. The Sun Life building on Dorchester, a Beaux-Arts behemoth, had once been the largest building in the entire British Empire. Now it was dwarfed by modern skyscrapers, many of which were clustered around Dorchester Square. Indeed, that was why Dorchester Square made Ambler nervous. It was overlooked by too many buildings. He was carrying shopping bags from Place Montreal Trust, had a camera around his shoulder, and looked, he hoped, like just another tourist. After loitering in the side streets, he satisfied himself that he saw nobody suspicious in Dorchester Square proper, and he ventured into it. However much he reconnoitered, it was clear the critical elements could change at any moment. Was that why Osiris's controller had chosen it? Peering through the camera lens, Ambler scanned the hundreds of windows visible from the various office towers. Most were designed not to open. Those that could open were closed, given the weather. Though he had dressed warmly, the temperature was in the lower 20s and his ears were beginning to freeze. He heard footsteps coming toward him, purposeful ones, and whipped around. "Excuse me, mister." Ambler saw an elderly couple dressed in bright, down-filled jackets, their white hair tousled by the wind. "Yes," Ambler replied, trying to keep his voice bland, incurious. "Would you mind taking a picture of us?" The man handed him a yellow disposable camera, the sort sold at any drugstore. "All right," Ambler said, embarrassed by his suspicion. "You American?" "From Sacramento, but we were here on our honeymoon. Guess when that was?" "Can't guess," Ambler tried not to sound distracted. 40 years ago," the wife squealed. "Well, congratulations," Ambler said, squeezing the button on the top right of the camera. As he stepped forward to frame the picture, he noticed something. A person stepping behind the statue a bit too quickly, as if he did not want to be seen. Ambler was perplexed. It was an amateur's mistake, and surely he was not dealing with amateurs. He handed the disposable camera back to the elderly couple and suddenly took a few long strides toward the statue's pediment. A young man, no, a boy, probably 14 or 15, shrank away. "Hey," Ambler said as neutrally as possible. "Hey," the boy said. "So what's the deal?"
I think I screwed up, the boy said, speaking with a slight Quebecois accent. He had a pronounced nose that he might one day grow into and short, spiky blonde hair that was obviously bleached. Nothing you can't make right, I bet. Ambler's eyes did not leave the boy's face. He was attuned to every shifting expression. You weren't supposed to see me yet. Not until 11 a.m., the boy said. Who has to know? The youth brightened. So you won't tell? Why would I? Don't you think I already know? It's just that your friend told me it was a birthday surprise, like some sort of treasure hunt, maybe. Tell me what you were supposed to tell me. I'll act surprised, promise. You gotta, the boy said anxiously. How much is he paying you? I'll pay you the same. Now the boy was grinning. How much is he paying me? He repeated, stalling. Right. 40? The boy was a clumsy liar. Ambler raised an eyebrow. 30? Ambler maintained a look of skepticism. 20. The boy finally corrected himself. Ambler peeled off a 20 and gave it to him. Now then, what were the instructions? Instructions was the rendezvous has changed. You're supposed to meet in the underground city. Where? Le promenade de la cathédrale, the boy said. But if there is a surprise for you, you got to remember to act surprised. Someone with a mind for metaphor would find it either apt or ironic that beneath Christ Church Cathedral was a vast upscale shopping mall, the Promenade de la Cathédrale. Ambler had just taken the escalators down to the promenade and was trying to orient himself in the cavernous mall when he felt a pair of hands on his shoulders, spinning him around. A burly, ginger-haired man smiled cheerfully at him. "Face to face at last," the man said. Ambler did a double take. He knew this man, not personally but by reputation. Many people did. His name was Paul Fenton, and his reputation was as murky as his gaze was clear. Paul Fenton, a prominent American industrialist who first made his name as the founder of a Texas-based electronics firm with major defense contracts. But his business concerns had expanded a great deal since then, and by the late 80s he had earned notoriety in certain circles for funding right-wing insurgencies and counterinsurgencies around the world. Among the beneficiaries of his patronage were the Contras in El Salvador, Renamo in Mozambique, and UNITA in Angola. "You are Tarquin, aren't you?" Fenton asked. He took Ambler's silence for assent and extended a hand. Yet the question had not been rhetorical. There was a measure of uncertainty. Fenton had not known what he looked like. Ambler took Fenton's hand and stepped forward, speaking in a low, harsh voice. "It's idiotic to meet me in public this way. You're too goddamn recognizable." Fenton just winked. "I find people don't see what they don't expect to see, and I'm not exactly a Hollywood celebrity." He looked athletic, rugged. He also looked rich. There was a sleekness to him, a warrior who would spend one weekend playing polo in the Argentines, another running Abrams tanks through Chad, and the next getting mineral salt scrubs at a Parrot Cay spa. Rugged, weathered, but moisturized. The visage of the billionaire tough guy. Ambler realized why Fenton had chosen the venue. It was to provide Ambler himself with reassurance. The risks of violence would seem small in such a public place. "Tell me something," Ambler went on. "Are you actually here by yourself? A man of your stature?" "Why don't you tell me?" Ambler glanced around him, sweeping across dozens of faces. A square-faced man in a drab wax duffel coat, mid-40s, short hair. Another, 20 feet to his left, looking much less comfortable in much more costly apparel. A double-breasted camel's hair topcoat, the slacks of a dark flannel suit. "I just see two. And one of them's not used to this sort of posting." Fenton nodded. Gillespie's basically a secretary. Good with the maitre d's and such."
Fenton nodded at the man in the camel's hair topcoat, who nodded back, coloring slightly. "But you were going to tell me about Osiris, and this doesn't seem the ideal setting for a tete-a-tete."
"I know just the place,"
Fenton purred, and led Ambler to an extremely exclusive-looking clothing boutique a little farther down the terrazzo walkway. In the window was a single dress, mainly iridescent purple shot silk with the seams showing the basting threads visible in sloppy green loops. It looked as if it were a garment that was still being made, the sort of thing that tailors sometimes display in their shops. But Ambler realized it was the finished garment, some high-style deconstructed look that no doubt wowed the fashion press when worn by a slinkily anorexic model on a runway. A small sign of etched copper gave its name, Système de la Mode. Again, Ambler was impressed with Fenton's choice of venue. This one was cunningly designed to offer both reassurance and privacy. The store, with its intimidating and recherché offerings, was visible to passers-by, but not 1 in 1,000 would actually dare to come in. At the entrance there was the usual anti-theft portal, the 2 plastic-clad towers, though placed a little farther from the door than usual. A low beep started when Ambler approached.
"Sorry about that,"
Fenton said. "Probably doesn't like your camera," which meant it wasn't an inventory control portal at all. Ambler removed his camera and stepped through.
"Actually, if you could just stand there for a moment longer,"
Fenton said apologetically. Ambler did so. The door sucked closed behind him.
"You're good to go,"
the burly industrialist said.
"Welcome to my humble little shop. You might not think it's my speed, but if you were a fashionista, you'd be damned impressed. There isn't a single price tag in this place that doesn't have a comma."
"Get a lot of customers?"
"Nary a one,"
Fenton said, his cheeks broadening in a moisturized smile.
"We're almost never open. And when we are, I got the world's scariest shop girl. Brigitte's her name, and she specializes in making people feel like they got shit on their shoes. She's out to lunch at the moment, and I'm sorry you won't get to meet her, because she's something, Brigitte is. She doesn't exactly tell folks that they're not worthy to be shopping here, but they get the message."
"I get the picture. If you're trying to set up a safe house, I guess it's more discreet than a big sign saying, 'Keep out.' And let me guess. The door tower isn't really for inventory control. It's bug repellent?"
"Total wide spectrum. Real powerful. We test it all the time. Never been able to sneak a listening device through it. More pleasant than having to strip people naked and do a cavity search. More effective, too. Not that it would even matter if they did. Go check out the window glass."
Ambler walked over to the storefront glass. Peering closely, he made out a fine mesh metal screen within the glazing. It looked ornamental. It was, in fact, functional. "This whole place is a screen room," he marveled. A screen room was a space enclosed by a grounded ferromagnetic mesh or gauze. The shielding blocked the transmission of any radio frequency signals.
"You got it.
See that shiny back wall?
12 layers of lacquer. 12. With each layer polished before the next layer is applied, all done by real artisans. And underneath those 12 layers, plaster and metal gauze."
"You're a careful man."
"Do whatever I can to keep the information partitions in place, like the trays of a TV dinner."
The mogul chuckled contentedly. It was important to him that Ambler be impressed with his precautions. Keep him on the defensive. "In that case, how do you explain what happened to Osiris?" Anger flared in Ambler's voice. Fenton's ruddy face paled a little.
"I guess I was hoping we wouldn't focus on that."
Ambler saw a salesman put off his stride, but what was he selling?
"Listen, what happened to Osiris was a goddamn tragedy. I got a crack team looking into it, and though we don't have answers yet, we'll have them soon. The man was a prodigy, one of the most remarkable operatives I've had the privilege of knowing. Save your eulogies for the funeral, Ambler sneered. And he was a big-time admirer of yours. You should know that. Soon as it went on the squawk that Tarquin was out and about, Osiris was the first one who said I needed to reach out and bring you in. He knew that where I'm concerned, on the loose just means on the market. Ariadne's thread. Find out where it leads. You seem to know a lot about me, Ambler said, the comment a prod. Exactly what did Paul Fenton know? Everything and nothing, it seems. Tarquin's the only name anybody has for you. You're exactly 6 feet tall, plus whatever your shoe heels add. Weight 190 pounds, age 40, brown hair, blue eyes. He smiled. But those are just facts. Data. Neither you nor me is likely to be overimpressed with data. You're too modest, Ambler prodded further. I think you know a lot more than you're saying. I've heard tales from the field, all right. From Osiris. Others, too. I got a lot of contacts. You'll learn that about me. Not many people I don't know. Among people who count, I mean. Fenton paused. Obviously, you had some powerful enemies, and some powerful friends. I'd like to be one of them. Fenton grinned again, shaking his head. You impressed the hell out of me, and not a lot of people do. In my book, you're a goddamn wizard. A magician. Poof! The elephant vanishes from the stage. Poof! The magician's gone, cape and wand and everything. How the hell did you manage that? Ambler sat down on a brushed steel stool, studying the industrialist's smooth, ruddy face. Are you my enemy, or will you lead me to my enemy? How do you mean? Ambler kept his voice low-key, bored. Professional secret, huh? They told me that Tarquin was a man of many gifts, but I had no idea. Incognito ergo sum, huh? Of course, a good magician can make things reappear, too, Ambler said carefully. He turned and peered outside, shoppers tramping past soundlessly, unseeing. He could use Fenton. But had others used him, too? If members of the retrieval team had somehow learned of the meeting, but so far there was no sign of it. And you have. You're here, aren't you? But do you have any idea what you're worth to me? According to your former colleagues, you're the closest thing they've ever met to a mind reader, and you officially don't exist. I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. Here we are in a specially soundproofed space, privacy guaranteed by Faraday shielding and wide-frequency RF intercepts. Could not be more private if we were on the moon. And the atmosphere's better. Fenton nodded impatiently. SSG is kind of like this place. It provides one kind of service publicly, but that isn't why it exists. Maybe Osiris started to explain. See, what I am is the showrunner. That's what they call me. Then what's the show? An international management consulting firm. What's that, really? A bunch of people in suits and ties who travel all around the world, racking up the frequent flyer miles. Every major airport in the world is flooded with these guys. Any customs or border control official can recognize a business consultant a mile away. They're pros, look like people who have learned how to live on airplanes. But you know how the ads talk about the SSG difference? Asking the right questions, not just providing the right answers. Ambler recited the advertising slogan. The real difference, though, is that our core team is actually composed of former covert operatives. And not the bottom-of-the-barrel types, either. I've been creaming off the best. I've hired the stab boys en masse. So it's like a retirement perk. The provocation was deliberate. They're not retired, Tarquin, the ginger-haired man replied. They're doing what they used to do. Better. Difference is, now they're free to do their jobs. Their real jobs. Which is working for you. Which is working for freedom. For truth, justice, and the goddamn American way. Which should make you an enemy of the very government you're trying to protect. Ambler's words were pointed, his voice level. You asking whether I'm stepping on government toes? Fenton raised his eyebrows, his weathered forehead sporting 4 amazingly regular creases, as straight as the creases on a boxed shirt just back from the laundry. The answer is yes and no. Plenty of pencil necks disapprove, no doubt about it. But there are good men and women in Washington, too. The people who really count, right? The people who count on you. You got it. Fenton glanced at his watch. He had been worried about the time, had reassured himself that he remained on schedule. But what schedule? So you are and aren't part of the U.S. government. We can do what the U.S. can't. Fenton's eyes sparkled. At first, those eyes seemed to be no particular color. Peering more closely, Ambler noticed that one eye was gray and the other green. Oh, sure, plenty of bureaucrats in Fort Meade and Langley, not to mention Foggy Bottom, are happy to denounce me like I say. But deep down, they're glad I do what I do. With some, I'd imagine it's not very deep down at all. You must have close ties with some pretty high-ranking officers. High-ranking officers, including those who know what was done to me and why. Absolutely. Officers that actively enlist our services. It's a matter of outsourcing covert ops to strategic services. All the flavor, none of the calories, Ambler said, forcing down a gorge of revulsion. Zealots like Paul Fenton were all the more dangerous because they viewed themselves in a heroic light. Even as their lofty rhetoric could justify every kind of inhumanity, they quickly lost the ability to distinguish between self-interest and the great cause to which they devoted themselves. They suckled their corporate entities on public funds while sermonizing about the virtues of private enterprise. True believers like Fenton placed themselves above the laws of men, above justice itself, which made them a threat to the very security they prized. Everybody knows that the enemies of freedom, including the free market, are the enemies of Paul Fenton. The industrialist looked grave for a moment. A lot of our operations may seem small, but we're after bigger game now. There was excitement in Fenton's voice. Now we've been given a truly major commission. Is that so? Which is why we need you. What have you heard about me? Ambler asked him, intently studying his face. Lots. Even heard some people think you're a dangerous lunatic, Fenton replied candidly. Then why would you want anything to do with me? Maybe because the government's idea of a dangerous lunatic isn't necessarily mine. Or maybe because only a dangerous lunatic would take on the assignment I got for you. Fenton handed him a sheet of paper, an oddly filmy sheet, like a cross between onion skin and old-style thermal fax paper. The scent told Ambler that it was highly combustible security paper, designed to be consumed by flame within a matter of seconds. Or shark, I should really say. This the guy you want me to take out? Ambler's stomach churned, but he fought to keep his voice even. Ariadne's thread. Find where it leads. Fenton nodded gravely. Ambler read the sheet quickly. The target's name was Benoit Deschenais. Ambler knew the name, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. A very big deal indeed. Other occupational and residential details were provided, along with a description of his daily habits. What's the deal with this guy? Ambler asked, struggling to sound casual. Deschenais used to work on nuclear weaponry for the French government. Now he's been taking advantage of his position as head of the IAEA to transfer nuclear expertise to countries like Iran, Syria, Libya, Algeria, even Sudan. Maybe he thinks a level playing field is only fair. Maybe he wants to make himself a fortune. Doesn't matter. Point is, he's dirty. He's dangerous. And he's got to go. Fenton took another puff on the cigarette. You've absorbed what's on the data sheet? Ambler nodded. Fenton took the sheet back and touched it with the tip of his cigarette. For a brief moment, the sheet blossomed into pink-white flame. It was like a magician conjuring a rose into his palm. And then it all vanished. Ambler looked around. Nobody had noticed. Remember, Tarquin, we're the good guys, Fenton said. The cold made his breath visible. You believe me, don't you? I believe you, Ambler answered smoothly. Trust me, this is going to be the start of something very special. And you take care of Benoit, and you'll be the equivalent of a made man. Then we'll talk. Then you go to the head of the class. So have we got a deal? Fenton asked. It was madness. There was no sense, no logic in his joining an enterprise whose basic legitimacy he rejected. Yet to refuse would be like dropping the thread. And that was one thing he could not do, not while he remained in the labyrinth. To lose the thread was to lose himself. You'll pay me in knowledge, showrunner, Ambler heard himself say. Fenton nodded. It's a usual story, isn't it? Somebody messed with you. You want me to find out who, find out why. Like that, right? There's nothing usual about this story, Ambler almost replied. Like that, Ambler said softly. The skies had grown darker. It was now the sort of definitive, conclusive gray that made it impossible to think that the sky had ever been or could ever be any other hue. With your skill set, you should have no trouble, Fenton said steadfastly. And if you do, if you're captured, well, you're the man who wasn't there, aren't you? You officially don't exist. Nobody will be the wiser. Sounds like a good deal, Ambler said leadenly. Unless you are the man who wasn't there. Langley, Virginia. Clay Caston was looking disapprovingly at the oatmeal carpeting in the ADDI's office. There was a coffee stain a few feet from the tan leather sofa. It had been there on his last visit. He suspected it would be there on his next visit. Caleb Norris had no doubt ceased to see it. Many things were like that. One failed to see them not because they were hidden, but because one was accustomed to them. I think I'm following you so far, Norris was saying. You find the patient's intake date, and then you do a variance analysis. Right, a variance analysis. You're looking at subtle patterns in expenditures, like a fiduciary plume around the event. Good thinking. An expectant pause. So what did you find? Nothing. Nothing? Norris repeated, downcast. Oh, well. Which I found pretty fascinating. Norris gave him an uncertain look. It's like the dog that didn't bark, Cal. A special low-level operation means a lot of paperwork for authorization and all sorts of special requisitions, even if it's a few dollars from petty cash. If a junior-grade staffer does anything that involves agency resources, he's filling out requisition forms, spoors in the forest, a trail. The higher up you go, the less there is of that, because you've already got the resources at your command. What I'm trying to tell you, Cal, is that the absence of any irregularities at all suggests the presence of a high-level mover. Nobody drives up to Parrish Island and checks himself in. You're bundled in by men in white coats. That means the redeployment of vehicles, the possibility of overtime, and on and on. But when I went looking for the reverb, I couldn't find anything. How high do you think? At least an E-17 level, Caston said. Someone your rank or higher. That should narrow things down. Oh? Did the government suddenly shrink while I was at the men's room? But what about the career coverage? Learn anything more about the escape artist?
A thing or two, Caston said.
Because I'm thinking we've got to figure out a way to lure him in, make approaches.
That won't be so easy, Caston said. We're dealing with an unusual customer. I'll tell you one detail I found suggestive. Seems that in the field, nobody would play cards with the guy.
He cheated?
Caleb Norris unknotted his tie, but left it in place, in the manner of a tabloid newspaper editor. Tendrils of black hair curled over his unbuttoned collar. Caston shook his head. You know the German word Menschenkenner? Norris squinted. A person knower? Someone who knows a lot of people?
Not exactly.
A Menschenkenner is someone with a knack for figuring people out, for taking their measure.
He can read people, then.
Like a book. You wouldn't want to get near this guy when you've got something to hide.
A walking lie detector. I'd like to get me some of that.
The people I spoke to doubt Tarquin himself knows how he does it. But no surprise, they've done research in the area.
And?
Norris plopped himself down on the sofa. There are a lot of variables at play, but the research indicates that people like Tarquin are particularly attuned to things like micro-expressions, facial expressions that last no more than 30 milliseconds, the kind of subtleties most of us would never notice. Specialists talk about leakage and emblems. Seems there are all kinds of ways that hidden emotion spills out. In terms of the human face, there's a lot of information that we simply tune out. Probably we couldn't get through the day otherwise.
So he sees more. But what does he see?
It's an interesting question. People who study faces have worked out certain combinations of muscles that are involved in squelched emotions. Someone starts to smile and immediately forces down the corners of their mouth. But when you're doing that consciously, you're going to move your chin muscle too. When the corners of your mouth are pulled down involuntarily because of sincere feeling, the chin muscle doesn't change. Or if you're putting on a fake smile, there are certain muscles in the forehead that don't change the way they should. Then there are involuntary muscles in the eyebrow and eyelid that convey anger or surprise. Unless you're a method actor, unless you're genuinely experiencing these emotions, there are going to be subtle muscular discrepancies when you're simulating. In most cases, we don't see them. They're too subtle for us. There are hundreds of ways in which the facial muscles can interact, and it's like we're looking at a rich canvas, but we're colorblind. We see in shades of gray, whereas a guy like Tarquin sees all the colors.
Makes him a damned formidable weapon.
Norris's heavy eyebrows became a pair of circumflexes. He wasn't pleased with what he was learning.
No question,
Caston said. He did not voice a suspicion that was still inchoate in his mind, that there was a connection between Tarquin's uncanny gifts and his hospitalization. Indeed, the erasure of his civilian existence. Caston hadn't worked out the logic yet, but the day was young.
For 20 years he was working for us.
That's right.
And now we've got to assume he's working against us.
Norris shook his head hard, as if erasing some internal etch-a-sketch.
This isn't a man you want to have on the other side.
Whatever side that is, Caston said grimly. The gloom of the Montreal afternoon brightened momentarily when Laurel called him on his cell phone.
"Are you all right?"
Ambler asked urgently. "I'm fine, Hal. I'm fine," she said, forcing herself to sound casual for his sake. "And you're sure you haven't noticed anything off, anything at all?" "Nothing," she said. "Nothing," she repeated, too quickly. "Tell me about this nothing," Ambler said. It really is nothing. Some guy from the oil company called a little while ago. They were updating their customer records, asked me all sorts of silly little questions. Then when they got into stuff about oil usage and the type of oil burner equipment we use, and I went and checked and saw Aunt Jill uses natural gas, not oil, and I came back to the phone, they'd hung up. Must have been some sort of mix-up.
What was the name of the company?
The name? She paused. You know, they actually didn't say. Laurel, he said. When was this? Maybe 20 minutes ago? The sang-froid had left her voice. 12 layers of lacquer, 12 layers of dread. Listen to me very carefully. You need to leave now. But you need to leave right now. He went on to give her precise instructions. She was to drive her car to a car repair shop, tell them that the steering alignment needed to be fine-tuned, and drive off with whatever loaner car they'd have for her. It was a cheap, easy way of getting a vehicle that could not be readily traced to her. Then she was to drive off somewhere, anywhere she had no connections to. She listened, repeated the odd detail. He could tell she was taking it all in, calming herself by translating the threat into a set of procedures to be implemented. I'll do this, she said, taking a deep breath. But I need to see you. That won't be possible, he said, as gently as he could. I can't do this otherwise, she said, stating a fact, not making an entreaty. She faltered. I just can't. I'm leaving the country tomorrow, he explained. I'll see you tonight then. Laurel? I don't think that's a good idea. I need to see you tonight, Laurel repeated with grim finality. Late that night at a motel near Kennedy Airport, Ambler stood in his 20th floor room. He had insisted on a high north-facing floor, studying the traffic on 140th Street in Jamaica, Queens, through a scrim of bad weather. The rain was coming down in sheets, had been for an hour, flooding culverts and forming layers of slick on all the roads. She knocked on his door just a few minutes after that. As soon as the door was closed, she dropped her blue nylon parka to the floor, as sodden as only supposedly waterproof garments can get, and laid her bundle on the carpet nearby. Wordlessly, she stepped toward him, into him, and they held each other close, feeling each other's beating hearts. He was clutching her the way a drowning man clutches a lifesaver. For a long moment, the two stood together, nearly stationary, holding each other tightly. Then she pressed her lips to his. He pulled back after a few moments. Laurel, all that's happened, you need to step back. You need to be careful. This isn't what you want. The words came out in a rush. She looked at him wordlessly, her eyes imploring. Laurel, he said thickly, I'm not sure that we... He knew that trauma could produce forms of dependency, could distort perceptions, emotions. She still saw him as the man who had rescued her, could not accept that it was he who had imperiled her in the first place. He also knew that she needed desperately to be comforted, to be possessed even. He could not push her away without wounding her, and the truth was that he did not want to. Guilt mixed with aching desire washed over him, and soon the two tumbled onto the bed, two naked bodies flexing and shuddering and flushing and, together creating the warmth each desperately craved. When their bodies finally parted, spent, out of breath, glazed with perspiration, their hands sought out each other, and they interlaced fingers as if neither could bear to be wholly separated. Not just now. Not just yet. The warmth of her body strengthened him like armor. She was strong. God, she was strong. He had to recover his strength as well. For a long while, neither spoke. I have to go to Paris, Laurel, he finally said. Flight or pursuit? It was both a question and a challenge. I'm not sure. Burrowing in, maybe. I've got to follow the maze wherever it goes. I accept that. But, Laurel, we need to be prepared. At the end of it, maybe I find out that I'm not who I think I am, that I'm someone else, someone who's a stranger to us both. You're frightening me, Laurel said quietly. Maybe you should be frightened, Ambler said. He held both her hands in his gently. Maybe we both should be. Sleep was a long time coming, and when it came, It brought unbidden images of a past he still believed to be his own. He did not know why he couldn't remember before. He didn't know why he could remember now. The memories seared as they returned, the pain awakening earlier memories of pain. He had witnessed carnage and, holding the gaze of the dying man, experienced none of his spiritual serenity. Instead, what possessed him was rage, a rage greater than any he had ever experienced. He and his colleagues had been manipulated. That was plain to him. The dossier, a tapestry of lies, hundreds of weak threads that became strong when woven together. You've started to see through something you weren't meant to see through. It was as Tarquin began to suspect. The intelligence in the dossier had been manufactured by Leung's political rivals, cunningly weaving enough accurate detail about other malefactors to garner a superficial plausibility. But that left a larger mystery. How did this crude disinformation find its way into the Consular Operations intelligence network? How had the political stabilization unit been tricked into vetting this farrago of deception? No intelligence pitfall was more familiar to professionals. A man's enemies were always willing to say anything that would bring misfortune upon him. In the absence of confirmation from disinterested parties, no such claim had a claim to truth. It was almost to be expected that those threatened by a reformist political figure should seek to undermine him by spreading lies. What was not expected, what was not explicable, was the stab unit's analytic failure. The emotions he was experiencing were molten and dangerous to others, dangerous, he dimly realized, to himself. When Ambler awoke, he felt, if anything, even less rested than when he lay down, and it had nothing to do with the muffled roar of jet planes from the nearby airport. He felt he had come close to uncovering something of great portent. The thought hovered in his mind like morning fog and then dissipated just as quickly. His eyes were inflamed and his head pulsed as if he were suffering a hangover, although he had had nothing to drink. Laurel was already up and dressed. She was wearing khaki trousers and a softly pleated pale blue shirt. He looked at the bedside clock, reassuring himself that he remained on schedule. "You've got plenty of time. We won't miss our flight," she said when he finally staggered to the bathroom. "Our flight? I'm going with you." "I can't let you," he said. "I don't know what the dangers are, and I can't expose you to—" "I accept that there are dangers," Laurel interjected. "That's why I need you. That's why you need me. I can help. I can watch your back, be an extra pair of eyes." "It's out of the question, Laurel." "I'm an amateur, I get that. But that makes me the one thing they won't be looking for. Besides, you're not frightened of them. You're frightened of yourself. And that's where maybe I can make things easier, not harder." "How would I live with myself if anything were to happen to you over there?" "How would you feel if something were to happen to me here and you weren't around?" He gave her a sharp look. "I did this to you," Ambler said once more with muted horror. He did not voice the silently insistent question within him. "When will it stop?" Laurel spoke quietly but with steel. "Don't leave me, okay?" Ambler cupped her face with his hands. It was madness, what she was proposing, but it might well save him from another form of madness. And what she said was true. On another continent, he would not be able to protect her from those who threatened her on this one. "If anything should happen to you," he began. It wasn't a sentence he had to finish. Her gaze was steady and unafraid. "I'll pick up another toothbrush at the airport," she said. Paris. Ambler walked west at a steady pace into the 7th arrondissement. He made a few detours, checking in windows to see if he could identify anyone following him, scanned the faces he encountered. There was no sign of surveillance. Until he made his contact with Fenton's people in Paris, he could hope that no one would know he and Laurel were here. Finally, he made his way to an elegant 19th-century building on the Rue Saint-Dominique and rang the bell. The Strategic Services Group logo was incised on a rectangular brass plaque on the door. He caught a momentary glimpse of a strange man reflected in it and felt a squirt of adrenaline. The next moment, he realized that the man was himself. He straightened himself and took a second look at the door. Mounted on the doorframe was a glass square that had the glazed, dark look of an unpowered television screen. Ambler knew it was part of a new generation audiovisual entry system. Embedded in the silicate plane were hundreds of microlenses that captured fractional light feeds from a radial array of nearly 180 degrees. The result was a sort of compound eye, like that formed by the ommatidia of an insect. The feeds from hundreds of separate visual receptors were integrated by computer into a single mobile image, one that could be rotated and viewed from a wide range of angles. "Est-ce que vous avez un rendezvous?" A man's voice sounded from the speaker. "My name is Robert Mulvaney," Ambler said. It was almost more comforting to have a name he knew was fake than one he could only hope was real. After a few moments, during which a computer no doubt compared his image to the digital image with which Fenton would have supplied them, Ambler was buzzed into a bland institutional-looking foyer. To a balding factotum, Ambler itemized the equipment and documents he would need, including a passport dated from a year ago with the appropriate stamps in the name of Mary Mulvaney. The page with the photograph would be left blank, with the security film unattached. Ambler would provide the photograph himself and heat seal it in place. Half an hour later, he was presented with a hard-sided briefcase. Ambler did not bother to inspect its contents. He had no doubts about the efficiency of Fenton's outfit. While his order was being filled, he had studied the updated dossier on Benoit Deschênes. He mulled over its contents as he walked back to the Deux Magots. 3 high-resolution pictures showed a grizzled, sharp-featured man in his mid-50s. His hair was long and lustrous, and in one of the pictures he was wearing pince-nez that made him look mildly pretentious. There were also a few pages that summarized the man's life. Deschênes, whose current address was an apartment on Rue Rambuteau, was clearly a brilliant man. He had studied nuclear physics at the École Polytechnique, the most elite scientific university in this most elitist of countries, and gone on to work at a nuclear research lab at CERN, the European Nuclear Research Center in Geneva. Then, in his late 30s, about 15 years ago, he had moved back to France and joined the faculty at Paris 7, where he became increasingly interested in nuclear policy. When a slot opened for a nuclear arms inspector at the UN's International Atomic Energy Agency, he applied and was immediately accepted. Soon he showed himself to be unusually savvy at navigating a course through the UN's bureaucratic shoals and to have a genuine gift for administration and internal diplomacy. His rise was swift, and when he was proposed for the Director General of the IAEA, he worked hard to make sure that the members of the French mission were solidly behind him. Yet the public had no idea about the real story. That about a year ago, the CIA had observed the IAEA Director General meeting secretly with a renegade Libyan nuclear scientist. The agency had captured enough of the conversation to deduce that Deschênes' high-profile role as the world's leading anti-proliferation officer seemed to be a cover for a profitable sideline in helping non-nuclear states acquire nuclear weapons technologies. Deschênes' anti-proliferation work was a front. The anti-American invective in his early AFDN speeches was not. From Fenton, Ambler knew that the source of the information was someone senior in the American intelligence community. 3/4 of an hour after he had left, Ambler was back at the Deux Magots. Inside, the warm air was fragrant with coffee and cigarettes, the cafe's kitchen not yet geared up for the evening meal. Laurel was visibly relieved when she caught sight of him. She summoned a waiter and smiled at Ambler. He seated himself at her table, stood his briefcase by his chair, and took her hand in his, feeling its warmth. He explained about the document work. Laminating her photograph into the passport would be the work of a minute. Now that Mr. and Mrs. Mulvaney have their papers in order, we can behave like a married couple. In France? Doesn't that mean you have to take a lover? Ambler smiled. Sometimes even in France, your wife is your lover. As the two walked down the block toward a taxi stand at the corner, Ambler had a distinct sense that they were being followed. Abruptly, he turned around the corner and up an adjoining street. Laurel kept pace with him, unquestioning. The presence of a patrol was not itself a cause for alarm. No doubt Fenton's people wanted to make sure that he didn't disappear again. In the next 5 minutes, Ambler and Laurel turned down several streets, at random, only to find the same broad-shouldered man traipsing behind them across the street, lagging by approximately a third of a block. Increasingly, something bothered Ambler about the tail, and now he realized what it was. The man was making it too easy. He was failing to keep an appropriate distance between himself and his putative subject. Moreover, he was dressed like an American, in what looked like a dark Brooks Brothers suit and a candy-striped tie, like a local assemblyman from Cos Cob. The man wanted to be seen. That meant that he was a decoy, meant to provide spurious reassurance when he was eluded, and that Ambler had not yet identified the real tale. Doing so took several minutes longer. It was a stylish brunette in a dark mid-length coat. There was no point in losing either of them. If the tale wanted to be seen, Ambler himself wanted Fenton's people to know where he was going. He had even gone so far as to call the Hotel de Boer at the SSG branch office, ostensibly confirming his reservation. Finally, he and Laurel grabbed a taxi, collected their cases from the left luggage office at the Gare du Nord, and checked into a room on the 3rd floor of the Hotel de Boer. The hotel was a little dank. A slight mildewy smell emanated from the carpets, but Laurel voiced no misgivings. Ambler had to stop her before she set about unpacking. He opened the hard-sided briefcase that the balding factotum had provided him. The pieces of the TL-7 rifle he'd asked for, a collapsible CIA sniper weapon, were securely lodged in compartments slotted into stiff black foam. The Glock 26, a subcompact pistol that fired 9mm rounds, was secured in place as well. The documents he had asked for were in a side compartment. What Ambler was looking for was exactly what wasn't visible. It would take him a while to find it. First, he examined the exterior of the case carefully, making sure that there was no non-functioning applique. Then he removed the black packing foam, and with his fingertips he felt along every square inch of the case's lining. He detected nothing out of the ordinary. He tapped the handle with his fingernails and examined every inch of the stitching along the top for any sign of tampering. Finally, he turned to the black foam itself, squeezing it with his fingertips until he detected a small lump. Using a pocket knife, he prized the 2 layers apart until he finally uncovered what he'd been searching for. The object was shiny and oval, like a vitamin pill wrapped in foil. In fact, it was a miniature GPS transponder. The tiny device was designed to signal its location, pulsing radio signals on a special frequency. As Laurel Holland stared at him in perplexity, Ambler studied the hotel room. There was a small green floral-patterned sofa beneath the window, with a seat cushion above its curved ball and claw legs. He lifted the cushion and hid the transponder beneath it. He was probably the first person to lift the cushion in a year, to judge from the scattering of coins and dust. He doubted it would be lifted for another year. Now he took the hard-sided briefcase along with his garment bag and gestured to Laurel to take her own luggage. Wordlessly, they walked out of the room. Laurel followed him as he walked past the bank of passenger elevators and around a corner to a cavernous service elevator, where the flooring was grip-textured steel instead of carpeting. At the ground floor, they found themselves near a rear loading dock. It was vacant at this hour. He led the way through a wide steel push-bar door and onto a ramp that brought them to an alley. A few minutes later, they settled into another taxicab for a short ride to the Hotel Beaubourg on the Rue Simon-Lefranc, a stone's throw from the Pompidou Center. It was the perfect place for American visitors interested in modern art and just around the corner from Deschamps' apartment. Once again, there was no problem getting a room. It was January. And once again, Ambler paid with cash, hard currency taken from the operative in the Sourlands. To use the Mulvaney credit cards would be to send up a flare. The hotel was not grand. It had no restaurant, only a small breakfast area in the basement. But the bedroom had exposed oak beams in the ceiling and a comfortable bathroom with a large claw-footed tub. He felt a measure of safety, the safety that came with anonymity. He could tell that Laurel felt it too. At 7:30 the next morning, the American couple greeted the desk clerk with a cheerful bonjour. The clerk tried to direct them to the breakfast room in the basement, but Ambler begged off, explaining that they were going to have un vrai petit déjeuner américain. They set off for the cafe around the corner on the Rue Rambuteau that he had identified the previous evening. Once they had settled in at a table with a view onto the street, Ambler made sure he could see the entrance to the apartment building at 1:20. Then the watching began. They had slept well. Now she looked lively and refreshed, ready for whatever awaited them. They ordered a large meal at the Café Saint-Jean, croissants, a couple of poached eggs, orange juice, coffee. Ambler stepped out for a moment to grab a copy of the International Herald Tribune from a news vendor. Deschamps appeared at about 8 o'clock, briefcase in hand, and scanned the street for a few moments before he entered a black limousine that had arrived for him. Ambler, obscured by the sun's glare on the cafe window, stared intently at that face. Yet it had told him little. "Sorry, honey," Ambler said loudly. "I guess I left my guidebook at the hotel. You go ahead and eat your breakfast, and I'll go get it." Laurel, who had not seen the pictures of Deschamps, looked puzzled for a moment, but just a moment. Then she beamed at him. "Why, thank you, honey, that is so sweet." She was almost enjoying this, Ambler thought. He handed her a shopping list, items of clothing that would come in handy, and he was off. A couple of minutes later, Ambler went into the Rambuteau metro station. Deschamps had to be headed for the office. Nothing in his expression indicated that his day would be out of the ordinary. And Ambler took the metro to the École Militaire station. He got out near the regional office of the IAEA, which was located in a hulking modernist building on the Place du Fontenoy, a demi-lune of a street off the Avenue de Loendal, at the opposite end of the Parc du Champ de Mars from the Eiffel Tower. Ambler turned himself into a bird-watcher at the Square Cambron, gazing about with compact field glasses, occasionally feeding pigeons with the crumbs of a pastry acquired from a street vendor. Despite his idle and distrait air, not one person left 7 Place du Fontenoy without his noticing. At 1 o'clock, Deschamps strode out of the building, a purposeful look on his face. Was he off to have lunch at one of the restaurants nearby? In fact, he entered the École Militaire metro station, a peculiar move for the Director General of a powerful international agency. Ambler trailed him as the UN administrator made his way south to Boucicaut, trailed him as he emerged at Boucicaut station, strode to the end of the block, made a left, and, in the middle of a quiet residential street lined with classic Parisian manses, took out his key ring and let himself in. It was, then, a rather early version of that classic form of French liaison, the 5 à 7. What Deschamps was up to involved both subterfuge and routine. He was conducting an assignation, an affair, doubtless one of long standing. Across the street, Ambler took out his field glasses and peered at the windows of the drab building of weather-stained limestone. A flicker of light at a curtained window on the 4th floor told him that it was the apartment Deschamps had entered. He glanced at his watch. It was 20 after 1. He saw Deschamps' figure shadowed against the unlined curtains. He was alone. His mistress was probably a professional woman and had not yet arrived. Maybe she would arrive at 1:30, and Deschamps would busy himself with his ablutions until then. There were too many maybes. Ambler's instincts told him to intercept Deschamps now. He felt the small Glock 26, which fit comfortably and invisibly in a waistband holster. He had noticed a florist at the corner. A few minutes later, he buzzed the fourth-floor apartment, a bouquet of elegantly wrapped flowers in hand. "Ouais?" a voice said a moment or two later. Even through the crackly interference on the loudspeaker, Ambler could hear the wariness in Deschamps' tone. "Livraison?" "De quoi?" Deschamps demanded. "Des fleurs." "De qui?" Ambler kept his voice bored, impassive. "Monsieur, j'ai des fleurs pour Monsieur Benoît Deschamps. Si vous n'en voulez pas..." "Non, non," the buzzer sounded. "Troisième étage. À droite." Ambler was in. When Deschamps came to the door, he saw a man in a respectable winter coat holding out a bunch of flowers with his left hand. Ambler hardly looked like a delivery man, but his open, pleasant smile reassured the Frenchman, and he opened the door wider to take the bouquet. Ambler dropped the bouquet and extended his right foot into the door. His right hand was holding the Glock, aimed at the Frenchman's abdomen. The Frenchman cried out and, rearing back, tried to slam the heavy wooden door. At the same time, Ambler lunged forward, shoulder first, and the door slammed futilely against the doorstop. The Frenchman had been hurled back several feet, his face drained of color. Ambler could see him desperately scanning the room behind him for some potential weapon or shield. Moving swiftly, Ambler closed the door behind him, securing the door chain and deadbolt with his free hand. They would not be disturbed. Now he stepped toward Deschamps, forcing him back into the sitting room. "Be quiet, or I will use this," Ambler said in English. He had to project an aura of overwhelming force. "Bedroom?" Ambler asked. Deschamps jerked his head to the left toward a doorway, and Ambler marched him across to it. "You're alone?" Ambler asked as he scanned the bedroom. Deschamps nodded. He was telling the truth. The man before Ambler was large-framed but soft, with the expanding girth of too many expensive meals, too little exercise. Fenton's workup had described a man who was truly a force for evil in the world. "Take care of Benoit, and you'll be the equivalent of a made man. Then we'll talk." If Fenton was correct, the UN dignitary deserved death, and by arranging that death, Ambler could infiltrate into the very heart of Fenton's enterprise. He would obtain the knowledge he sought. He would learn who he really was, and was not. The bedroom had opaque roller shades, and Ambler, keeping the physicist within his sights, pulled the blinds down. He sat on the arm of a sofa by the window, piled up untidily with clothes. "Sit," he said, pointing the gun at the bed. Then he sat still for a moment, staring intently at Deschamps. With slow movements, the Frenchman withdrew his billfold from his pocket. "Put that away," Ambler said. Deschamps froze, his fear compounded with confusion. "I'm told your English is pretty good," Ambler went on. "But if you don't understand anything I say, just tell me. Why are you here?" These were Deschamps' first words. "Didn't you know this day would come?" Ambler said quietly. "I see," Deschamps said. A sorrowful look came over him. He sat down as if winded. "Then you are Gilbert. It's funny, but I always assumed you were French. She never told me you were not. Not that we ever talked about you. I do know that she loves you, that she has always loved you. Joël, she was always upfront about this. What we have is a different thing. It is not serious. I don't expect you to excuse or forgive, but I must tell you." "Monsieur Deschamps," Ambler broke in, "I have no connection to Joël. This has nothing to do with your personal life. But then, it has everything to do with your professional life. Your covert professional life. Those are the true liaisons dangereuses. I refer to your connections with those whose hearts are set on nuclear weaponry, those you were too eager to please. A look of pure bewilderment appeared on Deschamps' face, the kind of bewilderment it was extremely difficult to fake. Was it that his English was limited? It seemed utterly fluent, but perhaps his comprehension was imperfect. Je voudrais connaître votre rôle dans la prolifération nucléaire, Ambler said, enunciating clearly. Deschamps replied in English. My role in nuclear proliferation is a matter of public record. I have spent a career working against it. He broke off, suddenly wary. A ruffian invades a residence of mine and holds me at gunpoint. And I am supposed to talk about my vocation? Who sent you? What in God's name is this about? Call it a performance review. Speak to the point or you'll never speak again. No games. No second-guessing. Deschamps' eyes narrowed. Did Action des Français send you? He asked, referring to the organization of anti-nuclear activists. Do you people realize how incredibly counterproductive this is? Acting as if I am the enemy? Speak to the point, Ambler barked. Tell me about your meeting with Dr. Abdullah Alamoudi in Geneva last spring. The UN eminence looked bewildered. What are you talking about? I'm asking the questions here, goddammit. Are you pretending you don't know who Dr. Alamoudi is? Certainly I know who he is, the Frenchman returned with wounded dignity. You refer to a Libyan physicist who is on our watch list. We believe him to be involved in secret weapons programs involving various Arab League nations. Then why would the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency be meeting with such a person? Why, indeed, Deschamps spluttered. Alamoudi would no more be caught in the same room as me than a mouse would curl up with the cat. Ambler detected no trace of deception. And how do you explain your trip to Harare last year? I cannot, the UN eminence said simply. Now we're getting somewhere. Because I have never been to Harare. Ambler stared at him intently. Never? Never, the man said stoutly. Where are you getting this information? Who has supplied you with such lies? I should like to know. He paused. It was Action des Français, wasn't it? I'm not with Action des Français. Deschamps' gaze returned to Ambler's handgun. No, he said after a while. Of course not. Those xenophobes would never entrust anything important to an American. Then you are CIA? I suppose their intelligence is just bad enough to explain such a blunder. I don't recall your speaking with such candor before the members of the UN Security Council, Ambler taunted. My UN reports spell out the facts. I leave the rhetoric for others. But the bare facts are shaming enough. North Korea has enough plutonium for several nuclear warheads. Iran does as well. More than 20 other states have so-called research reactors with ample highly enriched uranium to build their own nuclear bombs. And of those bombs that already exist, hundreds are stored in conditions of reasonable security. A Sugblaus at the Samaritan department store is better secured than many Russian nuclear warheads. It's a moral obscenity. The world should be terrified, and yet you people could care less. The UN eminence was breathing hard, voicing the fury that had driven his career, his early fear and confusion almost forgotten as he spoke. Ambler was shaken. He could no longer doubt the man's sincerity, not without doubting his own perceptions. Someone had set Deschamps up. Yet at what remove? Fenton betrayed not the slightest doubt about the source integrity behind the assignment. How far up or down did the intrigue go? And what motivated it? Ambler needed to know who, and he needed to know why. But the Frenchman was little help here. Now, from the window, Ambler saw a small black-haired woman approach the entrance from the street. Joelle, no doubt. "Let's stipulate," Ambler said, "that I have indeed been supplied with false information, that you have enemies who mean to set you up. Then the question for us is why?" "The question for me is why you don't get the hell out of my life," Deschamps replied in a gust of cold fury. He had decided that he was no longer in immediate danger of being shot. "The question for me is why you insist on waving that gun in my face. You want to know who my enemies are? Then look in the mirror, you American cowboy. You are my enemy." "I'll put the gun away," Ambler said. As he did so, he added, "But it won't make you any safer." "I don't understand." "Because there are many more where I come from." Deschamps blanched. "And you are from where?" "It's not important. What's important is that powerful officials have been assured that you pose a major risk to international security. Again, why would that be?" Deschamps shook his head. "I can't think of any reason why," he finally said. "As the Director General of the IAEA, I am something of a symbol of international resolve on this issue, leaving aside the fact that this resolve is too often merely symbolic. My views about the nuclear menace are common sense, shared by millions of people and thousands of physicists. But surely some of your work isn't public. Surely some of it involves confidential dealings. We do not release provisional findings as a rule, but almost all of it is destined to become public when the time is right." He paused. "The main unreleased work I am doing now is on a report on the Chinese role in proliferation." "What have you found?" "Nothing." "What do you mean, nothing?" "Despite what the American government says and the French government says and NATO says, there is no evidence at all that China is currently involved in proliferation. Liu Ang has, from everything we have been able to determine, strongly abjured the spread of atomic technology. The only question is whether he will be able to keep the Chinese military under control." "How many people are working on this report?" "Just a handful of staffers in Paris and Vienna, though we are processing information from a large team of arms inspectors and analysts. But I am the principal author. I alone am in a position to confer on it the complete credibility of my office." Ambler felt his frustration rising. Deschamps may have been an innocent man, but he was also, and by the same token, an irrelevant man. He was just another aging Frenchman, one of dubious private morality perhaps, but undoubted public probity. Yet there had to be a reason for someone, or some group, to have ordered his death, and if Ambler did not fulfill the assignment, others would not hesitate to do so. Ambler squeezed his eyes shut for a moment and then saw what he had to do. "Vous êtes fou, absolument fou," was Deschamps' first response when Ambler explained the situation. "Perhaps," Ambler replied placidly. He knew he had to get the Frenchman's confidence. "But consider if I don't kill you, they'll send someone else. But if we can persuade them you're dead and you can disappear for a while, I have a chance of finding out who set you up. It's the only way you'll be safe." Deschamps stared at him. "Insanity!" He stopped. "And exactly how could such a thing be done?" "I'll contact you in a few hours when I've worked out the details," Ambler replied. "Is there a place you can retreat to for a week or so, a place you won't be found?" "My wife and I have a place in the country, near Cahors." Ambler broke in impatiently. "They know that. You can't go there." "Joel's family has a place near Dreux. They never go there in the winter." He stopped. No, I can't involve her. I won't involve her." "Listen to me," Ambler said after a long pause.
It shouldn't take me more than a week or two to deal with this. I suggest you rent a car, don't use your own. Drive south and stay somewhere in Provence for a couple of weeks. If the plan works, they won't be looking for you. Send me a phone number at this email address." Ambler wrote it on a piece of paper for him. "I'll call you when it's safe." "And what if you don't call?" "Then I'll be dead," Ambler thought. "I'll call," he said. He smiled coolly. "You have my word." Langley, Virginia. Clayton Caston could not stop himself. He found his gaze drifting toward the coffee stain on Caleb Norris's oatmeal carpeting. Perhaps it would never come out. Perhaps the solution was to wait until the rest of the carpet was stained with coffee, rendering the whole thing a uniform hue. That was one way to hide something, change the nature of its surroundings. There was an idea lurking in that. Norris's voice interrupted his musings. "So what happened?" Caston blinked. Dust motes were visible in the morning light that filtered through Norris's window. "Well, as you know, we've got a bunch of people who had teamed with him in one place or another. So I tried to figure out what our man's last assignment was in the field. Turned out to be in Taiwan. The question is, who was the OIC, the officer in charge? Because the final report should have had the authorizing signature of the OIC. I figure the OIC is going to know who Tarquin was before he was Tarquin. Maybe he was the person who recruited Tarquin in the first place. And who signed at the X? No signature. Authorization was coded. OIC alias was Transients. So who's Transients? Couldn't get that. Our jobs would be a lot easier if the CIA was entrusted with the identity of Khan's ops agents," Norris said grumpily. "Their precious partition principle. All too often it means you end up pinning the donkey tail to your own goddamn ass." The auditor turned to face him squarely. "Like I say, I couldn't get it. So you're going to get it. I want you to call the person who runs the political stabilization unit, Ellen Whitfield, and ask the undersecretary directly. You're in ADDI. She has to pay attention." "Transients," Caleb Norris repeated. "I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this." He stopped at Caston's pointed scowl. "I just mean that there are a lot of unknowns. Like you're always saying, there's a difference between risk and uncertainty, right?" "Well, sure. Risk is quantifiable. Uncertainty isn't. It's one thing to know there's a 50-50 chance of something going wrong. It's another not to know what the chances are at all. So it's a matter of knowing what you don't know. And not knowing." Norris took a deep breath and turned to Caston. "My worry is that we're in a situation where we don't even know how much we don't know." Paris. There was a great deal to do and little time within which to do it. Ambler could no longer turn to Fenton's people for supplies, not when executing a double play on them. Ingenuity and opportunism would have to replace the well-supplied stockroom. When Ambler met up with Laurel in the gallery on the top floor of the Pompidou Center, he'd been away for hours, assembling the props for the drama. A theater of death meant to substitute for death itself. Laurel's response to his careful explanation began with incredulity, but before long her remarkable self-possession came to the fore. Yet there was a problem with the plan, as became increasingly clear when he talked it through with her. She saw it, too. "If people see a man shot," she said, "they're going to summon an ambulance." Ambler frowned. He kept going over the sticking point in his mind. It would take a medical tech 2 seconds to discover what was going on. The whole ruse would be blown. And that can't happen. He had to think of a solution, or the whole plan would have to be abandoned. "Damn," he said under his breath. "We've got to use an ambulance of our own. Set the whole thing up ahead of time. Hire a driver somehow." "Somehow?" Laurel echoed.
Is that one of those special spycraft terms?
You're not helping, Laurel, he said in a tone midway between entreaty and complaint.
That's the problem, she said. Or maybe the solution. You need to let me help. I'll drive it. His hard stare melted into one of admiration. He did not bother to argue. She was right. It was the only way. The two discussed the details further as they ambled, arm in arm, southward toward the Seine. The man in the Brooks Brothers suit had reappeared. It was important that they not look hurried. Fenton must not suspect what he was planning. Laurel may have entered a funhouse, as she said, but she had come to realize that for her, just then, there was no other reality. She would make a home of it, as he had. He turned toward her, taking in her lithe frame, her wavy light brown hair, her warm hazel eyes flecked with green like inclusions on a cut stone of topaz. Every look she gave him, every question she asked, every gentle pressure on his arm told him that she trusted him and was ready to do whatever he asked. "Okay," she said. "So now all we need to do is to commandeer an ambulance." Ambler gazed at her in fond admiration. "Did anyone ever tell you that you were a fast study?" The Clinique de Louvre was in an elegant building that filled most of a city block. Ambler stood by himself near the hospital, willing himself into a condition of glacial calm. At Ambler's signal, Laurel walked over to the guard who sat in a glass booth at the entrance to the circular parking garage. She was a tourist seeking directions. To a man confined to a guard's booth, a pretty woman was scarcely an unwelcome sight. Her French was scant, as was his English. Soon she was unfolding an enormous map of the city and holding it up to him. As the parrot-nosed guard's view was blocked by what seemed an acre of Michelin street map, Ambler silently vaulted over the low, swinging safety gate and strode up the curved concrete ramp to the parking level above and over to a small fleet of Renault ambulances, painted a stark sanitary white with an orange stripe and blue lettering. Most of them were boxy, with foreshortened hoods and low-to-the-ground chassis. These were backup vehicles, seldom used, but they clearly had been regularly washed and maintained, and they gleamed whitely in the dim light. He chose a mini-ambulance that seemed to be the most elderly vehicle on the lot. The key cylinder was quickly dismantled. Slower work was filing a key blank with a corresponding pattern of indentation. But 10 minutes later, the work was done. He tested the key more than once, confident that the sound of the motor would be lost amid the noisier rattlings of other vehicles both within the garage and outside of it. Yet this sense of satisfaction quickly paled before his recognition of the difficulties ahead. Too many things could go wrong. 2 hours later, at the Hotel Beaubourg, Ambler broke down and stripped the TL-7 rifle, making sure that all the parts were properly lubricated and clean. Then he reassembled it except for the muzzle. With the hinged stock in collapsed position, the object was inconspicuous in an athletic bag. He changed into a sweatsuit and sneakers, as if he were going off to a gym. At the lobby, he waved toward the concierge at the hotel desk. "Le jogging," he said, smiling. The concierge laughed, shrugging his shoulders. It was obvious what he was thinking. Americans, obsessed with fitness. "See you later, Monsieur Mulvaney." Laurel joined him a few minutes later at the plaza outside the Pompidou Center, and they quietly, hurriedly reviewed the step sequence ahead of them as Ambler's eyes swept the arena repeatedly, with a ratcheted-up sense of awareness. Nothing seemed out of place. Nothing he could detect, anyway. The operational sequence had been established. It could not be safely interrupted. At 4:45, Benoit Deschamps appeared, as he did most evenings, for a walk in the Luxembourg Gardens, that 60-acre redoubt of tranquility and play in the 6th arrondissement. Ambler watched him through his pair of field glasses, relieved that the dignitary's movements were unself-conscious and fluid. He seemed lost in thought, and perhaps he was. He had already ascertained that he had picked up his followers, as he had hoped. The Brooks Brothers-clad American affected to be reading the plaques at the bases of various statues. A few 100 feet away, a small group of jeans-wearing Frenchmen busied themselves in a game of pétanque, while others huddled over chess tables. Still, the park was relatively vacant. Deschênes, as another glance verified, was walking as instructed, his coat open to the breeze, displaying his white shirt. He sat for a moment on a bench in the park, apparently admiring the fountain, still pulsing even in winter. The day was cloudless, and the evening sun cast shadows across the empty flower beds. The physicist shivered. Ambler hoped that Deschênes had remembered all of his instructions. Directly over the blood packs, his white shirt was invisibly scored with a razor blade to ensure that when the tiny explosive charges were detonated, the fabric was punctured. Remember, Ambler had cautioned the physicist, when the squibs go off, don't try anything overly dramatic. Forget about what you've seen on stage or on screen. Don't throw yourself backward. Don't fall forward. Don't fold your hands together on your chest. Just slump gently to the ground as if you were hit by an immense wave of drowsiness. Ambler knew that though the metal would protect Deschênes from injury, the man would be genuinely startled by the squib explosions. They were bound to be somewhat painful, whatever precautions were taken. That was a good thing. It would make his reaction to the gunshots all the more convincing. It took Ambler several minutes to locate the man with binoculars who was watching the scene from a window in one of the elegant apartment buildings overlooking the gardens. The man would be able to see only Deschênes' back at the moment, but that would suffice. Only another professional could tell that Ambler was anything more than an exercise enthusiast in a sweatsuit, returning from his exercise, his gym bag slung over his shoulder. Ambler continued to scan the area until he found the brunette in the mid-length coat. Then he waited for events to unfold. Ambler activated the small walkie-talkie he had stowed in his bag. Holding the microphone close to his mouth, he spoke quietly. "Deschênes, if you can hear me, scratch your ear." A moment later, the physicist did so. "I'm going to count down from 5. When I reach 1, squeeze the device in your pocket and close the circuit. Don't worry, this will all be over soon." He looked around. A young woman passed close to the bench and moved on. Another group of people was approaching from 30 yards away. They would make good witnesses. He raised the rifle and let the barrel emerge a couple of inches from the bushes. He wanted Fenton's brunette to see it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He fired twice, then a third time. A distinct spitting sound punctuated each squeeze of the trigger, the sound of a silenced rifle. A faint plume of gas would have been visible from the muzzle. The human eye would not be able to detect the fact that no actual projectile came from it. In perfect sequence, a spurt of red fluid burst through the front of Deschênes' shirt, and then 2 more. Deschênes made a loud grunt. Ambler could see, through the scope, the startled look in his eyes, and slumped from the bench to the cold ground. Red stains were visible on his stiff white shirt, seeping and spreading. The men playing pétanque saw what had happened and ran first toward the body, and then, as one of them realized the dangers, away. Ambler swiftly dismantled the rifle and put it back in his bag. Then he waited. For a long minute, nothing happened. Then he heard the sound of an ambulance. He took a white coat from the athletic bag and put it on. Laurel stopped the ambulance, as they had arranged, and ran toward the body. Now Ambler ran to the ambulance, his white coat flapping, and grabbed a stretcher. It took him about 30 seconds. When he got there, Laurel, white-coated like him, was standing mute and pale, staring down at Benoit Deschênes. "He's dead," she said in a quavering voice. "Right," Ambler said, and heaved the body onto the gurney. Something was wrong. "No, I mean he's really dead." Laurel gave him a stricken look. Ambler felt as if he had swallowed ice. It was impossible. Yet the body had the limpness, the heaviness of death. "We need to get him out of here," Ambler said, his eyes only now focusing on the fallen man. Then he saw it. A tiny trickle of blood falling from the man's hairline, a tiny circular area of matted hair above. Ambler felt the man's scalp with his fingertips and was overcome by a rolling wave of vertigo. There was a small caliber bullet hole a few inches above his forehead. It was the kind of shot that bled very little and caused instantaneous death. A shot that could have come from above, from too many potential sniper nests to count. Someone somewhere in the park or the adjoining buildings had shot the UN's chief arms inspector through the head. Numbly, the two moved the body as quickly as they could to the ambulance. It could not be left behind, or the squibs would give away Ambler's failed intrigue. Yet too much time had elapsed. The vehicle had by now attracted a group of curious onlookers. Ambler closed the rear door and began to remove Deschamps' clothes. He took off the makeshift squib vest and wiped the fluids off Deschamps' chest. Now Ambler heard pounding on the door of the ambulance. He looked up. "Ouvrez la porte! C'est la police!" Why? Did one of the policemen want to ride with him to the hospital? Was that standard procedure? It could not be permitted. There were 2 Americans in a stolen ambulance with a dead body. Ambler moved swiftly to the front of the vehicle and climbed into the driver's seat. The engine was still running. They had been planning to drive out of Paris to the Bois de Boulogne, where Deschamps had parked a rented car. Now there was no point. But they needed to go somewhere. He put the vehicle in gear. This was not the moment for a conversation with the gendarmerie. Ambler glanced at the scene behind him in the rearview mirror. A policeman was shouting angrily into his walkie-talkie. At the edge of the park, a little set off from the rest, the brunette in the mid-length coat was talking on her cell phone. Ambler hoped she was reporting only that he had accomplished his mission. But then he noticed something over her shoulder that sent a chill running through his body. There, 10 yards behind Fenton's agent and mingling with a crowd of curious bystanders, was a face he wished he did not recognize. A Chinese face. A handsome, slightly built man. The gunman at the Plaza Hotel. The 14th arrondissement, which extends from the Boulevard du Montparnasse, was once favored by the American community in Paris. Yet Ambler doubted that this was why Fenton had chosen the area for his safe house. Or at least one of his safe houses, for Ambler suspected he owned many. 45 Rue Poulenc was striking only in its drabness. It might have been taken for the office of a local professional, an optician or a dentist. Ambler buzzed and then waited for nearly a minute, during which his visage was doubtless being scrutinized, either through the peephole or by means of a hidden camera. A low thrumming indicated that the door was opened. Ambler made his way through an unlocked door and down another narrow staircase. At the landing, he saw a closed pair of double doors and knocked. Paul Fenton opened the door and brought him into what looked like a scholar's study. Every available surface was lined with books. Not the kind bought for decor, but the kind that had been put to serious use. Books with fraying spines, many faded by the years. "Have a seat," Paul Fenton said bluffly. He gestured toward a wheeled office stool and then sat down on a metal folding chair nearby. "Love what you've done to the place," Ambler said. He was oddly calm. The ambulance had been stowed in an automatic parking garage. Nobody at Hotel Beaubourg glanced at them twice when they returned. Just like that, they had been immersed in utter normality again. Now, entering the billionaire's quietly bizarre empire, Ambler just felt numb. "You laugh," Fenton replied. "But it's a nearly exact replica of Pierre Dupray's office at the Collège de France. Upstairs, it's an almost perfect replica of the office of a Montparnasse dentiste. Could be a film set. I had 2 of our technicians do it just to see whether it could be done. Wasn't easy, I can tell you." "They say 2 heads are better than 1, Ambler said, swiveling slowly on his vinyl-topped stool. "I suppose you figure that 2 pairs of hands are better than 1. How's that?" With studied nonchalance, Ambler turned to face the mogul fully. "I was just surprised that you decided to post a second gunman at the Luxembourg Gardens. Without telling me, I mean. Now, you may have considered it a backup feature, but in my opinion, it's operationally unsound. I might have taken out your guy by mistake, misidentified him as a hostile. Not following, Fenton said with a mildly quizzical expression. Ambler bore down on him. I'm just saying I don't work with backups if I don't know about them. What backups? Ambler studied Fenton's features for any flicker of dissembling, for the faintest twitch of tension. There was none whatever. And as for the Chinese gentleman— What Chinese gentleman? Fenton interjected blandly. Ambler paused. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? He said at last. Afraid not, Fenton said. Was there someone else at your rendezvous, Tarquin? Something I need to be worried about? If you've got any reason to suspect a security lapse, I need to know. Believe me, if I had, you'd be the first to hear, the American operative replied smoothly. No, nothing like that. I appreciate your need to have observers in position. But that's standard protocol, Fenton protested. Not a problem. In stab operations, I usually knew the full complement, but that was then. Forgive an old jungle cat for being on edge. Really, it's nothing to be concerned about. Good, Fenton said. His success had come from his capacity for narrow-bore focus, which meant he would not be distracted by details he could deem irrelevant. I was worried about you for a moment, but you lived up to your reputation. I'm very pleased. You did the job, did it swiftly and cleanly, showed resourcefulness, swiftness, top-notch decision-making skills, executive caliber. Fact is, I think you got a future in my inner circle, top of the org chart. Mind you, there are no desk jockeys at SSG. The people who have a bird's-eye view of everything have got to be raptors themselves. That's my philosophy. He stopped, raised a hand. But I haven't forgotten our conversation outside the Palais des Congrès. There was stuff you wanted to find out. I told you that you had powerful enemies and powerful friends, and it seems I was right. I spoke to my principal partner at State. And? Clearly there's a story to be told, but they won't tell it to me. A matter of information partition, which is fine, I can respect that. Good news is the principal has agreed to a face-to-face meeting with you, promises to fill you in completely. We'll schedule it as soon as we can, maybe even here. Who's the principal? I promise not to say, not yet. One thing you'll learn about me, Tarquin, is that I'm a man of my word. And I'm holding you to it, Ambler snapped. Damn it, Fenton. I told you I was to be paid with knowledge. You think you can fob off a checks-in-the-mail excuse like that? Fenton's ruddy face colored further. It's not like that, Tarquin, he said steadily. My partner very much wants to meet you. All the more now. That's going to happen within a matter of days, and it's not like you're going to be cooling your heels in the meantime. I know that an operative like you must be eager to get back to work. At this point, there's no assignment I wouldn't entrust you with. Not a lot in this world that's good as advertised, but you are, Tarquin. You are. What can I say? Ambler replied neutrally. Ariadne's thread. Find where it leads. Got a real exciting project for you coming up, but don't pack your skis just yet. There's just one more assignment we got for you here. One more? A man who really needs killing, Fenton said. Apologies for being so plain-spoken, but this one's going to be tricky. Tricky, the operative echoed. Tell you what else. A cons ops beyond salvage order has already gone out on this guy. They've put their in-house best on it. But when the rubber hits the road, they still come to me, because they can't leave anything to chance. You bring in Fenton, you're guaranteed of results. So now I'm putting my best on it. And that means you. Tell me more about the target. We're talking about somebody with top-notch skills and training. A high-flying covert ops ace gone bad. Sounds like trouble. You bet. About the worst thing that can happen.
Who? Ambler asked simply. A sociopath who happens to have reams of government intel in his head because of his experience in the field and in the office. Fenton had a look of grave concern. First-hand knowledge of all kinds of government secrets, passcodes, operational procedures, you name it, and he's out of his mind. Every day this guy draws breath is a day his country is at risk. Thanks for narrowing it down. But I'll need to start with a name. Of course, Fenton said. Target's name is Harrison Ambler. The operative blanched. Fenton raised an eyebrow. You know him? Ambler struggled to breathe normally. Let's just say we have a history. Langley, Virginia. Clayton Caston returned to the patient file jacket, which had just arrived this morning, and briefly scrutinized the color copy of the small photograph. A handsome but unremarkable face, though with something almost cruel about the sharp regularity of its features. Still, Caston did not dwell on the image long. Adrian? He called. Yes, Sifu. Adrian replied, pressing his flattened hands against each other in a prayerful gesture of mock homage. Sifu, Caston had learned, meant instructor, and was an honorific used in martial arts movies. The young had a curious sense of humor, Caston reflected. Any progress with the personnel list for Ward 4W? No, Adrian said. But you got the 1133A, right? I did indeed, impressively expedited. Plus you saw I got an actual copy of the patient file jacket with his actual photograph. I did, Caston said. As for the personnel lists, though, well, they're saying that the lists are being updated. We'll take whatever they have. That's what I said. No go. Adrian bit his lower lip contemplatively, and his gold labret stud glinted in the overhead fluorescence. I gotta say, it's been tough. I swear they're literally battening the hatches. He shuddered. It was a very heavy burden he was taking on. He would not do so if he had not been sure that the stakes were very high. He picked up his pen again and began making further notes. Finally, after filling most of the front sheet with his neat script, he looked up and swallowed hard. Adrian, I'm going to be traveling. To Paris. On vacation. He tried to keep the dread out of his voice. That's super, said Adrian with inappropriate enthusiasm. A week or two? I'd think so, Caston said. What does a person normally pack on such a trip? Is this a trick question? Adrian asked. If so, the trick's not on you. Adrian pursed his lips contemplatively. What do you usually take on vacations? I don't go on vacations, Caston replied implacably. Well, when you travel. I hate traveling. Never do it. Well, except to pick up the kids from camp, if that counts. No, Adrian said. I don't think that does count. Paris will be great, though. You'll have an incredible time. I very much doubt that. Then why are you going? I told you, Adrian. A rictus-like display of teeth. Vacation. Nothing to do with work at all. Nothing to do with our investigation, which I have just been officially instructed is to be discontinued. Comprehension dawned on Adrian's face. You must find that irregular. Highly. Verging on the anomalous. Quite. Got any instructions for me? Adrian brandished a ballpoint pen. Sifu? There was a glint of excitement in his eyes. I do have a few, now that you mention it. Caston allowed himself a small smile as he leaned back in his chair. Listen well, little grasshopper.
Paris. The Daimler limousine that took Ellen Whitfield to the estate waited in a graveled parking area as the undersecretary herself strode into the magnificent building. The Château de Gournay, just 40 minutes to the northwest of Paris, was a treasure of 17th-century architecture that, if far less ostentatious than nearby Versailles, was no less impressive in its details. A liveried manservant greeted Undersecretary Whitfield in the foyer. "Monsieur Palmer is waiting for you in the blue room, madame," the French servant told her. The blue room turned out to be an octagonal bay overlooking the stables. The vaulted ceiling was at least 16 feet high, the carpets the finest broadlooms of the period, the chandeliers easily of museum quality. The undersecretary stepped over to the window, taking in the beautifully contoured landscape. The stables themselves, elegantly built of brick and wood, could have been converted into an elegant manse. They understood craftsmanship, didn't they? Ashton Palmer's voice. Ellen Whitfield turned and saw Palmer entering from a discreet set of pocket doors. She smiled. "As you always say, it is not the skill, it is the degree of skill." "It's good to see you, Ashton," Whitfield said warmly. "These are, dare I invoke the old Chinese curse, interesting times." Ashton Palmer smiled. His silver hair was thinner than it had been when Whitfield was his student, but no less tidy, his forehead high and impressive. Sheer intelligence radiated from his slate eyes. "What have you to tell me?" the sage asked. Whitfield knew he had just flown straight from Hong Kong, but he looked remarkably rested. "So far, everything has been happening exactly as you've predicted." There was a gleam in the undersecretary's eye. "As you envisioned, I should say." She glanced at herself in the elegant Venetian mirror. The pewter light of a French winter shafted through the leaded glass, accentuating her high cheekbones and strong features. Her chestnut hair, parted on one side, was carefully coiffed. She wore a cerise skirt suit and a single strand of pearls around her neck. Subtle eyeshadow brought out the blue of her irises. "Quite a place you've got here." "The Center for Policy Studies is about to hold a conference here. Currency regulation, an East-West perspective. What did you tell your people?" "The Château de Gournay is on the itinerary, no worries. Meeting with scholars on currency liberalization. Because precautions must still be taken." Ambler's eyes were fixed straight ahead as he left 2 Rue Saint-Florentin. Someone was following him, Ambler realized, but not in accordance with any clandestine mode of operating. Ambler heard the sound of someone hurrying in his direction. Someone with legs significantly shorter than his and, to judge from the faint panting sounds, someone in poor physical condition. Ambler knew he should feel alarm, yet the man scurrying after him was moving with all the subtlety of a waiter chasing a customer who had forgotten to pay his check. Perhaps that was the very point of the ruse, to overcome a seasoned operative's suspicions by an excess of obviousness. The man was a singularly unimpressive specimen of humanity. Pasty-faced, out of breath, with thinning black hair, faint hollows beneath his eyes, and a bit of a paunch. His forehead was gleaming with sweat. "You're Tarquin, right?" the pallid stranger asked, breathing hard. Ambler slammed him against the wall. "Ow!" the man protested, and ran his hands over his clothes, his fingertips alert to any kind of weapon. The pen that was a little too thick, a little too long, the wallet that seemed just a bit too bulky for a payload of paper and plastic. Nothing. Now Ambler stared at him hard, searchingly, looking for any flicker of guile. "Who wants to know?" "Take your hands off me, you piece of shit." The man spit. There was a trace of Brooklyn in his voice, though just a trace. "I said, who wants to know?" The man drew himself up, a look of affronted dignity on his face. "The name's Clayton Caston." He did not offer to shake hands. "Don't tell me," Ambler said with unconcealed scorn and suspicion. "You're a friend.
You're here to help me." "You've got to be kidding," the pallid man replied testily. "I'm no friend of yours, and I'm here to help myself." "Who are you with?" Ambler demanded. The man was hopeless. His ineptness at basic field maneuvers was not the kind that could be faked. But he could be useful indeed as a part of a team, drawing Ambler out, lulling him into a sense of false confidence while others moved in for the kill. "You mean my place of employment?" "I mean right now, right here. Who else is out there? And where, goddammit? Tell me now or I can promise that you'll never speak again." "And I was wondering why you don't seem to have any friends." Ambler formed a rigid-fingered spear hand and cocked his arm back. He wanted it to be clear that he would deliver a crushing blow to the man's neck at any moment. "Who else is out there?" the man went on. "About 11 million Frenchmen, if you're counting the whole metropolitan area." "You're telling me you're operating alone?" "Well, for the moment," the man said, reluctance in his voice. Ambler found himself starting to relax. There was no hint of dissembling in the man's face. He was operating alone. In saying so, he was not reassuring an anxious subject, Ambler sensed. He was admitting an awkward truth. "But you should know I'm with the CIA," the man cautioned, sounding nettled. "So don't get any ideas. If you hurt me, it would be bad for you. The company hates paying medical bills. They wouldn't take it sitting down, so just put that hand away. That's a real bad move for you. Could be bad for me, come to think of it. Definitely a lose-lose scenario." "You're joking." "A frequent surmise and frequently erroneous," he said. "Listen, there's a McDonald's near the Paris Opera. Maybe we could talk there." Ambler stared at him. "What?" "McDonald's?" Ambler shook his head. "This some new agency rendezvous point?" "I really wouldn't know. It's just that I'm not sure I can stomach the local grub. If you haven't guessed already, I'm not really into the—" He wriggled his fingers. "Cloak and dagger stuff. It's not my thing." Ambler's eyes darted regularly to scan the streetscape. So far he had detected none of the subtle alterations in foot traffic that indicated that a pedestrian patrol, a squad of walkers, was in place. "Fine, we'll talk at McDonald's." "You never agree to a rendezvous chosen by the other party." "But not that one." Tarquin plunged his hand into the suited man's breast pocket and pulled out his cell phone. "I'll give you a call in 15 minutes with an address." The pasty-faced man arrived via a taxicab, stopping at the corner just before the McDonald's. When he got out, he swiftly craned his head around, squinting above him, a useless gesture that was more likely to identify himself to anyone following him than it was to identify the followers. After the CIA man entered the restaurant, Ambler watched until the cab had disappeared down the road and around the corner. Then he waited another 5 minutes. Still nothing. Now he crossed the busy street and walked into the McDonald's. It was dark inside and illuminated with reddish lights, which struck Ambler as apt for a red light district. Caston was seated at a corner booth, nursing a coffee. Ambler bought a couple of Royales with bacon and sat down at a table that was in the rear third of the restaurant but afforded a clear view of the door. Then he caught Caston's eye and gestured for him to join him. Caston sat down at the small blonde wood table opposite Ambler. He looked unhappy. Ambler ignored him. "Who knows you're here with me?" he asked impatiently. "Just you," the man replied. There was a grumble in his voice, but, again, not a trace of dissembling or guile. Caston's eyes settled on the hamburgers on the tray in front of Ambler. "You going to eat both of those?" Tarquin shook his head. The American picked up a hamburger and started to wolf it down. "Sorry," he said after a while. "I haven't eaten for a while." "Hard to get a good meal in France, huh?" "Tell me about it," the man said earnestly, oblivious to Tarquin's sarcasm. "No, you tell me. Who are you really? You don't look like a CIA agent. You don't look like any kind of field agent or law enforcement officer." He regarded the stoop-shouldered, soft-bellied man before him. The man was obviously out of shape and out of place. "You look like an accountant." "That's right.
the man said. He took out a mechanical pencil and pointed it at Ambler. "So don't mess with me," he smiled. "Actually, I was a CIA before I joined the CIA. Certified internal auditor, you know. But I've been with the agency for 30 years. It's just that I'm the kind who don't usually get out. Back office? I may be a complete desk jockey, Tarquin. That doesn't make me a complete idiot." "Quite the contrary, I'm sure," the operative said. "Tell me how you found me and tell me why." A smile flicked at the corner of the man's mouth, a moment of suppressed vanity. "It was simple, really. Once I heard you were Paris-bound. Paris isn't a good place to hide out. It's still a major sector for the intelligence communities of several nations. In fact, it's pretty much the last place you should be. So you weren't here to go to ground. Maybe you had a job to do. But then why wouldn't you decamp at your earliest opportunity? Left decent odds that you were here because you were in pursuit of something, of information. Now, what would be the last place in the world that a former Consular Operations employee, one now classified as rogue, should make an appearance? Obviously, the Paris offices of Consular Operations. At least, that's the way my colleagues would figure it. Last place you should be. So you promptly made your way there and kept a vigil on the bench across the street. Because the information you needed had to involve Consular Operations in some way. And the world of Consular Operations was the one you were most at home with. So it was just a feeling you had, huh? Caston's eyes flashed. A feeling? He was majestic in his scorn. A feeling? Clay Caston does not proceed by feelings. He does not traffic in hunches or intuitions or instincts. You want to keep your voice down? Sorry, Caston flushed. I'm afraid you touched a nerve. Nothing but the best for Paul Fenton, Undersecretary Whitfield reflected as he invited her into his rooms, the Empire Suite at the elegant Hotel Georges V. Fenton, ruddy, ginger-haired, bear-like, led her into the salon where they sat on green-striped chairs across a small glass table. She ran her fingertips down the arms of the chair, which were of wood adorned with gilded bronze ornaments and some sort of Egyptian motif. I don't know whether I've ever fully told you how grateful I am, how grateful we all are, for everything you've done for us over the years. Whitfield spoke in full-hearted tones, her eyes widening almost sensually. She leaned forward confidingly. Up close, she noticed how plumped, pink, and smooth Fenton's skin was, as if he had spent the morning having a mud wrap. He had the overdeveloped pectorals and thickened arms of someone who spent hours pumping iron. Fenton was a man of many projects. One of them, obviously, was his own body. He shrugged modestly. Would you like some coffee? The undersecretary turned her head toward an ebony sideboard. I noticed you had a tray of coffee already. So thoughtful. But let me get it. She stood up and returned with the tray. There was a pot, polished silver, glass-lined, of freshly brewed coffee, a small ceramic pitcher of milk, and a bowl of sugar. I'll be mother, Whitfield said, pouring coffee into 2 delicate Limoges cups. She reclined in the Empire chair and took a sip of the perfectly brewed coffee. She liked her coffee black. Fenton, she knew, preferred it heavily sweetened, and she watched him as he shoveled spoonful after spoonful of sugar into his cup, the way he always did. All that sugar, she murmured in a tone of maternal reproval. It'll kill you. Whitfield watched Fenton as he finished his coffee and returned the empty cup to its saucer. It's easier to win, she said, when your opponents don't even know you're playing the game. Her look of gratitude was unwavering. Fenton nodded vaguely. He closed his eyes and opened them again, as if having a hard time keeping them focused. But I know you didn't want to meet me here just to congratulate me, he said, slurring his words slightly. You were going to give me a progress report on Tarquin, she said. He doesn't know you're at this hotel, I assume. You've taken precautions. Fenton nodded sleepily.
"Excuse me," he said. "I guess jet lag is catching up with me."
Fenton yawned and sluggishly shifted on the sofa.
"This is so strange," he murmured. "I just can't keep my eyes open."
"Don't fight it," Whitfield said. "Just let it come." Her agents had had no difficulty in lacing the sugar with a fast-acting CNS depressant, a crystalline derivative of gamma-hydroxybutyrate, that in levels great enough to produce unconsciousness would elude forensic detection, because its metabolites were naturally present in mammalian serum. Fenton's eyes opened for a moment, perhaps responding to the Arctic chill that had entered her tone. He made a sound like a sleeper's muted groan. "I really am sorry." She glanced at her watch. "It was a difficult decision for Ashton and me to make. It's not that we doubt your loyalty. We don't. It's just that, well, you know who I am." What she said, however, was no more than the truth. There was a risk that Fenton would feel betrayed if he learned the true nature of the operation he had been enlisted in. And betrayal, too, often begot betrayal. The upcoming event was too important to allow anything to go wrong. Everyone had to play his part to perfection. As she stared at the motionless body before her, she reflected that Paul Fenton already had.
"I don't have a good feeling about this," Ambler said. The two men were walking down Boulevard des Bonnes Nouvelles, the auditor holding both his hands together under his overcoat for warmth. "Reality check. You don't have the home field advantage here. We're not in spreadsheet land. Those are real glass and stone buildings around you, not columns of digits. And if somebody takes a shot at one of us, it'll be with a real bullet, not a goddamn bell curve of possible bullets. Anyway, how would somebody like you even know about an agency safe house? On the principle of need to know, it should be off your radar screen. Because it sure isn't info a pencil neck like you needs to have. You still don't get it. Who pays the rent? Who sees the bills? Nothing that costs the agency money is off my radar screen. I'm an auditor. Nothing auditable is alien to me." Ambler was silent for a moment. "How do you know the place isn't going to be occupied?" "Because the lease comes up at the end of this month and we're letting it expire. And because we've got a budget item for the cleanup crew that's slated to arrive next week. Ergo, it's empty, but it's still equipped." "Okay, stop. You made your point." The building on Rue Bouchardon looked oddly desolate, the stone facade dappled with lichen and soot, the windows grimy, and at the doorway the black metal grille battered and chipped. A nearby Mercury street lamp sparked and buzzed. "How do we get in?" Ambler asked Caston. "Not my department." Caston looked affronted. "What, you expect me to do everything? You're the goddamn operative, so operate." Ambler knelt down and untied one of his shoes. When he stood up again, he was holding a thin key, flat but for 5 small elevations between the cuts. It was called a bump key, and getting it to work required both skill and luck. He doubted he had enough of either. "Stay here," he told Caston. Ambler loped over to a dumpster at the end of the short street and returned a few minutes later with a soiled paperback novel someone had thrown out. Still, it was thick, and the spine was hard. It would work well as a mallet. A bump key was designed to hit the bottom pin in the keyway column hard enough that the top pin bounced clear of it for an instant, high enough to go past the shear line. In that same instant, before the spring pushed the top pin down again, the key would turn. In theory. The reality seldom measured up. If the pin columns did not bounce high enough, it would not work. If the button pin bounced too high, it would not work. If the key was twisted an instant too late, it would not work. Now he positioned the bump key right in front of the hole and banged it with the spine of the paperback, shooting it through the keyway as hard as he could and then twisting it at the instant it was in. Ambler could not believe it. It worked.
The first time. That almost never happened. Once they were inside the building, Ambler would be able to work on the apartment door without fear of being observed. The building seemed entirely vacant. But the CIA team that had equipped the apartment had also taken care to give it a proper mortise lock. Finally, Ambler walked to the building's cramped courtyard. The ground-floor apartment had a couple of windows that faced the desolate courtyard. It would be an inelegant mode of entry, but it would do. Hammering again with the spine of the paperback book, Ambler smashed a rectangular pane of glass and methodically removed all the remaining shards. Ambler placed both hands on the stone ledge and, with a sudden jerk, pulled himself up and then over through the glassless window. A sturdy-looking bookcase projected beneath it, and he was able to somersault over it gently and land on his feet. Walking carefully in the gloom, he made his way to the door, turned on some lights, and then retracted the deadbolt. At last he opened the front door, where Caston, arms folded on his chest, was standing, slouching, impatiently. "Plus it's freezing outdoors," Caston said. "And you had to break a goddamn window? Just get in." He closed the door behind Caston and reflexively locked it again. A safe house would not have an alarm system. The possible arrival of the police represented a greater threat than any random burglary. The two men wandered through the apartment until they found a small room with a large television in it. Beneath it was what looked, on a casual glance, like a regular cable box. Ambler knew better. The roof of the building would have satellite equipment connected to the ground floor with a non-interceptable fiber-optic cable. The box contained complex decryption equipment. It was not a high-security device and was not designed for the reception of sensitive information. But then the material they would be accessing was technically unclassified, if not widely available. Caston pulled at drawers in the monitor stand until he found a keyboard. He smiled at it as if he had come across a friend. Now he turned on the monitor and busied himself with the keyboard for a few minutes. The screen blinked to life, but it only displayed snow. "Let's see if I can remember how this is done," Caston said, mainly to himself, as he fidgeted with the remote. Abruptly, the screen filled with digits displaying size and times for a series of large-file downloads. Caston no longer looked peevish. Now he looked grave. "I'm taking these from open-source sector," he explained to the operative. "Non-classified, public domain materials, for the most part. I just want you to see Ashton Palmer in his element. You're the face expert, okay? I want you to see that face full-sized, in color, and at maximum resolution." He fussed with the keyboard for another minute, adjusting various settings. Suddenly the screen was vibrant and animated with the image of Palmer speaking at a lectern. "This is from the mid-90s, Caston went on. A speech he gave at a conference sponsored by the Center for Policy Studies. There was a reference to it in one of the journal articles that your friend found in the BNF. Palmer's polite, but I doubt you'll have to listen very hard to figure out what he's really saying." On the screen, Ashton Palmer looked confident, magisterial, almost serene. Dark curtains were visible behind him. He looked elegant in a navy suit, dark red tie, and pale blue shirt. Ambler moved nearer to the 56-inch, high-density screen, riveted by the image of the eloquent scholar, the burning intelligence he seemed to radiate. "Some political scholars believed that China would change once the communists seized control," Palmer said after taking a sip of water from a glass at the lectern. "Surely international communism was just that. International in its orientation. Surely its expansionist horizons would turn China outward, open it at least to its Eastern Bloc brethren. So students of politics supposed. Of course, that is not what happened." Palmer's gaze grew eerily intent as he pressed his point. "China is on fire, and it is the West that has provided the fuel. By its moves toward economic liberalization, China has gained hundreds of billions of dollars in foreign capital. We're seeing a GDP growth rate of upward of 10% a quarter, faster than any nation has grown without massive upheaval.
We're seeing gigantic increases in consumption as well. The awakening tiger will, within a few years, be consuming 10% of the world's petroleum production, a third of its steel production. Simply as a consumer, it has a disproportionate influence over the nations of Southeast Asia, as well as Korea, Japan, and indeed Taiwan. Our conglomerates increasingly depend upon the Chinese dynamo for their own growth. Does any of this sound familiar, ladies and gentlemen? Well-meaning Americans dominant within our foreign policy establishment have ceaselessly worked to awaken the tiger, to turn an inward-facing kingdom outward. Our children will live with the results. In a soft voice, he added, or die from them. Ambler shuddered. He tried to remember other times when he had seen faces that exuded such self-certainty and zeal. The visages that presented themselves were not reassuring. Dr. Albimal Guzman, the murderous founder of Peru's Shining Path terrorists, was one. David Koresh, the self-styled messiah of the Branch Davidians, was another. Yet Ashton Palmer had a quality of urbanity, of spurious civility, that distinguished him from such obvious fanatics, and made him, potentially, even more dangerous. Laurel Holland finally joined the other two men at the still-deserted fourth floor of the Musée Amandier a few minutes later than they had planned. Her errands had taken her longer than she had expected, she explained. "You must be Clayton Caston," she said to the auditor, and extended a hand. Her posture, as well as her words, was slightly formal. She still seemed to fear what he was, what he represented as a senior CIA official. At the same time, she trusted Ambler's judgment implicitly. He had made the decision to deal with Caston. She would follow suit. Ambler had to hope that he was not mistaken. "I'm Clay," the auditor replied. "In your hands, anyway." "Nice to meet you, Laurel." "Your first time in France, Hal tells me?" "Mine, too, if you can believe it." "My first time, and if I'm lucky, my last time," Caston groused. "I hate this country. At the hotel, I turned on the shower knob marked C and practically scalded myself. I swear I could hear 50 million Frenchmen laughing." 50 million Frenchmen can't be wrong," Laurel told him solemnly. "Isn't that what they say?" 50 million Frenchmen, Caston replied with a reproving stare, "can be wrong in 50 million ways." "But who's counting?" Ambler said lightly, scanning the faces of the few pedestrians in the area. He glanced down at the newspaper Laurel had taken with her for cover. Le Monde Diplomatique. On the front page was an article by one Bertrand Louis Cohn, apparently an intellectual of note. Ambler skimmed it. The occasion was a conference of the World Economic Forum at Davos, but the content seemed to be gaseous generalizations about the current economic conjuncture. Something about la pensée unique, which Louis Cohn wrote, could be defined by its enemies as the ideological projection of the financial interests of global capital, or the hegemony of the rich. On and on it went, recycling leftist criticisms of liberal orthodoxy without either endorsing them or rejecting them. The whole essay seemed like some sort of weirdly stylized activity, intellectual kabuki. "What's that say?" Laurel asked, pointing to the article. "It's about some meeting of the global titans in Davos, the World Economic Forum." "Oh," she said. "Is the guy for it or against it?" "Beats the hell out of me," Ambler said. "I was there once," the auditor said. "The World Economic Forum wanted my expertise for some panel on money laundering. They like a scattering of people who actually know what they're talking about. It's like the greenery in a floral arrangement." Ambler peered through the window to the street again, confirming that nobody suspicious had entered the vicinity. "Here's the thing. I'm tired of playing blind man's bluff. We know there's a pattern here, a progression or sequence, like you say. But this time I need to know the next step ahead of time. My assistant is working on getting more information from joint intel resources," Caston said. "I think we should wait to see what he finds out." Ambler gave the back office man a flinty look. You're along for the ride, Caston. Nothing more. Like I say, this isn't your world. Burton Lasker boarded the George V elevator with the smooth-faced young manager on duty. When they reached the 7th floor, the young man knocked on the heavy oak door, then unlocked it with a special key card. The two men strode through the room, seeing no sign of habitation. Then the hotelier stepped into the bathroom. His face was ashen as he stepped out. Lasker immediately rushed over and saw what the other man had seen. He gasped. It felt as if there were a balloon inside his chest, making it hard to breathe. "You are a friend of his?" the hotelier asked. "A friend and a business associate," Lasker confirmed. "I am sorry." The man paused awkwardly. "Help will arrive shortly. I will make the calls." Lasker stood rooted to the spot, trying to calm himself. Paul Fenton. His reddened, blistered body was slumped into the bathtub, naked. Lasker noticed the still steaming bath water, the emptied bottle of vodka propped by the basin, stage dressing that might confuse the gendarmerie but not fool Lasker for a moment. A remarkable man, a great man, had been murdered. Lasker had a strong suspicion who was behind it, and when he went through Paul Fenton's PDA, his suspicions were confirmed. It was the man Fenton had called Tarquin, a man Lasker knew all too well. Lasker whisked through the transmission log of Fenton's wireless PDA. He would send a message to the condemned man. First, though, calls would be made to the dozen or so associates that SSG had on the ground in Paris. They would be put on alert at once, precise mobilization orders to follow shortly. A spasm of profound grief passed over Lasker, and yet he could not allow himself grief until he had experienced vengeance. He summoned the discipline of his rarefied profession. A rendezvous with the condemned man would be established for sunset. It would be, Lasker resolved, the last sunset Tarquin would ever see. Caleb Norris pressed the off button of his cell phone. It was foolish that the CIA permitted the use of cell phones in headquarters at all, he reflected. Their presence nullified a great deal of the elaborate security precautions that were taken, like waterproofing a sieve. But at the moment, the circumstance suited him very well. He fed various papers into the shredder beside his desk, retrieved his coat, and finally unlocked a steel-lined case hidden in his credenza. The long-barreled handgun fitted neatly into his briefcase. "Have a great trip, Mr. Norris," Brenda Wallenstein said in her familiar nasal voice. "And where are you headed for today?" Norris slid his ticket across the counter. "Zurich," he said. "Skiing, I bet." The clerk glanced at Norris's passport and ticket invoice before stamping his board card. Norris stole a glance at his watch. "What else?" As he watched a gust sweep through the street outside the Musée Armandier, Ambler felt the BlackBerry vibrating in an inside coat pocket. It had to be a message from Fenton or one of his people, who had given him the device in the first place. He scanned its small screen quickly. A deputy of Fenton's had called to arrange a meeting this evening, an outdoor rendezvous this time. As Ambler returned the device to his pocket, he felt a faint sense of unease. "Where?" asked Laurel. "Père Lachaise," the operative replied. "Not the most imaginative venue, but I can see its advantages. And Fenton never likes to meet in the same place twice." "Worries me," Laurel said. "I don't like the sound of it." "Because it's a cemetery? It might as well be an amusement park. It's a pretty heavily trafficked area. Trust me, I know what I'm doing." Le Cimetière du Père Lachaise was established at the beginning of the 19th century on the hill of the old Champ-l'Évêque and was named for Louis XIV's confessor, Father Lachaise. Now it was the resting place for legendary figures: Colette, Jim Morrison, Marcel Proust, Oscar Wilde, Sarah Bernhardt, Edith Piaf, Chopin, Balzac, Corot, Gertrude Stein, Modigliani,
Stefan Grappelli, Delacroix, Isadora Duncan, and so many others. Death styles of the rich and famous, Ambler mused as he entered. The cemetery was vast, well over 100 acres, and webbed with cobbled walkways. Ambler approached a nearby bench, a structure of green enameled steel slats, and, with a casual, inconspicuous motion, left a black backpack underneath it. He strolled away and took up an observation post across a diagonal path and behind one of the larger stone memorials. A little over 60 seconds later, a denim-clad young man in a brown leather jacket and black T-shirt stumbled past, sat down on the bench and yawned, and then resumed a seemingly aimless walk. But as he walked away, Ambler could see that the backpack was gone. The young man with the leather jacket was one of the watchers and had done what Ambler had predicted, albeit with surprising fluidity and economy of movement. They had observed Ambler leaving the backpack in place and, intent on learning why, had dispatched someone to retrieve it. The item was, in fact, filled with birdseed. It was a play on a tradecraft term. Birdseed referred to anything of no actual value that might be used to attract the attention of enemy agents. They would understand the ruse as soon as the pack was opened and the bag of sunflower seeds and millet examined. Meanwhile, however, Ambler had identified one of the sentries, one of the watchers. He would follow the young man and see whether he led him to others. The young man with the leather jacket and the black T-shirt was walking with a studiedly casual saunter. He glanced to his left and to his right. Few people, however professional, would have registered the nearly imperceptible looks of recognition and acknowledgement from a large woman to his left and a small, weedy-looking man on his right. But Ambler did. They were watchers, too. As Ambler proceeded to the next memorial square, the back of his neck began to tingle unpleasantly. There were more of them. Ambler's skin began to crawl. He had not been surprised to find a small number of plainclothes security operatives. Some precautions would have been standard with a government official as senior as Undersecretary Whitfield was. But the configuration of personnel he had come across was all wrong for the sort of rendezvous he had been promised. There were far too many in place, for one thing. The netting was far too elaborate. People were situated in non-defensive positions, deployed as for rapid action. The patterns he was seeing were all too familiar to him. As a stab operative, he had sometimes had to set up such a deployment, invariably in preparation for aggressive actions, abduction, or assassination. Had Fenton been lying to him all along? Whatever the circumstances were, Ambler knew that an immediate retreat was the only safe move. It pained him. Any member of the team that had been mobilized here might know something that Ambler needed to know. Every enemy was a potential source. Yet knowledge could do him no good if he were dead. He had at least to accept that truth. Ambler quickened his stride and took an immediate right. It would lead him to the Père Lachaise metro station. Now, on the straight cobbled pathway, he strode even faster, like a businessman who had realized he was going to be late for a meeting. He saw what was happening to him too late. The two bulky men who had received the backpack, both dressed in similar dark topcoats, were closing in on him from opposite directions and now stepping into him, their broad shoulders catching Ambler's, spinning him around in a fluid, well-choreographed movement. "Je m'excuse, monsieur, je m'excuse," they kept repeating loudly. A bystander would have made nothing of it, a minor collision among hurrying, distracted businessmen. Meanwhile, Ambler thrashed furiously and in vain. The two operatives were tall and broad, taller and broader than Ambler, and their enrobed bulk helped conceal the disciplined ferocity with which they propelled Ambler off the cobblestone and toward the back of an adjoining mausoleum. Moments later, concealed from view by an elaborate stone edifice, they stood to either side, hands gripping his upper arms, immobilizing him. The man on his right had an object in his other hand, a thing of plastic and a small glimmer of steel. A hypodermic, in fact, with an amber fluid visible in the calibrated tube. "Not one word," the man said in a hushed voice, "or I sink this in your arm." He was an American, stocky-framed and broad-faced, and his breath had the bouillon stink of a bodybuilder's all-protein diet. Now a third man sprang into view, and it was a few seconds before Ambler recognized him. There was no mistaking the man he had known as Cronus. Now Cronus smiled, a smile so devoid of warmth as to be a beacon of menace. "It has been a while, hasn't it?" he said in a conversational tone that was anything but conversational in intent. "Too long, Tarquin." "Maybe not long enough," Ambler replied neutrally. His eyes flickered among all three men. Already it was obvious that Cronus was the figure of authority here. The others were looking at him for a signal to act. Cronus looked at him. "Did you really think you could get away with it?" "With what?" "You miserable fuck." The words came out in a quiet explosion. "Killing a great man doesn't make you any less insignificant. You're still a worm, and you'll be stepped on like a worm." Ambler peered into the black depths of Cronus's eyes. Rage glinted there, but something else did too. Sorrow, grief. "Cronus, what happened?" Ambler said softly, intently. "You murdered Paul Fenton," Cronus said. "The question is why?" "Fenton? Dead?" Ambler's mind began to cycle rapidly. "Listen to me, Cronus," he began. "You're making a big mistake. This whole rendezvous he saw now had never been anything other than a death trap. The revenge plotted by a faithful lieutenant half-crazed with grief. "No, goddammit, you listen to me," Cronus said, cutting him off. "You'll tell me what I want to know. I'll find out the hard way or the easy way, and I'm kind of hoping it'll be the hard way." Vengeful sadism twisted his face into a dark scowl. The grand four-columned tomb of the Napoleonic general and statesman Maximilian Sebastian Foy had a massive base and a finely wrought statue of its inhabitant. For Jolie's purposes, however, its main point of attraction was the pitched stone roof above the pediment and entablature. Resting on the roof, concealed from view by the decorative parapet, Jolie stretched like a cat and gazed through his binoculars. The view was extensive. The tomb was one of the highest elevations in the immediate vicinity, and the season had turned many of the trees and bushes into leafless skeletons. Through his powerful binoculars, he studied the tight knot of men around Tarquin. Tarquin had demonstrated a remarkable ability to escape difficult situations. With professional dispassion, Jolie had to grant him that. But he was mortal. Only flesh and blood. In all likelihood, there would be a great deal of both flesh and blood on display, and before the sun had set. "Just curious, how many associates do you have here?" Ambler asked. "A baker's dozen," Cronus replied. Now Ambler started speaking heatedly, testily, the sort of verbal protest that was normally inconsistent with physical aggression. "You're making a lot of assumptions, Cronus. You always did. You're wrong about Fenton, but you're too blind or too stupid to admit your mistake." Now, with explosive force, he slammed a spear hand into the throat of the square-jawed giant to his left. "How oblivious you are!" Despite the exertion, Tarquin did his best to maintain an ordinary speaking tone. The mismatch between his voice and his actions would confuse his assailants, gaining him a crucial few moments. He could feel the impact of his knuckles against cartilage. The damaged tissues surrounding the trachea would start to constrict his airway, but in the meantime, Tarquin would need to use the stricken man as a shield against the other two. Even as the syringe dropped to the ground, Tarquin lashed out at the other muscle man, but the man dodged the blow and reached into his jacket for a handgun. A second blow to the temple landed, and the impact shot a bolt of pain through Tarquin's arm. Even so, the man was only temporarily stunned. Now he and Cronus dived out of the way, racing in opposite directions. A reprieve that was no reprieve at all, Tarquin realized. It meant that he was in the field of fire. As Tarquin dived to the ground, he heard 4 muted reports. From where? And marble and dirt exploded all around him. He forced himself to survey the terrain opposite and saw a mound of dense rhododendrons, their heavy leathery leaves immune to the cold, and fleetingly a glimpse of a hunched khaki-clad shoulder. Time slowed. He yanked the long-barreled pistol from the downed man's shoulder holster, took careful aim, and fired a tight, rapid cluster of 3 shots.
He was surprised at the quiet spitting sound that came from the gun and realized that what he had taken to be a long-barreled pistol was, in fact, a Beretta 92 Centurion, a compact 9mm with a shortened slide and barrel. A silencer was what had elongated the barrel. Now, from the rhododendron hedge, he saw a bloodied arm flail into the air, and moments later, a wounded man lurch from the foliage to the safety of adjoining statuary. Yet there was no safety for Tarquin. He had to move. Every moment at rest was a moment he was in someone's crosshairs. He sprang off in the direction where Cronus had run, felt the stinging spray of marble against his ear. Another bullet had been aimed at him, this one, he sensed, from a sniper operating from an elevated location. Tarquin glanced around him as he ran. There were all too many places where such a sniper could be hidden. A baker's dozen, Cronus had said, and he had not been bluffing. All were seasoned killers, all programmed to take Tarquin down. He needed to shift the odds. He needed to use the peculiarity of the terrain against them. But how? He was way past the irony of having to fight for his life on the grounds of a cemetery. Père Lachaise was more than that. It was a giant game board, a fretwork of pathways and lanes and monuments that could serve as obstacles or as points of attack. His enemies were arrayed in a network upon a network. He needed to gain access to that network. Racing from one tomb to another, he was attracting less attention than he would have expected. Moving faster, he hurried past countless tombs and statues, leafless trees and rustling evergreen bushes, even as shadows lengthened and the setting sun's rosy glow began to ebb like an expiring flame. His muscles were coiled, his senses on full alert. His ploy had, in the tradecraft jargon, reduced the pressure of the hostile forces, yet others would remain in position, scouting the terrain with binoculars. The danger was especially acute at the points of egress, such as the one he was approaching. It would be natural to place sentries at such locations. He put on another burst of speed. He stumbled briefly on the uneven ground, cursing inwardly, and then he felt, rather than heard, the double tap. Another spray of stone, sharp stinging fragments. Had his stride been steady, had he not stumbled, one of those bullets would have struck him in the upper body. Tarquin rolled to the ground and ducked around a 6-foot-tall obelisk. Where was the shooter? Again, there were too many possibilities. Another silenced spray of stone, this time from the opposite side, the side where he had sought refuge. Where was safety? He whipped his head around. Given the obstacles that surrounded him, the angle of the shot was too low to have come from any distance. "Stand up like a man, why don't you?" Cronus's voice. The burly operative stepped out of a shadowed space behind a large memorial stone. Tarquin desperately scanned the area in front of him. He saw the back of an oblivious green uniformed maintenance worker, Père Lachaise équipe d'entretien, stenciled in white along the shoulder area and on the back of the visored cap. Through the tall green gates, so close and yet a million miles away, it seemed, Tarquin could hear the faint bustle of a Paris street in the evening. A thinning array of tourists, the light was too dim to take good photographs, were unaware of the lethal game of possum that was in progress. Cronus's pistol was trained on him. Tarquin could try to grab for his Beretta, yet the long silenced muzzle would add a fatal split second to the time needed to remove and deploy it. All around him, the business of everyday life proceeded as usual. The groundskeeper or sanitation worker or whatever he was kept at his trash picker, his face shadowed behind the visored cap. The tourists started to flow through the gates, looking for taxis or figuring out where the metro station was, chatting among themselves in jaded end-of-day voices. Cronus signaled to someone across the way. The sniper, Tarquin inferred. "Don't worry about our marksman, friend," Cronus said in a voice of freezing malevolence. "He's just playing backstop. The kill is mine. Everyone knows that." The sanitation man was steadily working his way along the ground, moving closer, and Tarquin found himself worrying that his movement could be restricted by his presence. The groundsman was uninvolved, a bystander, though Tarquin very much doubted whether the distinction made much of an impression on the likes of Cronus. For a moment, Tarquin had a hovering sense of danger. Something about the way the man walked. Suddenly, a shaft of light from the setting sun dazzled off the windshield of a passing car, and for an instant the groundsman's face was illuminated. Tarquin felt another jolt of terror. He remembered the plaza swimming pool, the face he had glimpsed at the Luxembourg Gardens. The Chinese assassin. His odds of survival had plummeted further. "The thing you'll never understand, Cronus," said Tarquin, desperately trying to buy time, "is that—" "I've heard enough out of you," the burly man said, his finger curling around the silenced pistol. Abruptly, the expression of hostility left his face, replaced by an oddly vacant look. At that same instant, Tarquin became aware of a plume of red droplets that had erupted from Cronus's left ear. The Chinese man had dropped to one knee, the trash picker in his hands replaced with a long, silenced rifle. It had happened so rapidly that Tarquin could only make sense of the events retrospectively. The Chinese man whirled around toward Tarquin and squeezed off a shot, and for a moment Tarquin wondered whether this was the last thing he would ever see, except that the man was peering through the scope, and a professional did not peer through a scope to fire at a target 15 feet away. Tarquin heard the plink of an ejected cartridge. The assassin was not firing at him, but at the sniper. Tarquin's mind reeled. It made no sense. The man before him aimed his rifle again, peering through the scope. Only someone extraordinarily skilled would attempt to hit a concealed sniper from a free-form firing position, matching the stability of a bipod with the frame of a squatting human being. A double tap. 2 plinks. 2 more cartridges ejected. From some distance, Tarquin heard a moan of an injured man. The green-uniformed marksman rose from his crouching position and folded the stock of his rifle. Tarquin was dumbfounded, dazed with incomprehension and disbelief. The assassin was letting him live. "I don't understand," Tarquin said to him numbly. He turned to Tarquin, his brown eyes solemn. "I know that now. It is why you are still alive." Tarquin looked at him anew and saw a man who was doing what he believed duty demanded, a man who took pride in his formidable skills but no pleasure in their deadly consequences. The man was, in his sense of himself, not so much warrior as guardian. He knew that throughout human history there had always been men like him, whether Praetorian prefect, Knight Templar, or samurai, who turned themselves into implements of steel so that others would not need to. Men who were hard so that others could be soft. Men who killed so that others could live safely. Protection was his watchword. Protection was his creed. A split second later, the Chinese man's throat exploded into a cloud of blood. The unseen sniper, however badly wounded, had at least one more shot in him, and he had trained it on the man who posed the greatest threat to him. Tarquin sprang to his feet. For a brief interval, and only for a brief interval, the other assailants would be a safe distance away, impeded by the stones and sepulchres of this garden of death. He had to seize the opportunity or lose it forever. He charged toward the double green gates adjoining the street, not stopping until he found the rental car he had left on a nearby block. As he veered through the clamorous Paris traffic, taking pains to be sure that he had not been followed, he tried to process what he had learned. The elements jostled and collided, tearing at his consciousness. Someone had killed Fenton. Was it a member of Fenton's organization, a mole of some sort? Was it someone Fenton worked with? Someone in the United States government? And the Chinese assassin, an adversary who had become an ally, indeed someone who had given up his life to protect Ambler. Why? Who? Who was he working for? There were too many possibilities, too many impossibilities that had become possibilities. Tarquin, no, he had to become Ambler now, had reached a point where conjecture could be actively misleading. Something else, too, frightened him. The wash of adrenaline had not been a wholly unpleasant sensation. What kind of man was he, after all? He shuddered, contemplating his own character. He had killed and nearly been killed this evening. Why then did he feel so alive? "I don't understand," Laurel repeated. All 3 of them were gathered in Andrew's oatmeal-bland hotel room. I don't either, Ambler said. None of this feels right. It doesn't add up, Kasten put in. Wait a minute, Laurel said. You said the killings were all linked to China. You said it looked like a progression, a sequence, like it was leading up to something imminent. You figured that Liuang was the probable target. He's supposed to be visiting the White House next month, Kasten said. Big history-making thing, with dinners of state and all that. Plenty of opportunities, but... But what? Timing seems wrong. There's too much of a delay given the previous specifications of event density. There's no delay, Laurel said. She opened her large handbag and pulled out a furled copy of the International Herald Tribune. Something you were saying about that Le Mans story made me think of it. Come again? Tomorrow night, Laurel said. President Liuang's big night. What are you talking about? Ambler said. I'm talking about the World Economic Forum, she said. I'm talking about what's happening in Davos this week. Ambler began to pace as he thought out loud. Liuang leaves the security of the Beijing cocoon for the first time since taking office. He comes to the West, makes his big speech, designed to make everybody feel warm and fuzzy toward the great tiger. Palmer couldn't have put it better himself, Kasten said acerbically. In the midst of which he's gunned down. Removed from the equation, Kasten looked contemplative. But by whom? Fenton's voice. Got a real exciting project for you coming up, but don't pack your skis just yet. Ambler did not speak for a long moment. Could Fenton have thought I would do it? Is that possible? Here's the thing. I've been wrapping my mind around Fenton's death. To me, that killing is evidence of something. It's exactly the kind of loose end that you snip off when an operation is about to reach a climax. You speak so bloodlessly, Kasten said. You sure you've never been an accountant? Chalk it up to a career spent in the service of the Political Stabilization Unit, Ambler said. That's an important signpost. Another is that the assassin may well be someone I know, someone I worked with on a previous stab operation. That makes no sense, Laurel said. Stab prided itself on hiring the best of the best. Fenton prided himself on hiring the best of Stab. If you were entrusting someone with the assassination of the Chinese president, wouldn't you get the best trained person you could? And if it were a Stab operative, Laurel said slowly, the odds are that you'd have had some dealings with the person. Absolutely, Ambler said. Well, fuck a duck, Kasten said. Do either of you have any idea what we're looking at? If it's Davos, then we're too late. We've got to figure out what happens after, Kasten said glumly. Because the consequences, my God, the consequences. President Liuang is an incredibly beloved figure in China. He's like JFK and the Pope and John Lennon all wrapped into one. When he's killed, a country of 1.4 billion people is going to be roiled by outrage. I mean, goddamn keening hysteria of the kind that'll deafen you halfway around the globe. And that hysteria is going to turn into wrath in a heartbeat, if anything, and I mean anything, should connect the assassination to members of the U.S. government. Do you have any idea what kind of safety valve you need for 1.4 billion outraged citizens? It could plunge the nations into war, okay? The belligerents could take over Zhongnan High overnight. To risk that, you'd have to be a fanatic, Laurel said. Like Ashton Palmer and his disciples. Ambler felt the blood drain from his face. Laurel looked off in the middle distance as she repeated the words that once expressed Ambler's youthful yearnings. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. Damn it. It's not over until it's over, Ambler said. Fury surged into his voice. I'm not going to let them get away with this. Now Caston leaped from his chair and started to walk back and forth. They'll have thought this through, from every angle. Who knows how long they've been working on this? An operation like this, there will be a deep cover agent in place and a backup, too. I've audited enough operations to know that operational redundancies are standard. An operation like this has got to have a hidden fail-safe mechanism, a call-off code, and some strategy of misdirection. There's always got to be a fall guy. His gaze sharpened. It would simplify matters if that was also the gunman, of course. But we've got to assume they've done a thorough assessment of the parameters. All the parameters. An operation always involves human beings, Ambler said, a hint of defiance in his voice. And human beings never quite behave like integers in a matrix, Caston. You can't quantify the human factor. Not with any precision. That's what people like you never understand. And what people like you never understand is that, guys, Laurel interjected impatiently, tapping on the newspaper, guys, it says here that he's speaking at Davos at 5 tomorrow afternoon. That's less than 24 hours from now. Oh, dear Christ, Ambler breathed. Laurel's eyes shifted from Ambler to Caston and back again. Can't we just alert everyone? You really think there's a chance you'd recognize the assassin? Yes, Ambler said simply. I think they'd meant to recruit me for the job. But you're right, of course. Fenton doesn't work without a backstop. An understudy has the job now, and he's bound to be from the same talent pool. For a while, the three were silent. Even if he wasn't, Laurel said hesitantly, you'd still be able to pick up on him. You've done it before. You have that gift of seeing. I've done it before, Ambler acknowledged. It's just that the stakes were never nearly this high. Still, what choice is there? Caston sat down in the mustard-colored armchair and looked at Ambler stonily. Just so you're clear about this, you've got less than 24 hours to elude whatever lethal operatives Strategic Services and or your own beloved Consular Operations have on the lookout. Make your way into Switzerland, infiltrate a heavily guarded conclave of the global elite, and identify the assassin before he strikes. Ambler nodded. Well, let me tell you something. Caston arched an eyebrow. It's not going to be as easy as it sounds. Davos. Few places on Earth were at once so vast in the popular imagination and so diminutive in physical scale. Essentially a mile or so of houses and buildings clustered mostly along a single road. Hulking snow-laden conifers surrounded it like frosted sentries. Davos might have been one of the most remote places in the world, but the world was here in full metallic plumage. Cars with well-studded tires and headlights on high beam, he saw a dark blue Honda, a silvery Mercedes, a boxy Opel SUV, a Ford minivan, drove through the streets at ridiculously fast speeds. Checking his watch to verify that he remained on schedule, Ambler made his way toward the largest of the Davos hotels, the Steigenberger Hotel Belvedere, on Promenade 89, catty corner from the main entrance to the Kongresszentrum. The giant structure was a former sanatorium, built in 1875. Its pink exterior was fenestrated with narrow, arching windows, mimicking the embrasures of the battle-ready castles of the feudal era. Room 417 turned out to be spacious and grandly appointed, with light, airy colors and delicate furniture. A Sheridan-style highboy, a wing chair, a small desk, and hard-backed wooden chair in the far corner. There was not a room for rent in the whole Davos Cloisters area, not during the last week of January, but the one he had taken momentary possession of would serve, at least for a while. He made the phone call, turned off the lights, drew the curtains shut, including the inner, room-darkening ones, and waited. The knock at the door came 10 minutes later. Ambler pressed himself against the wall adjacent to the unhinged side of the door. That was standard placement, something that he had learned in training, something that was second nature to an operative like Harrison Ambler. If Harrison Ambler was really who he was. The room was dark, but he did not have to see. He could smell her. Smell her shampoo, the fabric softener on her clothes, the honeyed scent of her skin. "Hal?" Her voice barely more than a whisper. She closed the door behind her. She stepped toward Ambler's voice, reached a hand out to his face like a blind person, found his cheek, caressed it, and now stood very near him. He felt her warmth, could feel her lips brushing his, and the contact was electric. He put his arms around her and drew her close, feeling her cheek against the top of his chest. And now he kissed her hair, her ear, her neck, inhaling deeply. He had to savor every moment he had with her. Though he knew he might not survive the day, a curious radiance swelled within him, the assurance that whatever happened to him, he would not die unloved. Someone rapped on the door 3 times. Laurel recognized the tattoo and let Clayton Caston in. "You find out anything?" Ambler asked him. "Not a whole lot," the auditor said soberly. "We're not dealing with a maniac," Ambler said carefully. "We're dealing with a professional, far worse." He paused. "But there's good news, too. The simple fact that both of you were able to gain entrance," Ambler said. "That was your doing, Caston, and I'm still not sure how you pulled it off." "You forget that I'm a senior officer at the Central Intelligence Agency," the auditor said. "I had my assistant call the office of the executive chairman, get my name added to the D.C. retinue. An official sounding call from Langley with lots of callback info, security assurances. They didn't argue." Ambler felt as if the force of gravity had suddenly doubled. His limbs felt like lead. "Just break it down for me. Tell me how the badge system is organized physically." "When you enter, you swipe the card through a reader. Card encodes a digital signature that calls up a guest record from the computer. Now, that computer at the door has the most powerful kind of cybersecurity you can ask for. It's air-gapped. In other words, it's a standalone, not connected to the internet, so you can't hack into it. And there's a guard stationed at a monitor, and every time a card is read, the name and photograph from the computer record get displayed on the screen. Point is, if you're not already in the computer, you're shit out of luck." "There's got to be something, right? The human factor, like you always say." Ambler heard her words as if they had been spoken from a long distance away. Ambler's eyes fell on the black WEF tote bag that Caston had been carrying, filled with the material that people were giving at check-in. He picked it up and spilled its contents on the bed. There was a copy of Global Agenda, the WEF magazine that was prepared for the occasion, and a white binder with the schedule of events. Ambler flipped through it. "Look at all the faces here," Ambler said. He rolled a thumb across its width, like a riffle animation. "Make a hell of a police lineup," Laurel put in. Frustration began to fill the air like a stench. Suddenly, Caston sat bolt upright. "A police lineup," he echoed. Ambler looked at him, saw something in Caston's eyes that almost scared him. His eyes were practically swiveling in their sockets. "What are you on about?" he prompted in a low voice. "In the real world, often enough, close gets you your goddamn cigar." He blinked rapidly. "The data are very clear on this. Ergo, we find the person who looks most like you. 1,500 faces. That's a sample space we can work with." Ambler did not reply right away. As Caston stood near him, Ambler began to flip through the book rapidly, methodically, a wetted forefinger whisking through almost mechanically. "I want you to look at the pictures, too," he told Laurel. "If it's close enough, you'll know it at once. Don't think about it. Just look. Experience it. If it's workable, you'll know it in an instant." The faces flew by about 2 per second. "Wait," Laurel said. Caston stuck a small rectangular post-it on the page and said, "Keep going." Ambler did, whisking through the next 100 pages without interruption until he paused at one. Caston placed another adhesive flag on the page, and Ambler resumed paging through. When Ashton Palmer's face appeared, Ambler paused briefly. None of them spoke. None of them had to. It was the same when he reached Undersecretary Ellen Whitfield's page. She looked blandly handsome, as her mentor looked distinguished, but their coiled intelligence and ambition was filtered out of the official postage stamp-sized photograph. At this point, their images provided nothing but distraction. By the time Ambler had gone through the entire book, 4 pages had been flagged. Ambler handed the book over to Caston. "You've got the fresh eyes. Take a look." Caston flipped to each of the 4. "The third one," he said, passing it to Laurel, who did the same. "Probably the third," she said, a little more hesitantly. Ambler opened the book to the third post-it flag and tore off the page, scrutinizing the man's biography. "Not the strongest resemblance, I wouldn't have thought," Ambler said half to himself. Joseph Vrabel was his name, and he was the president of VNS Slovakia, a Bratislava-based company that specialized in wireless solutions, services, and products, and security and access networks. "I don't mean to puncture the mood," Laurel said, "but how are we going to get the guy's card in the first place?" "Don't ask me," Caston said, shrugging. "Ask Mr. Human Factor over here." "Can we find him?" Ambler looked at Caston and then peered out of the window again. On the roof, 2 stories above him, a pair of sharpshooters were on patrol, he knew. Yet what good were weapons without a target? How ironic that he had first to outwit those who sought, as he did, to ensure security. The enemies of his enemies were his enemies. Now his gaze settled on a long dark blue wall, a solid but movable barrier, that stood in front of the Congress Center's poured concrete exterior. Along its length was a series of large white rectangles with a blue logo, World Economic Forum, each word stacked on top of one another, with a thin crescent curling through the O's. To the left there was a sign with the same logo and arrows directing media staff to a different entrance than the middle entry meant for participants. Fear, hopelessness, and sheer rage swirled within him, and the result somehow was to form an alloy stronger than any of its components, an alloy of sheer resolve. It took him a few moments before he realized that Caston had been speaking. "Wonders of technology," the numbers maven was saying. "There's a computer intranet at the conference center and a lot of the hotels here, too. It's all designed so that you can find people. The networking aspect is pretty key to the Davos experience." "You do any networking when you were there, Caston?" "I don't network," was the peevish response. "I analyze networks. Point is, if I go to the lobby, they'll have a terminal there. I can type in this name, and it'll say what programs he signed up to attend. Because you have to sign up, you see. Then you find him and tell him that there's an emergency and bring him outside the center." "If I can help," Laurel began. "I'm going to need you on the logistics front," Ambler told her. He started to explain. "I'll need binoculars or some high-powered device for vision enhancement. There are more than 1,000 people at the center. According to the printed agenda, the president is scheduled to speak at the Congress Hall." "That's the biggest hall in the place," Caston said. "Seats 1,000 easily, maybe more. That's a lot of faces, and I'm not going to be able to get near them all." "You're going to stick out if you start walking around with a pair of binocs around your neck," Laurel cautioned. "You could attract the wrong kind of attention." "You're talking about security surveillance." "That place is camera central," Laurel said, "with all the broadcast cameramen around." "How's that?" "I had a chat with one of the camera guys," Laurel replied. "Thought it might turn up something useful. Turns out that the WEF records a lot of events for its own purposes, but more than that, the major events, plenary sessions, and a few open forums, are taped by some of the major broadcast media. The BBC, CNN International, Sky TV, SBC, like that. Amazing lenses on those cameras. I took a peek through the viewfinder of one." Ambler tilted his head. "So I was thinking you could use one of those just for the zoom. Those television cameras, they're portable but bulky, but they have a powerful optical zoom. That's better than any binocular." and they're nothing that would attract a second look. Ambler felt a tiny flutter within him. "My God, Laurel," he said. "Don't look so shocked that I had a good idea," she joshed. "Only thing I'm wondering is, why would the head of V&S Slovakia be toting a camera through the convention hall?" "It's not an issue when you're inside," Kasten said. "You need the badge to enter. Once you're in, nobody's going to be paying that much attention. The badge itself doesn't display your affiliation, just your name. Once you're inside, it's a whole different ball game." "What about getting hold of a camera?" Ambler asked. "Not a problem. I know just how to pick up a couple," Laurel said. "The guys I spoke to showed me a storeroom full of them." "Listen, Laurel, you're not trained for operational. You're in a life raft and you want to check whether someone has a boater license?" Kasten scoffed. "I thought I was supposed to be the rule stickler here." "Fact is, it's going to be easier for me than for Joseph Vrabel to get into that storeroom," Laurel said. "And I've already had friendly chats with the boys who go in and out of it." In a mock vampish tone, she added, "I may not have skills, but I do have assets." Ambler looked at her. "I just don't see a way." Laurel gave a half smile. "I do." Ambler's first glimpse of Joseph Vrabel in the flesh was disheartening. The person he had chosen for a doppelganger was an unimpressive man, barely 5'5", with a small head, narrow shoulders, and a round, protruding belly over wide hips. He looked like a human top. If Kasten was right, though, all that had to match was the face. And the face was, well, close enough for a quick glance by someone who was looking for similarities rather than differences. "I don't understand," the Slovak businessman, drably garbed in a suit of taupe gabardine, was repeating as Kasten led him from the Congress Center. The heavy clouds transformed the street into a grisaille version of itself, a picture done in shades of gray. "It's crazy, I know," Kasten was saying, "but the agency has already negotiated a deal with Slovakia Telecom, and it's our last chance to reconsider. We're almost out of the due diligence period. Otherwise, contractually, it takes effect by the end of the day." "But why were we never contacted about this? This is ridiculously last minute." The Slovak's English was accented but fluent. "You're surprised that the United States government mishandled an RFP? You're asking how it could possibly be that our federal government could mishandle the bidding process?" The Slovak snorted. "When you put it that way." Ambler, who had stationed himself across the street, strode swiftly toward him. "Mr. Vrabel, I'm Andy Halverson with the U.S. General Services Administration. Clay here says we're about to make a pretty costly mistake. I need to know if he's right." The two Americans brought him to a small second-floor conference room at the Belvedere, one they had ascertained would be unoccupied until an ASEAN working group arrived an hour from then. Laurel, dressed severely in a gray skirt and white blouse, met the two inside the small conference room and approached Joseph Vrabel with a black, wand-like device. Ambler made apologetic noises. "Just a formality. Technically, when we're having an off-site discussion of what's officially classified information, we've got to do a scan for listening devices." Laurel waved the device, a thing fashioned out of two television remote controls, along the man's extremities, then his torso. When she approached the badge, she paused and said, "If you'll let me remove that name tag, sir, I'm afraid the chip inside creates interference." Vrabel did so with a complacent nod, and she stepped behind him, pretending to scan his back. "All right," she said presently. She replaced nylon rope around his neck, tucking the card inside his lapel. Since nobody ever looked at his own badge while it was on, Vrabel would have no occasion to notice that his conference badge had been replaced by a AAA membership card. At the main entrance to the Congress Center, the fast-moving queue sluiced between two movable steel fences and a no less formidable human cordon of military policemen, their cheeks pink from the cold, their breath forming sfumado puffs of smoke in the chilled air. Immediately past the entrance at the left was a series of efficiently manned coat check stations. Then came the security area, staffed by half a dozen guards. Ambler took his time removing his coat, patting himself down as if fearful of forgetting something in his coat. He wanted to time his entrance to be certain there were plenty of people ahead of him and behind him. He now wore a blazer without a tie. The ID badge hung from his neck near the shirt's third button. Finally, he saw a crowd of men and women pushing through the entrance, and he nimbly stepped into line at the security desk. "Cold outside," he said to the man seated by the computer monitor with what he told himself was a passable tinge of a Middle European accent. "But I guess you're used to it." He pressed his card to the card reader and patted his cheeks as if they were frozen. The man at the monitor glanced at the screen and at him. A light at the turnstile pulsed green, and Ambler pushed his way through a gate bar. He was in. He felt something flutter inside him, something tiny and bird-like, and he realized that it was hope. Hope, perhaps the most dangerous of all emotions, and perhaps the most necessary. At the end of a long corridor on the lower level of the Congress Center, Caston pressed his cell phone to his ear, straining to hear Adrian's instructions. From time to time, the auditor glumly broke in with questions of his own. It wasn't what Adrian had signed up for when he joined the Office of Internal Review, but somehow his Dewey assistant did not seem to mind. Indeed, if Caston were not very much mistaken, Adrian seemed to be enjoying his turn as Sifu. Ambler walked down a broad red granite stairway to a sort of mezzanine like the dress circle of an opera house. On a vast brick wall opposite him were enormous African and Polynesian sculptures, which consorted oddly with the array of World Economic Forum flags along the balcony's 5-foot inside rim. Ambler descended the flight of stairs to the babbling crowd beneath him, checked his watch, and pushed through the throngs. A mid-afternoon crowd of people, between sessions, grabbing canapes that were whisked through on silver trays or crystal glasses of conference-approved beverages. The air was fragrant with expensive colognes, aftershave, and hair pomades, not to mention the trays of Bündnerfleisch on pumpernickel triangles, a regional specialty. Ambler slowed and began to take in his human surroundings. A youngish, thick-set man in an unfashionable but well-tailored suit, its quality evidenced by the fact that his avoirdupois was well concealed at first glance, was surrounded by members of a slightly frumpy entourage. The man's gaze swiveled around him, taking in everyone but those closest to him. Occasionally he murmured something Slavic-sounding to a wasteless black-haired woman nearby. He was probably a new head of state from one of the Baltic republics on the lookout for foreign investment. The man's gaze paused at one point, and Ambler followed the sight line. A young, curvy blonde across the room, clearly the trophy wife of the small, withered plutocrat beside her. Ambler nodded at the Slav, and the man nodded back, half warmly, half warily. It was a look that said, "Are you somebody?" The look of someone who did not trust himself to know. Ambler sensed, too, that the man's entourage was simultaneously a source of comfort and humiliation to him. He was used to being the most important man in the room. Here at Davos, he was strictly minor league, and there was some discomfiture to have his entourage witness the evident fact. As Ambler continued on his way, he noticed the pattern continuing. Some figures swelled, inflated by the attention they gathered, some shrank, deflated by the scarcity of it. Yet others seemed jubilant merely to breathe the same air as the giants among them. Tray after tray of canapes disappeared into yearning gullets, though Ambler doubted whether anyone really tasted them. Attention was elsewhere. The social entrepreneurs, as the savvier heads of charities and NGOs now styled themselves, effectively conceding that only the vocabulary of businessmen had any traction in the new era, chatted energetically with one another and even more energetically with bona fide entrepreneurs, the sort whose checkbooks could underwrite their programs. A handsome young Indian man was speaking animatedly to a Western businessman with thatchy, shelf-like white eyebrows and whiskered ears. "We're all about figuring out what's not working and then fixing it," the young man was saying. "Find out what's stuck and get it unstuck.
You must do a lot of that at Royal Goldfields." "In a sense," the older man allowed in a rumble. "You know the saying, give a man a fish and he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish." From a cluster nearer the bar, he saw a pair of eyes radiating malevolence and decided to move in for a closer look. As he got there, he saw that the man was being badgered by another, someone in an off-the-rack worsted and a poorly knotted tie. An academic, no doubt, though probably one at a high-powered institution and with a high-powered reputation of his own. "With respect, I don't think you really grasp what's happening here," the academic was saying. "With respect" was one of those phrases that signified the opposite of their literal meaning, rather like perfectly good, as when used of milk that had passed its expiration date. "I mean, with respect, maybe there's a reason you haven't been in government since the Carter administration, Stu." The other man's eyes narrowed. He smiled to suggest amusement and disguise his profound annoyance. "Nobody's disputing that China's growth rate has been impressive, but the question is whether that's sustainable, and what the global consequences are, and whether we're not seeing the beginnings of a bubble as far as foreign investment goes." "Wake up and smell the jasmine," the academic retorted. "It's not a bubble, it's a big tidal wave, and sooner than you think it's going to wash away your little sandcastles." The nasal, hectoring tone was his default way of speaking, Ambler suspected. He probably prided himself on his candor and, cushioned by tenure, had little idea how grating others could find him. Ambler turned around and moved toward an arbitrary point in the crowd with a spurious but attention-deflecting air of purpose. Suddenly a man stepped in front of his path and looked at him with an expression of bewilderment. He spoke to him rapidly in a language Ambler did not understand. Something Slavic again, but different from the language muttered by the politician. "I'm sorry?" Ambler placed a finger on his ear, miming incomprehension. The man, red-faced, burly, and nearly bald, now spoke in laborious English. "I said, I don't know who you are, but you are not who your badge says." He pointed to it. "I know Joseph Rabel. You're not him."
At the other end of the hall, Clayton Caston was quailing beneath his icy smile. "Undersecretary Whitfield?" he asked. Undersecretary Ellen Whitfield turned to him. "I'm sorry." She adjusted her gaze downward in more ways than one as she took in the diminutive auditor. "My name is Clayton Caston. I'm with the CIA Office of Internal Review." Whitfield seemed distinctly unimpressed. "I'm really here with an urgent message from the DCI." Whitfield turned to the African dignitary with whom she had been speaking. "Will you excuse me?" she said apologetically. To Caston she said, "How's Owen doing?" "I think we've all been better," Caston replied tightly. "Would you come with me? It's very important." She tilted her head. "Certainly." The auditor took her swiftly down a rear hallway to a room by a sign that read Bilateral Room 2. When Whitfield entered and saw that Ashton Palmer was already seated in one of the room's white leather chairs, she turned to Caston. "What's this about?" she asked evenly. Caston closed the door and gestured for her to have a seat. "I'll explain." He took a deep breath before joining them. "Undersecretary Whitfield, Professor Palmer, let me make a long story short. Well, not so long and not so much of a story. From time to time, a specialist in forensic and investigative auditing turns up things he wished he hadn't." "I'm sorry, did I take an unwarranted home office deduction?" said the silver-haired scholar with the high, distinguished forehead. Caston colored slightly. "The intelligence communities in the United States are, as you know, something of a patchwork quilt. One division may be utterly oblivious of an operation authorized by another. So long as legitimate procedures have been followed, the nature of these operations is not my concern. The point about the clandestine services is that their work is clandestine," Whitfield nodded primly. "Exactly. Including often to other clandestine services.
But imagine that an analysis of open-source data points leads you to uncover an operation that is potentially explosive in its consequences, especially if the operation should come to be exposed. He paused briefly. Then I'd think the person who exposed that operation should consider himself to be responsible for those explosive consequences, Whitfield replied smoothly. Her lips were pressed tightly together. That's logical, isn't it? She was an elegant woman, but there was something deathly about her, too, Caston thought. Her chestnut hair softened her strong features. Her dark blue eyes looked like pools of infinite depth. Is this something you've discussed with the DCI? Asked Palmer. I wanted to talk to you first, the auditor said. That's wise, said Palmer. His eyes were watchful but unintimidated. That's very wise. But you're not getting me, Caston went on. My point is that if I've been able to connect the dots, align the data points, then so will others. Data points, Palmer blinked. They run the gamut from, I'm speaking hypothetically here, you understand, airplane tickets purchased and trips made to payments routed to foreign officials. They include accounting irregularities to do with the use of PSU resources, and many, many other items which I'd prefer not to get into. Palmer and Whitfield looked at each other. Mr. Caston, the professor began, we both appreciate your concern and your caution, but I fear you've become involved in matters that are rather above your head. Top-level command-tier decisions, Whitfield put in. You continue to miss my concern. Your concern, Whitfield's gaze was level, her smile disdainful. Which will be shared by the DCI, I have no doubt. Her smile faded. Quite simply, you've been sloppy. You've left a trail of digital spoor. What I've been able to find out, others will be able to find out, such as any investigating domestic or international commission. And I wonder whether you factored that into your equations when you devised this harebrained operation in the first place. Whitfield bristled. I don't know what you're talking about, and I very much doubt you do either. All this indirection is getting tiresome. I'm talking about the termination of President Liu Ang. Is that direct enough for you? Palmer blanched. You're not making any sense. Come off it. What I found out is what any competent investigation is going to uncover. The U.S. government is going to be suspected immediately. Exactly. We're counting on it, Whitfield said. I'm sorry. These geopolitical calculations aren't the usual province of an auditor. All we require is your discretion. You're not paid to have opinions about events of this complexity, but all the eventualities have been explored by our finest minds. Or perhaps I should say our finest mind. She gave Palmer an admiring glance. Wait a minute. If the U.S. is suspected... Suspected, yes, but only suspected, Palmer explained to the auditor. The State Department used to call its two-China policy one of constructive ambiguity. Well, constructive ambiguity is exactly what we're aiming for here. Blame, but not absolute knowledge, suspicion without hard evidence. Guesses piled upon guesses, but mortared by suspicion into a very strong wall. Caston snorted. Your logic has more holes than a showerhead. The simple truth is you're putting the nations on course for open warfare. The United States has always performed best when it was on a wartime footing, Palmer said, the voice of disinterested scholarship. Panics and depression, these things always happened in times of peace. And the Cold War, in fact a period of endless small-scale skirmishes, was what secured our global preeminence. Americans do dislike the notion of dominating the globe, Undersecretary Whitfield said. In fact, there is only one thing they like less, and that's the prospect of someone else doing it. The auditor took a shaky breath. But the prospect of global war? You act as if any possibility of conflict is to be shunned, and yet as a historian I must report a paradox you seem blind to," Palmer cut in. "A nation with a habit of shunning war actually encourages war, encourages acts of belligerence that lead to its own defeat. Heraclitus saw that too. He said, 'War is the father of all, king of all. Some it makes gods, some it makes men. Some it makes slaves, some free.'" "Are you hoping to be made a god, Professor Palmer?" Caston asked witheringly. "Not at all. But as an American, I don't want to be made a slave. And slavery in the 21st century is something imposed not by manacles of steel, but by economic and political disadvantages that no lock can ever open. The 20th century was a time of American freedom. Through inaction, you would seem to prefer a new century of American servitude. You can sermonize about the unknowns, I'll grant the unknowns, but that doesn't justify passivity in the face of aggression. Why be overtaken by events when you could help shape those events?" Palmer's voice was a soothing, professorial baritone. "You see, Mr. Caston, the course of history is too important a thing ever to be left to chance."
Now Ambler swept through the crowd quickly, clockwise and then counterclockwise, alert to anything beyond the usual range of human anxiety, resentment, envy, vanity, and pique. He glanced at his watch. It was now 5:15, 15 minutes before the president's big speech at the conference's plenary session. Already, Ambler saw, people were beginning to file into the Congress Hall, whose doors were along the wall opposite the stairway. At a doorway to the rear of the hall, cameramen, dressed far more casually than the conference participants, began entering with their outsized equipment. His heart began to race. He caught a glimpse of a woman in a simple button-down shirt and jeans, her auburn hair tousled, and again he felt that tiny, fluttering bird within his breast. Hope. This time, it almost took wing. It was Laurel. She had done exactly what she said she would do, had arrived on schedule and secured the equipment. "You'll need me," she had said. Christ, that was an understatement. He needed her in so many ways. Moments later, the two of them had ducked into the still deserted balcony above the seating area. "The camera crews are going to be arriving in just a couple of minutes. Lose the jacket, lose the tie, and you'll blend right in." They were the first words she spoke to him. Her eyes, alive with love and devotion, spoke to him of things no words could convey. He quickly stuffed his blazer and tie into one of the equipment boxes that were lying around. Now Laurel reached over and mussed his hair. The grooming appropriate for a forum participant was not appropriate for a cameraman. "Looking good," she finally said. "Any leads yet?" "Not yet," Ambler said, feeling an upwelling of despair that he quickly tried to purge, both from his voice and from his heart. "Where's Caston?" "He's probably off talking to his assistant. He's been on the phone with him a lot." Ambler nodded but said nothing. The simple act of speaking was now an effort. In the next small sliver of time, he would succeed or he would fail. It was as simple as that. "We've got 2 cameras here. Got you one with the 48X optical zoom." She handed him the bulky camera, which was secured to a folding tripod. Both were a sort of drab green. "Thanks," he said. He meant, "I love you more than life itself." "Think he'll be seated in front?" "Could be," Ambler said hoarsely. He cleared his throat. "Could be seated further back, too. Too many possibilities." "Well, you're here. Just do what you do." Bravely, she was maintaining a bluff, almost jovial tone. Yet Ambler could tell that, like him, she was terrified. The effects of stress could be paradoxical and unpredictable, like fueling an engine. Sometimes it provided a surge of power. Sometimes a flooded engine would stall. So much depended on the next several minutes. "Just do what you do," she had said. What if he didn't? What if he couldn't? The stakes had never been higher. They could scarcely be higher. The hall itself was larger than it seemed at first. Simply arranging the chairs, each chair was separate, its chrome frame in contact with its neighbors but not physically connected to them, must have taken hours. At each seat was a plastic-wrapped RF headset, which would receive and transmit a simultaneous translation in one of 10 languages, depending on the channel selected. As the crowd drifted into the hall, Ambler decided to make a first pass through the floor without the camera's zoom lens. He'd be relying on what his naked eyes could take in, but would enjoy greater mobility. His eyes swept toward the front of the hall. 2 immense blue panels on either side of the stage bore the familiar World Economic Forum logo. At the rear of the stage was a backdrop like a checkerboard with tiers of smaller blue rectangles, emblazoned with the same white logo, the effect like that of a Chuck Close portrait. A large screen hung 2/3 of the way down the central section of the stage. The video feed from the official WEF camera would be projected upon it, for those who were seated in the rear of the plenary hall and could not see the figure at the lectern. Ambler checked his watch again and then looked around him. The seats were nearly all filled now. It was astonishing how quickly it had happened, and the Chinese leader would be making his appearance in a matter of minutes. Ambler paced across the front row as if looking for a vacant seat. His eyes darted from face to face, and he detected only the banal sentiments of the self-important. Ambler's eyes swept down the rows. There were so many people. Christ, there were too many people. Why did he think he could? He reeled himself in, shut down that line of thought. Thinking was the enemy. He cleared his mind again, tried to achieve a state of pure receptivity, drifting through the hall like an invisible cloud, like a shadow, seeing all, seen by none. A kaleidoscope of human emotion lay before him. The man with the fixed grin who, Ambler would have sworn to it, was desperate to go to the bathroom and equally desperate not to lose his seat. The woman who was trying to make conversation with the stranger next to her, a man who had sized her up and dismissed her in a single numbing look, leaving her fearful that she had been insulted, hopeful that it was a simple linguistic misunderstanding. A flush-cheeked, jowly man with a comb-over who seemed disgruntled that he had not had time to down a proper highball. The know-it-all who, teetering past the edge of his knowledge, was discoursing about contemporary Chinese politics to his companions, employees, who politely disguised their resentment. There were hundreds just like them, all with the peculiar patterns of fascination, boredom, peevishness, and anticipation, daubs from the palette of ordinary human emotion. None of them was the person Ambler was looking for. He knew the type. He couldn't analyze it, he just recognized it when he saw it, or, really, felt it. Like the wave of cold you feel when opening a freezer on a warm day. It was the glacial deliberateness of the professional killer, the man who was too alert to his surroundings, the man whose anticipation was not simply of what he would witness, but of what he would do. Ambler could feel it, always could. But now, when it mattered most, nothing. Panic swelled inside his chest, and again, he pushed it down. He race-walked to the rear of the long hall and mounted the narrow terrazzo stairs to the balcony. In the center, he saw a battery of 3 stationary cameras and a half-dozen irregulars from media companies across the world. The balcony would be an ideal site for a gunman. It would take relatively little skill to hit the target from such an elevated perch. Ambler met Laurel's eyes, a parched man taking a quick sip from a desert oasis, and then glanced at the others, his eyes seeking out each strange visage. Nothing. No twitch on the dowsing rod, no click on the Geiger counter. Nothing. The camera eye could prove his salvation. Wordlessly, he came over to Laurel and took the camera she had prepared for him, the one with the 48x zoom lens. For purposes of show, she had stationed herself at an older twin-lens camera, even more dinged and dented than his. Struggling for calm, he angled the camera head downward with the knob level and took in the members of the audience below. The nature of the sight lines meant that an assassin in the audience would have to position himself in the front half of the seating section. This still left 500 candidates. How had he ever imagined he would have a chance? He felt as if a band were tightening around his chest, as if he were breathing against resistance. To think of the odds. But no, such things were best left to the likes of Clayton Caston. Ambler breathed a different atmosphere. He had to banish self-consciousness, banish rationality. He could not fail. Briskly, the founder and director of the World Economic Forum, a tall, nearly bald man with steel-rimmed glasses, strode across the stage to make a few introductory remarks. He wore a dark blue suit and a blue and white tie, the colors of his organization. Ambler turned around and glanced behind him, where Laurel was standing, tousle-haired and beautiful and alert, peering through the eye cup of her own bulky, long-lensed television camera. And he tried to conceal the abyss that he felt in his own soul. He knew she was not fooled. She mouthed the words, "I love you," and it was as if a glimmer of light appeared in a long, dark tunnel. He could not give up. He must not give up. The killer was here, ready to derail human history with a single squeeze of the trigger. It was up to Ambler to find him. And the Ambler who could do so was the Ambler who was Tarquin. He was Tarquin now. He squinted once more at the viewfinder. Sound disappeared for him, save only for the slow thudding of his own heart. The sound of seconds ticking past. A study in expensively attired gravitas, the director of the World Economic Forum concluded his slightly grandiloquent remarks, received a warm hand of applause, and took a seat to the right of the stage. Then the applause began to grow as Luong himself walked on stage with a gentle, loping gait and took his own place before the lectern. He was, physically smaller than Ambler had expected, somehow. Yet there was something large about him as well. His mien conveyed an almost bigger-than-life serenity, a sense of great patience, even wisdom, a gentleness that knew itself to be stronger than brutality. He thanked the director of the World Economic Forum in a lilting, melodic English and then began to speak in Chinese. Somewhere in the hall, the assassin was biding his time, and Ambler's instincts, his peculiar gift, had failed him utterly. Again, Ambler scanned the rows beneath him, gazing so intently into the viewfinder that his vision began to blur, his neck to stiffen. Now, abruptly, almost involuntarily, he looked up and craned his head around him, his gaze taking in the camera operators and coming to rest on Laurel's face. She had been peering through her camera at the man at the lectern, clearly as mesmerized by the statesman as he had been, and it was a moment before she realized Ambler was watching her. Something rippled through her face, and then she turned to him with an expression of shaky resolve, an expression that was also brimming with love and loyalty and devotion. Ambler blinked hard. He felt as if there were a sty in his eye. No, not a sty, but what had he just seen? The temperature of the room plummeted, it seemed to him. He felt as if he had been whipped by an Arctic blast. Yet it was madness. He could not have seen what he thought he had seen. He replayed it in his mind, Laurel, his beloved Laurel, studying the scene through the camera calmly, no, stonily, could it be? And then the look on her face, a moment before it was wreathed in a loving smile. Again he replayed that fraction of a second in his mind, and he saw another expression on her face, as fleeting as a firefly's glow, and as unmistakable. It was an expression of pure and crystalline contempt. Ambler stole another look at Laurel and saw her right finger on what looked like a brace beneath the camera lens. In fact, he now realized, a trigger. A lightning bolt of comprehension struck him with devastating force. How could he have been so blind? All along there had been a missing piece to the puzzle, hadn't there? He was meant to take the blame for it. The cameras, Laurel's idea, her inspiration. The old models were steel-clad contraptions, and dozens of them went through the X-ray detectors every day. But the rays could not penetrate the metal. Laurel's camera didn't conceal a weapon. It was a weapon. It couldn't be, yet it was. His mind lurched and reeled. The twin-lens model was a ruse. Protruding from the top hole was the bore end of a rifle. As a piece of engineering, it was elementary. The long camera body and 2-foot zoom served as a barrel. The functioning lens could double as the sights, and the trigger, of course, was exactly where her finger was now. Indeed, she was fingering the trigger with the assurance of experience. It had to have been she who had killed Benoit Deschênes in the Luxembourg Gardens. The Chinese marksman must have seen her do it, had seen through her deadly ruse and recognized the true threat to his people. How slow Ambler had been to see what was before his very eyes. Yet now, with dizzying immediacy, he saw what would ensue. The shots would come from almost the precise area where Ambler was standing. Security would tackle him. His adversaries would have found that part easy to arrange. Circumstantial evidence would suggest that he was an American, but it would be impossible to prove. Nothing would connect him with any identity, because his identity had been erased. Suspicion without proof would be the most explosive thing of all. Beijing had broken out in riots when the United States accidentally bombed a Chinese embassy in Belgrade, as Ashton Palmer had noted. The loss of the beloved Luong to a suspected U.S. agent would produce an instant conflagration, and the United States could not apologize, could not acknowledge what the rest of the world would suspect, because Harrison Ambler did not exist. Time slowed to syrup. Yes, security had no doubt already been primed to look for him. His enemies were more than capable of that. He had been wrong about so much, but right about some things as well. Luong would die. Fire would sweep a nation. The PLA would step in, cracking down, imposing the yoke of an old-style Maoist regime. But the sequence of events would not come to a halt there. Fanaticism had blinded the conspirators to the true consequences of their machinations. Once the clamor mounted and the outrage spread, the world would be plunged into war. Events of this sort could never be contained. The puppet masters never understand that. They played with fire and were consumed by it, too, in the end. What Ambler felt was anguish and rage and regret, twined together like strands of a steel cable. All of it, starting with his escape and everything that followed, was according to plan. Their plan. Like a child in possession of a treasure map, he had been following the course laid out for him, a course that led to Davos and to death. For a moment, shock rendered him insensate, made him feel like a thing of wood and cloth. And why not? He had been nothing more than a puppet. On a small closed-circuit monitor in the bilateral room, the Chinese leader was shown speaking, captioned with an English translation. Neither Palmer nor Whitfield paid more than casual attention. It was as if, having rehearsed the event thoroughly in their heads, they found its realization was of only secondary interest. Caston flipped his cell phone shut. "Sorry, I need to pop out for a sec." He stood up shakily and started for the door. It was locked. From the inside. Impossible. Now Ellen Whitfield flipped off her own cell phone. "I'm sorry," she said. "Given the delicacy of our conversation, I just thought it would be best if we weren't disturbed. You'd been worrying about our precautions. As I've been explaining, they're far more extensive than you seem to have realized." "I see." Caston felt winded. Her mouth formed a small moo. "Mr. Caston, you worry too much. What we've arranged is a tidy little bank shot, strategically speaking. Luong is assassinated. The U.S. government inevitably is suspected, and yet plausible deniability is maintained. Because, after all,
The assassin doesn't exist. Palmer's expression remained self-amused. You're talking about Tarquin. Caston watched them carefully as he said the name. You're talking about Harrison Ambler. Harrison who? Whitfield asked lightly. The auditor stared straight ahead. You programmed him. Someone had to. There was no trace of self-doubt in Whitfield's dark blue eyes. Let's give the man his due, though. He's done a magnificent job. We'd set a difficult course for him. Few could have navigated it. Though we did think it prudent to give him a heads-up about the cons-op sanction. I'd asked our principal to commission Tarquin to take out one Harrison Ambler. I'm almost sorry I wasn't around for that conversation. But that's a detail. How did you set Ambler up, then? Caston asked, his voice neutral. That's the beauty part, Ashton Palmer said sagely. So to speak. Und es neigen die Weisen oft am Ende zu schönem sich, as Holderlin once wrote, and in the end, the wise often succumb to the beautiful. Caston tilted his head. I've seen the payment records, he bluffed, but they don't tell me how you found her. Laurel Holland. Whitfield's countenance remained sunny. Yes, that's how Tarquin knows her. And she really played her part to perfection. She's a true prodigy, Lorna Sanderson is. I suppose you could say it was really a matter of matching one extraordinary talent with another, reciprocal one. As you probably know, there isn't a person in 10,000 who could fool a man like Harrison Ambler. Caston's eyes narrowed. But Lorna Sanderson is 1 in a million. You got it. A hugely talented actress, won the top drama prizes in college. She was the star protégé of a disciple of Stanislavski who said he'd never seen such raw talent. Stanislavski? Legendary acting coach, devised the concept of the method. Method actors train themselves to experience the very emotions they're projecting. That way they're not, in a sense, really acting. Quite a skill if you can master it. And she did. She was extremely well-trained, extremely promising. Right after she left Juilliard, she played the lead in an off-Broadway production of Hedda Gabler, got raves for her performance. Truth is, if she'd caught the right breaks, she could have been another Meryl Streep. So what happened? And what was happening outside the door? As sturdy as it was, Caston was seated close enough to it that he could detect the vibrations from some sort of, scuffle. Unfortunately for her, she had a problem. Lorna was a junkie. Speed. Then heroin. Then she started to deal, mainly to be sure of having a steady supply for her own use. When she was arrested, her life was effectively over. New York has those Rockefeller drug laws, of course. Sell 2 ounces of heroin and it's a Class A felony, a sentence of 15 to life. And 15's the minimum. That's where we stepped in. Because a talent like that doesn't come along every day. Through a PSU liaison officer, we had a federal prosecutor broker a deal with the local DA's office. After that, we owned her. She was a special project of ours, and she proved an awfully apt pupil. Really grasped the vision. And so everything has unfolded according to plan, Caston said heavily. His eyes darted from one to the other. 2 infuriatingly smug faces, one shared vision. Madness. What frightened him most, he realized, was how unfrightened they were. Abruptly, the door burst open. A burly, barrel-chested man loomed in the doorframe. Others were crowded immediately behind him. Caston turned and looked at the man. Don't you ever knock? Evening, Clay. His hands on his hips, the ADDI stared at Whitfield and Palmer with recognition but without surprise. Wondering how I figured out what you were on to? He asked the auditor. What I'm actually wondering, Cal, said Caston mirthlessly, is what side you're on. Norris nodded gravely. "I guess you're about to find out." Time and space, the here and now, all seemed transformed to Ambler. The Congress Hall felt as airless and as cold as outer space, and time ticked by in slow, thudding seconds, keeping rhythm with his own pumping heart. Harrison Ambler. How hard he had worked to reclaim that name, a name that would soon be nothing other than a byword for infamy. He felt sickened, battered by nausea and self-disgust, and still he would not stand down. She must have seen that in him, for while eye contact between them remained unbroken, he detected, saw or sensed, the faintest movement, some muscle contraction preparatory to the squeezing of a trigger. Or perhaps he simply knew it without seeing or sensing it all. Because for just that split second he was she, and she was he. The two sharing an instant of transparency that was an instant of identity, a connection no longer of love but of loathing. And Ambler threw himself at her even before he realized what he had done, threw himself at her at the very moment she squeezed the trigger. The weapon's loud report pulled him back into himself. An explosion overhead a microsecond later, a popping noise, the shattering of brilliant tiny fragments of glass, a faint but perceptible diminishment of illumination, told him that the bullet had gone awry, had struck one of the tank lamps racked at the ceiling. Even as that thought sunk in, he felt a searing pain at his midriff, felt the pain even before he registered the flashing motion of her hand, the shiny steel of the blade it held. Some part of his mind reeled, baffled. It made no sense. It took another split second before he realized that she was stabbing him now for a second time, that she had slashed at him first unseen, was slashing at him. Yes, slashing and plunging again and again, penetrating him in a spasmodic frenzy. Blood poured from him like wine from an overfilled goblet, and none of it mattered. For he had to stop her or he would lose everything. His name, his soul, his being. With all his remaining strength, he lunged at her, even as the long blade plunged once more into his entrails. His hands formed grappling hooks that rested her arms up and to her sides, pinning them to the floor. The screams and shrieks around him sounded as if they were coming from miles away. He was conscious of nothing other than her, the woman he had loved, the killer he had never known at all. Thrashing and struggling beneath him a grotesque parody of love-making that was fueled by the opposite of love. Her face, inches from his, showed nothing other than fury and the pure vicious determination of a jungle predator. The loss of blood began to cloud his mind, even as he relied on his own body weight to supplement his ebbing strength and prevent her escape. A distant voice emerging from the hiss of white noise like an AM radio station bounced by sunspots from another continent. Recall the man of ancient times who set up shop in a village selling both a spear he said would penetrate anything and a shield he claimed nothing could penetrate. The spear, the shield, a man who saw through everybody, a woman whom nobody could see through. The spear, the shield. Fragments of time past flashed through his head dimly as through a malfunctioning slide projector. In Parrish Island, the quietly murmured words of encouragement. It was she who had planted the notion of his escaping in the first place. Even the exact date. He realized that now. It was Laurel who, at every juncture, had kept him both off balance and on track. The realization pierced and transfixed him, opened a wound more painful than those she had inflicted with her blade. He closed his eyes briefly and then opened them, and the opening of them felt as arduous as any physical task he had ever done. He peered into her eyes, searching out the woman he had thought he knew. Before he lost consciousness, he saw only blackness and defeat and a snarling antagonism. And then, in that blackness, faintly, flickeringly reflected, he saw himself.
La pone en la mente, insieme mi siete un tu wensu, level che significa. Into frenzy, intricately spun, winds are so weak under the sun. A tiny bag with patterns so sweet, in its charm stories meet. In careful knots and stitches like wings that don't weep in morning light. A tapestry small yet full of grace in its embrace dreams. Yeah, in every loop, a tale to tell. Winds it go weave, weaves it well. With every strand of stormy blues, it is daytime, magic grows. So easy to believe, tragedy light in its light.
Epilogue. Harrison Ambler closed his eyes and felt the gentle glow of the March sun. Lying on the deck-top chaise lounge, he could hear sounds, soothing ones. The water lapping gently against the hull of the fishing boat, the sound of a spinning reel as a fishing line was cast. Other sounds, too. He finally knew what it felt like to be a family man, and contentment welled up within him. On the other side of the boat, the son and daughter bickering playfully as they baited a fishing hook. The mother reading the newspaper, casting a rod of her own, and intervening with a wry, loving look when the kids got too rambunctious. He yawned, felt a slight twinge of pain, and adjusted his loose-fitting T-shirt. Bandages still ridged his midriff, but after 2 operations he was healing up. He could feel it, could feel his strength starting to return. As a gentle, barely detectable ripple moved the boat ever so slightly, Clayton Caston clambered up from below deck, sweating and green at the gills. He leveled a baleful, reproachful gaze at Ambler and dry-swallowed another Dramamine. Linda, anyway, knew a thing or two about fishing, and the kids were an easy sell. Getting Clay to come along was more of a struggle. Clay was right to have been skeptical of the promised tranquility, though only a high-grade hypochondriac like him could have convinced himself that he was suffering from seasickness on the nearly motionless lake. How I ever allowed myself to be talked into coming aboard this vomit-inducing vessel, Caston began. I envy you, Clay, Ambler said simply. Do you realize that the actuarial odds of drowning in a domestic body of fresh water are actually greater than the odds of drowning while at sea? Oh, come on. Fishing is one of the great American leisure time activities. Like I told you, it's the most fun you can have without a spreadsheet. Just give it a chance. You might even turn out to be good at it. I know what I'm good at, Caston groused. You're full of surprises. Bet you even surprise yourself sometimes. Who knew you were such an ace with the AV equipment? I told you, Caston said. My assistant walked me through all that stuff. All I know about coaxial cables otherwise is their purchase price per meter and the recommended amortization table. But from the self-satisfied look on Caston's face, Ambler could tell he was remembering what happened after Whitfield and Palmer discovered that the bilateral room had discreetly been turned into a closed-circuit TV studio, and that their entire conversation had been fed to the Congress Center's media center. Both the scholar and the political official were mesmerizing in their sheer fanaticism. Hundreds of Davos participants could agree about that as they watched their faces on the video monitors that were mounted throughout the conference center. It took Palmer and his protege little time to realize the implications, not merely for their own futures, but for their plan. Like many a dark venture, the one thing it could not survive was exposure to light. As Caston recounted to Ambler during one of a number of hospital visits, Caleb Norris was the one who directed the Swiss military policemen to the bilateral room and made sure that the conspirators were taken into joint service custody. He had been alerted, as it turned out, by an emergency message that a Chinese spy master named Chow Tang had arranged to have delivered to him personally. It was an unusual step, to say the least, but top-level spy officials often made a study of their opposite numbers. "Well," Ambler said after a while, shifting slightly on the deck-top chaise lounge, "your broadcast career might have been brief, but it was mighty effective. Sunshine is the best disinfectant, right?" Caston sneaked a glance at his wife and kids across the deck, and Ambler could see the pride and devotion that pulsed through him, his lifeblood. But the auditor was not distracted for long. A few minutes later, when another gentle ripple moved through the craft, he plopped himself down on the canvas chair next to Ambler, readying himself for a serious entreaty. "Listen, can we just turn the boat around and get back on shore?" Caston was almost pleading. "Why would we want to do that? It's a beautiful day. The water's lovely. We've rented this incredible boat. How could we be doing better?" "Yeah, but this was supposed to be a fishing trip, right? See, I think you'll find that all the fish are lurking around the dock. In fact, I'm sure." "Come on, Clay," Ambler said. "That doesn't stand to reason." He arched an eyebrow. "The most probable distribution of fish this time of the year—" "Trust me," Caston implored, cutting him off. "The dock's the place to be. I've got a good feeling about this."
We hope you've enjoyed The Ambler Warning, an Audio Renaissance audiobook from St. Martin's Press. This program was produced by Laura Wilson and directed by John Sherry. Text copyright 2005 by Min Pin LLC. Production copyright 2005 by Audio Renaissance, a division of Holt Spring Publishers LLC. All rights reserved.